It's nothing much is happening. The bowlers have to bend their back in order to get something out of it. I thought the bowling for the Red Force was good. Shannon Gabriel bowled quick at times. Jaden Seals, as per usual, good line, good length, moved the ball around, picked up two wickets. Anderson Phillip, I thought he was a little too short. He bowled quick, but he was far too short. And if he does bowl for any time in this innings again, he needs to pitch the ball up a little further to the batsmen. The spinners was steady, no big set of turn. Brian Charles was steady. He was good line, good length. Didn't do very much else with the ball. Yannick Carrier was, I thought, bowled very well coming late on in the evening. He was pushing the ball through, again, getting some turn with his leg spin. Got the man who made the 100 in Kieran Powell out, playing back to a ball that he should have been forward to. But again, I thought he was deceived by the pace of Yannick Carrier's delivery. And then Akil Hussain, he bowled quite steady. He thought he as well bowled, maybe I've seen him bowl better. He bowled a little bit offline at times, a little bit short. And then Jace Mohammed, he came up, picked up the wicket of Amir Jangu to break what was a good partnership between Jangur and Powell, who had made 100 partnership, between those two. And Jason Mohammed, as per usual, always tends to come on. He's very steady, not a big turner of the ball, and sometimes you can get complacent playing against a part-time bowler. And Jason Mohammed came and got the breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force when he got Jangur out. So all in all, the Trinidad and Tobago bowling was steady. But let's talk about the batting of the Leeward Islands. I'm Colin Murray alongside Anil Raja. And as I say, good morning to you, Anil. The Leeward Islands, having won the toss and batted, it turned out to be a good decision because this pitch is really very friendly, batting friendly. It's docile. The bowlers have got to really bend their backs to get something out of it. But all in all, you look through the batting lineup of the Leeward Islands. Powell was the star of the show, followed by Jangu, and then even Carty and Terence Ward all batted very well. But 308 for 7, closing the end of the first day, I think it was well deserved in terms of how they batted.
Yeah, very good morning to you, Colin Murray, and a good morning to all our viewers and all those who will be joining the coverage of this regional first-class game here in a while. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I'll give the Leeward Islands the benefit of yesterday's proceedings. I thought that they finished in an extremely good position. 300 for the loss, 308 for the loss of 7 wickets. That's a very good effort. And from what we have seen here, looking at the pitch and knowing what could possibly happen here, it's a very dry pitch. And those who would have to match here, the TNT Red Force, I think they would come under severe pressure because this wicket already, it is starting to get dusty, and I believe it's going to be a big turner on the 3 and the 4, and that 300 would be certainly a good total. So they ended up the first day with the honors.
Yeah, I was making mention of the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, and I thought all the bowlers bowled well. They bend their backs on a very docile pitch. Who would you say was the pick of the bowlers yesterday?
Well, it has to be Jaden Seals, obviously. I thought that he probably bowled consistently good pace, and his line was pretty much on target. His statistics would confirm that as well. He conceded just 35 runs in 13 overs, and he picked up 2 wickets, which happens to be the most wickets by any bowler. All the other bowlers picked up 1 wicket each, 5 of them. He obviously was a big bowler.
And Shannon Gabriel came back, his first game for a little while. He looked fit. He's been working hard on his fitness. I thought his third spell, he really opened up in his third spell, and he bowled some very quick deliveries.
Yeah, there was a bit of pace from Shannon yesterday, but I thought he was very inconsistent with his line and length. He was straight along the leg side quite a lot to Powell, and Powell took full advantage of that. So he was not really consistent with his line, and he conceded 58 runs in his 11 overs, just the 1 wicket for Gabriel. So I don't think he really was on par.
Yeah. And the spinners, the trio of Charles, Hussein, and Carrier.
Well, I thought Carrier ended up looking like the most penetrative because he was obviously turning the ball and he was bowling the googly as well. Akil Hussein started off pretty good. His first over, he got a wicket with a ball that came back in, and I thought that he was going to create a lot of problems. But disappointing in the end, his figures a bit,
You thought he bowled a little too short, Akil?
I don't know if he was getting help out there with the wicket, but I don't think he was actually putting enough spin or flight in the ball enough. I thought he was bowling just a little too quick and a little too flat.
Okay, we're just about the players on the field, and we're getting set. Before we start, Anil, let me ask you the interesting question. The new ball has been due 9 overs now. New morning, players fresh, would you take it right away?
I would have gone for the new ball. We were trying to discuss whether we should go with that or continue with the old ball, which I was saying that even though you don't take the new ball, you would have to obviously start with the spinners this morning. And that's not a bad ploy, really. I mean, if it doesn't go right, you quickly switch and take the new ball.
Yeah, well,
but I would have started with the new ball.
I agree with you 100%. It's fresh, the bowlers are fresh, it's a new morning. I would just say to Jaden Seals, who is actually going to start the bowling, I would say to him, listen, here's the new cherry. And put these guys under pressure immediately. But they may very well want to use the old ball for a couple, maybe an over or two, and then probably take it. But I'm not too sure that would be my ploy, because when you look at the field, there's a slip, a gully, point, short cover, mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a square leg, and then a man at fine leg. Here we go with the first ball of the morning. And comfortably forward is Louis. He's on 16, and Hayden Walsh Jr. at the non-strikers end. He's on 8. And it's 308 for 7. Yeah, but I would have put 3 slips on a gully and say to Jaden Seals, look, you got a new pill. Get at them.
But they still have the option as well to start with, as they've started with a pace and a spin at the other end. A pace spin attack.
But I am not too sure that would be my ploy, because it also gives the batsman the opportunity to play a couple balls, in terms of get acclimatized to the conditions. And I'm not too sure if I would have done that. I would have gone straight away for the new ball and put these. Remember, this is number 9 and 10 batting.
Well, I have.
Sorry, number 8 and 9 batting, so.
I have tremendous respect for your tactical capabilities as a captain, Mr. Murray. I mean, we all have our share different opinions and different ideas on how one would approach things. I am just saying at 308 for 7, I would want these guys back in the pavilion as soon as possible. But who knows? I mean, Seals can very well pick up a wicket here now with the old ball. Well, and everybody say, well, look, you see? Well, I was only giving kudos to your tactical awareness of the game, because I played under you at Queen's Park.
And here is is it going to be a catch? No, just out of the reach of Darren Bravo. So just as I was saying, who knows, Jaden Seals could come and pick up a wicket. There was a shortish delivery, and Louis was trying to hoik it somewhere over a deep mid-wicket position. And it was just out of the reach of Darren Bravo at mid-on.
Don't think he could have gotten there, Bravo. He's not the most fleet-footed fieldsman out there. Yeah, Colin, I know that you led Queen's Park at the time I was at the club, and we had a pretty tremendous run in terms of winning championships. And
that's correct.
We had probably a hat-trick or a beaver trick of National One championships.
Yeah, we had a very good team, I must admit. Everybody pulled their weight, and of course, and in those days, was so competitive. The National League, you know, you had 4 or 5 teams that were capable of winning, and then going down to Wanderers at Gilbert Park was always a difficult game. And then, of course, the crowd, and then going to Prisal. Prisal was, remember Inchanali, the late Inchanali. I enjoyed playing against Inchan, because Inchan always had something to say, you know. If you happen to play and miss one, he would shout out to you, "You didn't go to school or what?" You know, things like that. Well, it's the end of the first over, and just 1 run added to the overnight 308 for 7. It's now 309 for 7, and let's see if, in fact, we're going to see spin from the northern end. Is it? Yes, or is it going to be pace?
Well, looks like
Anderson Phillip.
Anderson Phillip to me.
So no Shannon Gabriel. Anderson Phillip is the one who's taking up the attack. Yet to pick up a wicket. None for 24, is it? Anderson Phillip. 34, none for 34 so far.
I wonder how long they're going to bowl with that old ball, because you've started with the Pacers. At maximum, you would have given them 1 over to try and get the arm a bit warm, Colin, for the new ball.
Well, maybe Phillip is going to get an over as well, just like Jaden Seals, and if nothing happens, then they may very well take that new ball.
I would have gone for a pace spin, since they did not take the new ball. But Captain De Silva knows best what's happening out there.
That's a good shot. Runs for Louis. That's going to run away for 4. He deliberately whipped that over the man at mid-wicket down to the boundary for 4. So the total continues to climb here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex.
That's a good shot. No pitch delivery on the pad. That's not what you really want to be bowling. That's just asking to be hit. There's just the mid-wicket short. There's a backward square leg and a fine leg on the boundary, and he hit it between the short mid-wicket and the man at square leg boundary.
Louis looking very comfortable so far. Likes to play this hook shot, but he's looking comfortable at the moment.
Well, I'm certain you're going to get some resistance from these last 3 wickets for the Leeward Island Hurricanes, because they have shown that they are playing the game with you know, they're really giving it everything that they have. You can see that the batsmen really put their heads down yesterday and tried to really fight it out, and they gave very good support to their century maker, Kieran Powell. And you've seen that sort of attitude out there, Colin. They want to do well. Well, the new ball has been taken.
Yep, and I'm not surprised. Based on those 2 shots from Louis off of Anderson Phillip, the first one where he just whipped it over the mid-wicket position, and then that second ball, he was just getting in line and pushing it back up along the track. He looked so comfortable. Joshua De Silva walked up to the stumps and immediately told the square leg umpire that he wanted a new ball. Now, I'm not sure, you know, if, as I said, they've waited, to me, they've wasted 8 deliveries. That new ball should have been given to Jaden Seals first thing this morning.
Conceding a boundary as well.
That's right. That's well played. Jeremiah Louis getting right behind that delivery. Likes to play shots. You could see he's a very attacking type of batsman. If you're going to bowl short, played one tremendous hook shot yesterday afternoon off of Jaden Seals, and a couple balls later Jaden Seals again shortened one at him, but this time it was quicker and directed just outside the line of the off stump. He went for the hook again, got a top edge and was lucky to survive. Went over the head of the keeper. And there he goes for a big one. It drops just in front of the wideish long off position for a 4. But that's a really a good shot. It's now 317 for 7, and Louis has gone to 25.
Well, he has shown intent there that he has decided to go with anything that is up in the slot, Colin. That ball was just slightly back of a length, and he went right through the shot. He didn't mind hitting it in the air. He knew he was going with all the power he had. Good hit.
Certainly a good hit. And if you're going to take it up to him like that, there's no doubt that Jeremiah Louis is going to go after the bowling. I think Anderson Phillips just needs to pull his length back slightly.
So they're really putting the pressure back now on the TNT Red Force. They've already crossed 300 as of yesterday, and I'm sure that Captain Jason Silva has got to put on his thinking cap.
Anderson Phillip not getting his line right as yet. You could see him bowling a quicker delivery at Louis. As a fast bowler, you certainly don't like to be hit over mid-off. And you could see a quicker delivery from Anderson Phillip, but he lost his line.
Bit of a semi-attacking field, 2 slip, a gully. 3 men on the offside, otherwise cutting a single, and on the onside a mid-on and a short mid-wicket cutting a single as well. Just a fine leg on the man down on the boundary, looking to save the boundary. So we're looking to get that outside edge here, Colin.
It's a good delivery, and well played by Louis, because it was just short and started to climb at him, withdrew the bottom hand, and he picked up a single. So the end of the over from Anderson Phillip, the end of his first over, it's 318 for 7. Louis is 26, and Hayden Walsh, who hasn't, can't remember him face, he's just faced one ball, I think, for the morning. That's right, he's just one delivery he's faced for the morning, and he goes, he's still on 8 not out. Actually, he's faced 2 deliveries from Jaden Seals in the previous over. So Jaden Seals, as we were saying, the pick of the bowlers yesterday, he's got that new ball in his hand, and immediately Joshua De Silva has gone for 3 slips and a gully, as opposed to when Anderson Phillip was bowling with just 2 slips. For Jaden Seals, he's gone for that 3rd slip, simply because Jaden Seals tends to move that ball away from the right-hander. Tends to be a good line just on or around the off stump. And I expect the same with him. There he goes, outside that line of off stump. And that's well played by Louis. He lined it up early and left it alone.
Yeah, that's a good leave. I like the field that Jaden Seal has employed for this new ball. I think he was easily the pick of the bowlers yesterday, and he would want to improve on that. He had 2 wickets yesterday. He's got a new ball in his hand. He's got 3 slips, a gully, and he's bowling the perfect line, just about off stump, just outside off.
That's a good shot. Didn't time it all that well. Hit him high up on the bat, but there was Louis looking to get onto that back foot and crash it square on the offside. No timing at all, and it really just went out towards Jason Mohammed. Very rare you see Jaden Seals bowling that shortish delivery.
That was a good bit of fielding there by Jason Mohammed. He got down to his right pretty quickly. If that had eluded him, they would have gone away for 4 on the square boundary on the offside. Yes, you're right, Colin. Just a little bit too much room there. But Louis not timing that attempted punch through cover.
It's well played again. Actually, Jeremiah, the strange thing about this Jeremiah Louis, and when I say the strange thing, when they played their very first game against Barbados, the Leeward Islands declared an 172 for 9. The man who did not bat was Jeremiah Louis. And I can only figure that something was wrong with him, because in his second innings they totaled 346 and he made 44. And why would you declare at 172 for 9? So he must have been, something was not well with him. And that's the only reason, because since then he's batted pretty well for the Leewards.
Yeah, I remembered seeing that declaration. I was a bit surprised. Obviously something was wrong, but there wasn't any report as to why they had declared they didn't close after 9 wickets, because they had just 172 runs. So Jayden Seals trying here to remove the first wicket of the morning. They need 3 more wickets, the anti-red force, to dismiss the Leeward Islands. They've already passed the 300 mark and they're looking pretty good, and this is flicked down to fine leg.
Yeah, he looks comfortable, doesn't he? Jeremiah Louis. He's playing everything on merit, and it's getting in line.
I told you they're going to put up some resistance, the remaining 3 wickets, Colin.
Yeah.
You have seen a different fighting spirit with the Leeward Islands over the last couple of years. And even in this year's tournament, they lost a game that they probably should have won. And then they won against the Guyana Harpy Eagles by a huge margin of innings and 50-odd runs.
Yeah, they completely... I was at that game. I did commentary on that game. And they completely outplayed Guyana. I mean, Guyana was never in the game.
And this performance yesterday, I thought it was good.
Yeah. The big difference in that Leeward Islands team at the time... Well, that's it. That's the end of Hayden Walsh. So backing away, and didn't have the room. He was looking to play that cut or maybe go over the top of the slips. So he was backing away from Jayden Seals' delivery. Didn't have the room, and in the end it carried to the man there at Gully, who was taking the catch. And it's the end of Walsh. He's not added to his overnight score, so the new ball certainly worked for him. And there is it's now 318 for 8, and Hayden Walsh, the resistance from him has been really thwarted by a good delivery from from Jayden Seals to Walsh. And you could see he was just backing away, Anil, trying to give himself room, possibly trying to get it over the slip cordon.
Well, I was wondering whether Hayden Walsh was playing too much T20 cricket. That appeared to be a T20 shot, looking to just help the ball over the slip cordon. It is the new ball, and he was probably expecting that it would have gone off with enough speed to go over the heads of the slip cordon, but I don't think there was sufficient pace on that delivery. Probably hit high up on the bat as well, and he just gave a lobbing catch to the man at Gully.
Yeah, Jeremy Solozano taking that catch. So Walsh goes, caught Solozano, bowls Seals for 8, and 319 now for 8. And the new batsman making his way is Colin Archibald Jr., but he's not on strike. It's going to be Jeremiah Louis taking strike, as Anderson Phillip is going to continue with his second over for the morning. So Jayden Seals now with 3 wickets. 3 for 37. It's been really good control fast bowling by this man.
Well, he did make the breakthrough for the morning. So it's up to Anderson Phillip now.
Oh, that's a cracking shot from Louis. It was short, and he was on that back foot, and he hammered it high over the mid-wicket position for 4. 1 bounce into the boundary. He likes playing that hook shot, Jeremiah Louis. If you're going to bowl him short, he's going to go after you.
Good
but
clean
what a good shot.
Good clean shot by Jeremiah Louis. He picked up the length very early, and he was on the back foot. He was pivoting on the back foot, almost lost his balance, but by that time he had made proper contact, hit the middle of the bat. Just a couple meters away from that deep mid-wicket boundary, there's a man down at backward square leg, but he had absolutely no chance. So Anderson Phillip coming in for some rough treatment. He was driven back powerfully through extra cover his previous over with the first ball, over of the new ball, and now pulled over mid wicket for one that almost went for 6.
323 for 8. Thinking of the single, Archibald was a little late in. I don't think he was interested in the single. And Jeremiah Louis delivery again, just short of a length, and he was waited for it and pushed it out towards the point position. I think he's waiting for that ball to be pitched up to him to try to go over the top, or the short delivery where he's pulling.
That was well played. That was a pretty good delivery on the stumps, just back off a length, and he was right in behind it, eyes right over the ball when he made contact. So he has pretty good technique as well. Oh, that's a good delivery.
Wide signal by the umpire.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because if you looked at Louis, I don't think he ducked. He just nodded his head.
Well, this is a 4-day game, Colin.
Yeah, but a wide is a wide, Anil. If I don't think Louis, even if he had, I mean, if he was 6'8", he probably would have struggled to reach that.
I don't think it was all that high because he had the duck.
I'm not sure if he ducked or more nodded his head.
That's a rough call, really. Oh, this one probably is a bit higher. Isn't that higher?
Nah.
Oh, he's been warned.
Yeah, he's got 2. That I thought that one Louis actually had to get out of the way.
A little surprised by those 2 calls.
You were always surprised by umpires' calls, especially when you get LBW. So I'm not surprised that you are. 324 for 8. Here is Anderson Phillip. Jeremiah Louis gives you the impression that he's just going to stay there and play everything on merit. But if you pitch it up to him, he's looking to go over the top of maybe mid-off, mid-on, and if you bowl him short, he's going to pull. But if you could just tie him down, bowl that just short of a length, he's just going to defend. Got to look for a single though. I would think he would want to take more of the strike than expose Colin Archibald. That's 4 runs. He's found the gap. That's a good shot. Short, and he was on that back foot. He cut it, and he hit it between point and gully down to the boundary for 4. That's a good shot. So he's getting some runs here, and he's building this total. They're now 328 for 8. Remember, they started the morning on 308 for 7. I would think that the Red Force would want to get this Leeward Islands team out for less than 350.
Well, they've got to deal with Jeremiah Louis because he is really leading the fight now for the Leeward Island Hurricane with the lower half of their batting, and he's doing a pretty good job at that. He is playing very watchful for the good deliveries and dispatching the bad deliveries.
He's on 35 already. And that's another big pull. That's gone for 6. Oh my word, what a shot from Louis. That is an absolutely magnificent shot. It was short, it asked to be hit, but boy oh boy, did he hit it. It went beyond. There's a man down at that deep backward square leg. He just had to look skywards as that ball was sailing past him. And what a good shot from Louis. He is into the 40s now. He is on 41 from 41 deliveries. He's hit 6 4s and 2 6s. This has been a super knock from this lower order batsman, and he's propelled the Leeward Islands now to 334 for 8. And when you think of it, you think of it at 334 for 8, there we see a couple of the spectators. It looks like one looks like Morgan Bravo, John Bravo, who is Darren Bravo's father, making his way into the ground. Well, obviously he's come to see his son bat today. But what a good shot. As a matter of fact, he has scored all the runs today, bar that wide. Louis has they've added 308 to, it's now 334. So they've added 26 runs. And Louis was on 16 not out overnight. And he's gone to 41. Whoa! What a shot from Colin Archibald. Well, it's raining sixes here in Diego Martin because Jaden Seals, the very first delivery Colin Archibald faced, he smacked it high over long on. Well, that came as a surprise. Jaden Seals is walking, he's looking around at what happened there because he's unsure. That was pitched up to Archibald and he just smacked it. Anil, high over long on.
Well, I told you that they were going to get some resistance from the remaining 3 wickets, and they are doing it in emphatic style. 2 huge sixes and that pull shot there by Jeremiah Louis. Wow, that reminded me of Sir Vivian Richards, Colin.
Oh boy, that's high praise.
Yeah, that man was in the wicket as quickly as Sir Viv used to do it and pulling with all the power. There was a man down at backward square leg.
And there he goes again, and that's more runs. That's probably going to run into the boundary. It's going to get there just about now. That's 4 more runs. So what's happening here? Is this a 4-day game? Because we've had 16 runs from the last 3 deliveries. Archibald is on 10 now from just 2 deliveries.
Well, he has the ability to hit the ball. You can see that from those last 2 deliveries. A huge 6 down over straightish mid-wicket. Now a pull on the ground through mid-wicket for another 4. A 6 and a 4 in two deliveries.
All of a sudden, Anil, the field is well spread. There's just one slip on a gully. There's a point cover mid-off. And then on the onside, there's a mid on a mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg, and a fine leg. A 5-4 field, a new ball, and the number 10 batsman is on strike.
I think he has to bowl the offside, just outside off stump line.
He's looking to have another big crack. Well, the intention is clear.
I would have gone for the man down at the deep straightish mid-wicket. And I would have been bowling the off-stump, just outside off-stump line, probably with a point on the boundary as well. Let him take it from out there because he seems intent at going at anything.
Yeah, the intention is very clear that they're not going to push and prod and, you know, it's a new ball.
Well, having said that, I see that Jeremiah Louis just had a chat with him. I don't know if he's asking him to probably cool it because Jeremiah is playing beautifully. Ooh.
Well, that's one. He was looking to pull it. Where did that hit him?
Yeah, he looked as though he was struck with that one.
Yeah, well, it's the end of the over. Just have a look at where did that hit. No, it's not the end of the over yet. Let's just see. Did that hit him on the back of the helmet, is it? Well, they've got to have a check. Because once that ball hits the helmet, they're going to have that check, the concussion check.
Test, yeah, they will do a concussion
just to make
test.
sure he's all right. But he was looking to pull that delivery. Didn't have his eyes on the ball at all. And he just stood there, swung at it, and in so doing, pivoted. And the ball struck him on the back of his helmet.
Yeah, he was in line with the delivery, and then he took his eyes off the ball. It appeared as though the ball came off much slower than he was anticipating because he was almost through the shot and then turned his head. Well, let's hope that he's okay.
He seems to be all right. There's no doubt that because he didn't seem when he got hit, he just more or less shrugged it off.
The helmet does a pretty good job, Colin.
Yeah, well, you know, that's the thing. You feel so well protected now with the helmet. The amount of players gets hit nowadays in terms of the helmet because they no longer try to get out of the way even to play the shot. They play the shot and think, well, even if they miss it, the helmet is protection. But sometimes the helmet, depending on the blow, the helmet is not all that much in terms of the protection and you can get concussed. He's pulling that one. He's kept it down. Goes out to Mohammed, who is at that deep backward square. But that's not a bad shot because importantly for him, he kept it down.
Yeah, that was very well controlled because there were 2 men behind square on the leg side. There's a fine leg and there was a backward square leg on the boundary. So if he had played that pull shot uppishly, Good technique in rolling the wrists on contact and keeping it on the ground.
346 for 8, or 345, sorry, for 8.
So at this stage, even as of yesterday, calling Trinidad and Tobago Red Force seemed as though they were probably chasing the game.
That's a good delivery from Jaden Seals. Louis, the happy hooker, was just getting out of the way and allowing it to go through to be taken by the Silva. So the end of the over from Jaden Seals, the first time he's really been roughed up. 11 runs coming from the over. And at the end of it, the Leeward Islands continue to battle on here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. They are 345 for 8.
Just to give you an up-to-date on proceedings at the other two matches, Windies Island up against Jamaica at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy yesterday evening. Jamaica, they closed on 118 for 4. Yeah, they closed on 118 for 4, Jamaica. That was in reply to the Windies Islands being all out for 137.
They've lost another wicket, Anil. They're now 136 for 5.
Well, there you have the latest, 136
Yeah,
for 5.
136 for 5. They're just one run away from taking.
Yeah.
Actually, the Windwards, they've come back nicely because they probably need to dismiss the Jamaicans for maybe 175 or thereabouts, because if it's too much of a lead, they could be facing an innings defeat. So
Yeah.
they've got to get them for maybe 175 and try and, of course, bat better in the second innings and get to somewhere in the vicinity of 300.
Yeah, very much so.
Shannon Gabriel. And immediately, Archibald has a swing at this, doesn't make contact. So Shannon Gabriel replacing Anderson Phillip. And Gabriel certainly looked fit yesterday. We keep saying that he's worked hard on his fitness. Came off the field, but we understand had nothing to do with any aches or pains or problems he had. We understand that it was a clothing problem he had. His wardrobe malfunctioned, and when he had to go off the field, it certainly, which is good news in terms of at least it wasn't a fitness problem or an ache and a pain or a muscle giving him problems. He has worked very hard on his fitness. Let's just hope he can keep and stay fit. This is another big shot from Archibald. Well. Don't these guys realize that 2 West Indian fast bowlers are bowling? Shannon Gabriel and Jaden Seals? Well, and that's the 350 up with that shot. It was short. He got onto the back foot and he hammered it high over mid-wicket for 6. That's a really good shot from Archibald. He goes on quickly to 17 from just 7 deliveries he's faced. And it's now 351 for 8. Anil Raja.
Well, he's looking like a frontline batsman. I think everything was right there. The timing, the power, the technique as well. And he hit it a long, long way over straight mid-wicket. And Shannon Gabriel, the West Indian fast bowler, being roughed up here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex.
Have a look at this field now. This is a West Indian fast bowler with a new ball. And they're bowling to number 10, Archibald. There's just one slip now. And, he's even going to a sort of straightish gully. So there's a deep point, a cover mid-off. There's a third man, and then that straightish gully. So 5 men on the offside, then on the 4 on the onside. There's a long on, a mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg, and a fine leg. And it's flicked away again. That's 4 runs. That's all he did, was to get on the front foot, and he flicked it over to the right of the man at mid-wicket and down to the boundary for 4. Archibald.
That was another top shot.
He strides on to 21 now from 8, and it's 355 for 8, but another top shot, isn't it?
Yes, he whipped that ball. It was just short of a length, and I don't know where he got the power from. There was no high back lift, and he really just whipped that with a lot of butt of hand, and it raced away down to another straight mid-wicket for another boundary.
Anil, this field now, I mean, this is a T20 field. He's got a long on.
No, you're only allowed 5 outside the circle in a T20.
My apologies.
He's got 6 now.
Yeah, you're quite right. 6. He's got 6. Because on the onside, there's a long on, a deep mid wicket, a deep backward square leg, and a fine leg.
Well, he's a very capable batsman. Very attacking, very attractive to look at. And this is a good battle here. Chantry Red Force really coming under the gun now here by the Leeward Islands Hurricane. And the thing about it is that Jeremiah Louis keeps talking to him every minute. I wonder what is he telling him, because he doesn't seem to be listening. He's doing what he's doing all the time.
Well, he could be telling him, keep going.
Yeah, because Louis is batting extremely well as well.
You know, Gabriel, he's got to look for the Yorker.
Trinidad have got to get this wicket quickly.
Even if he gets the Yorker and gets it wrong, it means that Archibald still has to come on the front foot. He seems to be favouring the short ball and pulling the short ball.
What's Gabriel's figures there, Colin? 1 for
61.
Aye. Not an attempted hook here. Didn't make contact this time. Down the leg side.
Gabriel has to wait on the ball from the wicketkeeper because there's nobody else on the onside close enough to relay it to him.
Well, he was having a chat there with the batsman. Archibald didn't look to respond, but I'm sure that Gabriel is pretty upset at this point. 6 men trying to save the boundary. He's got 4 on the leg side and 1 I'm seeing. Yeah, just 1 on the offside this time. That's the 3rd man. There's a fine leg, a square leg on the boundary, a deep mid wicket, and a long on the onside. No one saving the single on the onside.
But
no slip as well, Colin.
I was about to say that. There's no slip in place. There's just, I would think, more of a straightish gully. He's gone after him again. Another big heave from, this is a no ball now from Shannon Gabriel, so nothing is going right at the moment for the Red Force.
Well, they're really up against it. As I was saying earlier on, even from last night at the close of play, I thought that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were trailing the game. So they are really now up against it. This is a very good total, what we spoke about earlier on, Colin, that the team that has the bat last night, there certainly is going to be some spin and turn, and I'm sure that the big man Jimbo, Raheem Cornwall, is going to be more than a handful on this pitch on day 3 and 4, and also Hayden Walsh. So TNT really under the gun now here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And you can see that just having a look at the field placement here.
Well, he's played a defensive shot. So the end of the over from Shannon Gabriel. And at the end of it, the Leeward Islands, they are 356 for 8. Colin Archibald is on 21 from just 12 deliveries faced. And Jeremiah Louis, he's on 41 from 42 deliveries faced. So it just goes to show. And when you looked at it, we started the morning on 308 for 7. So they've added 48 runs in how many overs this morning? I think 6 overs. Just 6 overs. So you talk about run rate, Anil, 8 runs and over?
Yeah, well, this period has been the highest run rate that the Hurricanes have had throughout the innings. And what clean power hitting we've seen here. We haven't seen Jeremiah Louis face for a while now. And he was timing the ball so sweetly.
So there's some of the bowling figures. Gabriel, he's picked up 1 for 62. Seals, 3 for 48. Philip yet to get a wicket, none for 58. Brian Charles, he's picked up 1 for 78. Akil Hussain, 1 for 50. Well, we've seen none of them bowl the spinners, of course, today. Single for Louis, very getting right in line and then just turning it down to the fine leg position. It was on that back foot. So this should be an interesting contest again. Jaden Seals to Archibald. He's going to take, there's no doubt he's going to take the ball up to Archibald. Now, how will Archibald react? Is he going to try to go over long on? Is he going to try to go over long off? Or he may very well try to hoik it somewhere in the vicinity of cow corner. But somehow I don't think he's going to play long forward. And there he goes. But he's bowled just as I anticipated. He was looking to go high over long on. And let's have a look at the replay. Bowled middle and leg stump by Jaden Seals, and that's it. Take the ball up to Archibald. He had a swing at it, didn't make contact, and there was Jaden Seals. You miss, I hit, and the ball crashed into the middle and leg stump, and Colin Archibald goes. Bowled by Jaden Seals for 21, really a breezy 21 in just 13 deliveries. He struck 2 sixes and 2 fours, and Jaden Seals, he's picked up his 4th wicket, 4 for 49 now.
That's a good effort here from the right-arm fast bowler, the West Indian right-arm fast bowler Jaden Seals. Now on his 4th wicket, and with the possibility of getting a fiver here if he were to pick up the final wicket. Well, they came under the gun there for the last 5 to 6 overs, the TNT Red Force. As Colin Murray was telling you, that it was the fastest period of scoring for the entire innings. And Jeremiah Louis and Colin Archibald, they really did set the Diego Martin Sporting Complex alight early this morning, Colin.
No doubt about it. And they put on a breezy 38. And Archibald, he had one intention. He was just going after everything. But again, good, intelligent bowling by Jaden Seals. He took the ball up to him, may have had a there, and the line was very good because he was up to him, middle and leg, and he was obviously swinging right across the line. He was trying to hit it somewhere over a wideish long on, missed, and it crashed into his stumps. So the new batsman, Shane Berridge, and the much more of a orthodox. Is it Shino Berridge?
Yes.
Shino.
Yeah, that's right, Colin.
Okay, Shino Berridge. That's an interesting one.
Strange
Shino.
name, strange. You don't hear it a lot. You hear Shino a lot. Let's see what Shino Berridge has got. He's batting at number 11.
He looks, those 2 deliveries that he's faced has been pretty good. Got onto the front foot.
Prepared to come on the front foot to the fast bowler. So that's a good sign. I told you that they're going to battle all the way down to number 11, and that's exactly what they are doing, and they're doing it in fine style. Archibald and Jeremiah Louis really taking the TNT pace attack, the West Indian fast bowlers, taking them apart.
Ooh, that's it. Fun. That's the end of the innings. A 5 for 4. Jaden Seals, well deserved. A beauty of a delivery, unfair delivery to our number 11, because that was a beauty. It pitched, it left him, made some height, and Berridge couldn't get out of the way, and it went into the gloves of wicketkeeper Josh De Silva, and there it is, a delivery that a little bit of bounce, and it's the end of the innings. 357 all out, and Jaden Seals, we've been saying all along, the pick of the bowlers. Well, he's come back and he's picked up 5 for 49 from 16.5 overs. It's been a magnificent effort on his part, on the part of Jaden Seals. What a performance by this young man, Anil.
Well, that's an extremely good sign here for the West Indies cricket as well, because he's due to travel soon with the West Indies cricket team, and that was a tremendous performance and a very easy pace wicket here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, the newest first-class venue in the region. Jaden Seals picking up 5 for 49. Well, you've got to give credit as well to the Leeward Island batsmen. I thought they put up a tremendous show to finish on 300 and how much is it, Colin?
357.
357. That's a great effort, and you must give praise to Kieran Powell with that brilliant 139, and Amir Django as well, giving him tremendous support in a 100-wicket partnership. Django contributing 58. An extremely good effort by the Leeward Islands, and a standout performance for the TNT Red Force from Jaden Seals. 5 for 49. Tremendous.
So there is the Leeward Islands scorecard. Hodge, he went Court Charles Bowl Seals for North. That seems so long ago. Powell, the backbone of the innings. LBW Carrier for 139. Carty, Court Bravo Bowl Charles 31. Thomas bowled Hussein 12. Django bowled Mohammed 58. Terence Ward, he went Court Gabriel Bowl Seals for 26. Cornwall, LBW Gabriel for 5. Jeremiah Louis, he remained not out on 42. A really good knock from him. Hayden Walsh Jr., he went Court Solozano Bowl Seals for 8. Colin Archibald Jr., he went Bowl Seals for 21. And the final man, Shino Berridge, went Court de Silva Bowl Seals for North. There were 15 extras in the innings, and the total 357 all out. And the bowling for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Gabriel, he had 12 overs, 2 maidens, and 1 for 62. Seals, 16.5 overs, 5 for 49. Then we have Anderson Phillip, he had 11 overs, none for 58. Brian Charles, 22 overs, 1 for 78. Akil Hussain, 18 overs, 1 for 50. Yannick Carrier, 9 overs, 1 for 26. And Jace Mohammed, he had 7 overs, 1 for 24. So that's the situation here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. The Leeward Islands innings finally coming to an end. 357 all out. Jaden Seals picking up 5 wickets here at the Diego Martin Sports Complex. 5 for 49. A tremendous effort on his part. So we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back with the start of the Trinidad and Tobago innings. Welcome back here to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex as the TNT Red Force. They're about to start their innings. And remember, 357 made by the Leeward Islands, a very, very competitive total indeed. And this morning they really took the attack to the Red Force. Jeremiah Louis and Colin Archibald. Archibald 21 in 13 deliveries. Louis, he got to 42 not out from 43 deliveries. But Jaden Seals picked up all 3 wickets this morning to finish with 5 for 49. Excellent return for this man, and he bowled. He certainly deserved it. He bowled well. He was the pick of the bowlers. His line was excellent. His length was good. And he used his short ball to tell in effect at times, especially the number 11, Berridge. He would attest to that. But it's been a really competitive game so far that we've seen in this 40 West Indies Championship game between the Red Force and the Hurricanes. It's going to be, is it Berridge opening the bowling? Let's have a look and see if it is. It is. And that first delivery is outside the line of the off stump to the TNT opener, Jeremy Solozano. Opening with him is Tion Webster. So Berridge deciding to come around the wicket to the left-handed Solozano. He's only had 1 inning so far in the tournament, getting to 66. So he would be looking to get some runs because his aim obviously is to get back into the West Indies team. He's very unfortunate playing in his debut test. Was struck at forward short leg. He was struck at forward short leg, was taken off the field and took no further part in the game. And then England came to the Caribbean and was not selected. John Campbell was selected ahead of him. This is a good shot. That's a good stop there. Partially stopped, but the important thing, by Carty, he was able to dive and just get his left hand to it. And in so doing, he deflected it towards Archibald, who is at mid-off. This is a good shot from Solozano. Didn't seem to time it all that well, but it still came off the bat quickly. Yes, and Solozano needs to get some runs if he has to get back in the team. They've got to get big hundreds as Powell. John Campbell just got to 48 in the game against the Windward Islands being played at the Brian Lara complex, or the Brian Lara Academy I should say, and he got to 48. So he is one vying for a place or to keep his place. Powell has already started as a front runner with his 139. And Solozano has to respond now.
Well, he's got all the opportunities here, Colin. He's got a good batting track. The weather is fine. It's an easy pace wicket. Pretty fast outfield as well. So all he's got to do here is try to get set. Be a little cautious here at the beginning. You can see it's a definite ploy here by Shino Berridge. He's got a very strong off-sided field. He's coming around the wicket right arm, angling that ball into the left-handed Jeremy Solozano. So no doubt he's going to be plugging away at that off stump, just outside off stump. He's got the field set for it. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, a cover, and a mid-off.
So far his line has been pretty good. He's been, because we've always commented when you're bowling to a 7-2 field, you've got to get that line outside the line of the off stump. I don't particularly like it because I always think that it, you know, you as a bowler and as an opening bowler and attacking bowler, you need to bowl at the stumps, or if you're going to bowl outside, you've got to bowl at the off stump if there's anything. And let the batsman play. But when you've got a 7-2 field, you tend to bowl outside the line of the off stump. which gives the opening batsman a lot of time, Anil, to leave the ball alone, get the pace, the bounce of the pitch. What you want to do is make him play.
Yeah, quite so. We were making that point yesterday as well, that when you attack like that, outside off, you're ruling out two crucial dismissals, LBW and bowled. And I mean, that's really, that's not cutting it.
Well, it looks like Jeremiah Louis is going to take up the attack. He's pretty handy. He's pretty handy with the bat, and now he's opening the bowling.
Yeah, I was impressed with his batting. He looked pretty certain about what he was doing when he was batting.
He looked very capable, I must say. Favoured the pull shot. But the man he's bowling to is Tion Webster. Very attacking feel again. But he's bowling to a 6-3 field. He's got 3 slips and a gully. A point and a mid-off. And the onside, he's got the orthodox mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. So it gives Louis and we saw the first ball trying to bowl it on the stumps. His line wasn't all that good. He went just outside the line of the leg stump, and Webster couldn't capitalize. Well, he's hit it straight into the hands of the man at point. An awful shot from Tion Webster. He was looking to cut, and for some reason, at the last moment, he seemed to just stop the shot halfway, and the ball just seemed to come off the top of the bat and looped up towards Carty at point, and Ward, it looped up to Ward at point, and it's the end of Tion Webster. Well, he's come back into the team, and he's not troubled the scorer. So he makes his way back, caught by Ward off the bowling of Louis without scoring. And the Red Force, they'll lose their first wicket without a run on the board.
Well, I don't know if it was deliberate, but the ball really didn't come onto the bat. Tion Webster was a bit too early into the shot. He had was to probably wait on the delivery.
Yeah. And it just seemed to hit the top of the bat, didn't it? And just looped up to the man.
He had the bat facing upwards, more or less, with the shot, but it really lobbed to the man at point. You expected that if Tion Webster was looking to play the cut shot, if he had gotten sufficient bat on that,
he would have cleared the man, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would have cleared him, or he would have had to take a very difficult catch. So an unfortunate start for the TNT Red Force, Tion Webster. A late inclusion on the TNT Red Force team. Surprising as well that he ended up on the playing 11. He goes without scoring, and the Leeward Islands, they are really now applying the pressure in this match. They added 49 runs this morning. Have a look here.
Yeah, he sort of was looking to cut it, and then at the last moment seemed to just leave the bat there. And the catch was taken there by Ward. It was taken by Hayden Walsh Jr. Yeah, it was taken by Hayden Walsh Jr. And he doesn't drop those type of catches. An easy catch in the end. But, it really was a nothing shot from Tion Webster. And he's the kind of player that can really give that ball a crack if he went after it. But he seemed also when he shaped for the shot, he was looking to cut, and that ball, as you rightly said, didn't seem to come onto the bat.
Yeah, it was a half a shot, Colin.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the new batsman is Darren Bravo, and he immediately is off the mark. That's a nice looking shot. It's a good bit of fielding by Berridge. He's going to come back for the second. So Jeremiah Louis putting this one just on maybe middle and leg, going down the leg side. And Darren Bravo, usual style of his, timed that nicely as he turned it to leg. It raced down towards a wideish fine leg, and Berridge had to hustle around. Did well in the end, cutting off the boundary. And the batsman crossed for 2. So the Red Force off and running, 2 for 1.
Yeah, they had lost a wicket before. They had gotten off the mark, but Darren Bravo was ensured that they're off and running. A nice flick behind square on the fine leg, picking up 2. Be a single here, possibly two. No, that Bravo has changed his mind. A good bit of feeling the previous delivery down on the backward square leg boundary. Berge, I thought it was, had a long chase down at fine leg. He ended up cutting off that ball going over the ropes at the square leg boundary. It was a bit clumsy. He lost his footing, but he did the job. Got it. He stopped it before it crossed. So Bravo moves to 3 of 2 deliveries. It brings Jeremy Solozano on strike on the top end for the first time.
It's well played by Solozano. Good delivery from Louis, just short of a length, and Bravo had to get back and across. Solozano had to get back and across, getting in line and pushing it out on the offside. So we see a 7-2 field for the left-hander. 3 slips and a gully.
Solozano judges the line extremely well. One of the hallmarks of a good opener is that you judge the line as early as possible. He has a good technique in judging the line, and he leaves alone balls that he really doesn't need to play at.
Well, the end of the over, a successful over for Jeremiah Louis, picking up the wicket of Tion Webster. And the Red Force, they are 3 for 1 at the moment. But down at the Queen's Park Oval, Guyana still battling there against Barbados. They have reached 272 for 5. And Chandapol, Tajnarine Chandapol, or Tajnarine Chandapol, however you pronounce it, I'm not his godfather. He is on 85 not out at the moment from 292 deliveries faced. And as I said, he's going to probably, if they give him a chance, he's going to bat till next week. He just bats and bats and bats. And give him credit, kudos to him. He occupies the crease, and he's looking to get to his 100, just 15 runs away. But here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, we see Berridge, Shino Berridge, starting a new over. And Darren Bravo, who is on 3.
How would you like to be bowling to change the right?
I wouldn't. I'd fall asleep. No, you give him credit though. You know, we complain about West Indian batsmen, Anil, not occupying the crease. Well, that's one thing you cannot say about Chandapol.
I thought though that he should look to improve his stroke making and power hitting a bit. Nothing wrong in staying at the wicket. I mean, that's a good trait. But he should have been improving his stroke play and looking to hit the ball a little more powerfully, play a lot more shots. Well,
what I would have liked to have seen him, and honestly, I haven't seen him enough to really, comment.
Well, you don't
in
have
terms
to
of
see him 85 of 292 falling.
No, but what I'm saying is, what I would like to see more of him is maybe picking up the singles and turning ones into twos, that kind of thing.
I guess he does that well. Because he doesn't hit a lot of boundaries.
No, he doesn't. But, I'm still, is he the type of player that will just defend and just, so the ball comes and he defends it, rather than saying, okay, where can I pick up a single in this field? Can I look around at the field and say, okay, if I maybe just open the face of the bat a little more, I might be able to pick up a single between point and cover. Things of that nature, I would like to see him do a little bit more.
A little surprised.
And maybe instead of 85 from 292 deliveries, it might have been 104. I don't know.
Well, a little surprised his dad, Shiv Chandapol. I mean, he was a steady batsman.
That's right.
But he used to play a lot of shots as well when it was necessary. And he had good stroke play, Shiv Chandapol. So this is what I'm saying. Added to his patience and his concentration powers, I think that Tej Narayan should really try to look to improve on looking to strike the bad balls with a lot more power and looking to play some more shots.
Yeah, well, a no ball from Berridge. So the total goes up to 4 for 1. Berridge tending to just take that ball across the body of Darren Bravo.
Well, Darren has not played at the regional level for some time now, Colin. So this would be probably a test for him. He was out of form for a pretty long time, but he had run into some pretty good form in the recent limited overs tournaments they had in Trinidad, the 50 over and the T20. In the T20, he was the man of the series. He didn't get out at all in that tournament. Had about 3 or 4 half centuries.
Yeah, he's such a talent, isn't he? But you're not too sure he's gone off the boil in terms of international cricket over the last couple of years. But he's such a talent. You look at Darren Bravo. Reminds me of I hate to compare players, but when you look at Darren Bravo, he reminds me in terms of Carl Hooper. Carl Hooper should have had maybe another 2,000 test runs. He was one who, every time he goes to the wicket and you see Carl Hooper play 2 or 3 shots, you think, okay, this is 100, and then he gets out a little bit after that. It's the end of the over, however, from Berridge. It's 4 for 1. And Darren Bravo is very similar. You look at him, how he starts an innings. He looks so confident. He looks so comfortable. He looks in control of things. And then, he just doesn't get 100.
Well, the thing about Carl Hooper and Darren Bravo is that Carl Hooper played a lot of Test cricket. I mean, he was not so much off the team on a regular basis. I mean, Darren Bravo had missed a lot of cricket for off-the-field reasons, and that certainly hampered his career. But just before that happened, Colin, I mean, the comparison with Lara, I thought it was probably justified, because he really, when he's on sound, is a lovely batsman to look at, Darren Bravo, and a very classy batsman as well. But I thought that the lack of playing enough competitive cricket at the highest level affected him, and he's now struggling.
Yeah, you're probably right with that one. But the only reason I spoke about Carl Hooper, he was such an attractive batsman, and you just thought, and I'm not saying he underachieved, because the kind of Test cricket that man has played and the amount of runs he scored, that's a good shot from Solozano, but he finds the man at cover. Yeah, I just felt that he should have scored much more runs than that he eventually had. As somebody said to me, if Carl Hooper was playing at venue A and Brian Lara at venue B, and you could have gone to both venues, but you had to choose one, which one would you go to? And I said, well, I would love to go see Carl Hooper bat.
Yeah.
That's a good delivery. That's an excellent delivery. Pitched and beat the outside edge of Solozano's bat. May have just drifted away from him as it pitched, left him, and Solozano had to play at it. Luckily, he didn't get the edge. Yeah, and I was saying that, I would love to go see Carl Hooper bat, but I'm not sure how long he would have batted for. He could have got 100 as well as 10, whereas with Lara, you were almost guaranteed that a big score was coming. And I think that was the difference. And maybe it all had to do with mentality. This is outside that off stump this time, too far outside the off stump, and Solozano is letting it go through.
I don't know if you recall, only just recently, Carl Hooper, there was an article where he said that he confessed that he probably didn't do as much as he should with the ability and talent that he had. And he also confessed that he thought that he probably didn't work hard enough at his game.
Yeah.
And that was very important, because we all used to wonder, well, why is this man not scoring as regularly as some of the other...
That's a loud appeal, he's gone! Well, the Jeremiah Louis, he did it with the bat this morning, now he's doing it with the ball. That is a cracking delivery to Jeremy Solozano. Solozano had to play at it. It was outside the line of the off stump. He got the outside edge. It went into the gloves of the keeper, and he goes without scoring.
Well, after a brilliant 42 not out, Jeremiah has struck again. Jeremiah Louis, that is. Removing now the left-handed Jeremy Solozano.
He has had to play at it, and it went into the gloves of wicketkeeper Django, and it's the end of Solozano. So 2 openers back in the pavilion, both openers going without scoring, and the Red Force, they are under the gun. It's now 4 for 2 And Jeremiah Louis, he's got 2 for 3 in 1.5 overs. But that was a peach of a delivery, Anil.
Well, I was just saying, Colin, after a well-played 42 not out, and I saw the tail end of the Leeward Islands hurricane really put pressure on the TNT Red Force. They added 49 this morning in a very quick time. He has returned with the ball now, and he's removed both openers without scoring.
It's been... And you know what I like about this Leeward Islands team? They seem to have a wonderful team spirit. You saw that wicket when the wicket was taken. Louis, you would have thought that they won the championship. He was running all over the field and he was chased by at least 5 of his teammates. This is a wonderful performance so far from the Leeward Islands. They feel that they have an outstanding chance not only to get first innings points here, but to actually win this game outright. We've not had any drawn games yet in the tournament.
Well, they've had an excellent start here in their effort on the field.
Did somebody say this pitch is docile and flat?
I never said that was docile yesterday. What I was saying is that the fast bowlers were not bowling enough short pitch deliveries with the new ball. And I don't think that they all of them gave the effort with the new ball yesterday.
No, but to be honest, it's a good track.
It's a good track.
It's a good
I don't think
track.
it was all that docile yesterday, because we saw quite a few deliveries made some height and had some pace as well.
It's a good delivery from Louis, the new batsman Jason Mohammed, and that first delivery just leaving him. So it's been Louis has started well. He's bowling a good line. It must be a little difficult bowling to the right-hand, left-hand combination, because Mohammed is back in. Mohammed is back into the lineup, and just having bowled to the left-handers, now coming to bowl to the right-hander, he's still bowled a good line. We see some school children in, which is good. It's always good to see the kids coming to cricket games and supporting.
Well, I'm sure that they would be impressed as well with the new facility here. I think that they would be here for the first time.
I thought you were going to say they were impressed. They would be impressed with the Leeward Islands. I don't think they would
well,
be.
That as well. That as well. They've played impressive cricket.
Actually, this has been a good spell from both Berridge and Louis. I think their line has been outside. Berridge is both of them really have bowled just outside that line of the off stump. And I would just like to see Berridge get it a little closer to the off stump, make Bravo play.
Well, you've seen the difference here yesterday, a similar feel to what Shannon Gabriel had. You know, just the 2 men on the onside. The difference is that he is not strained whatsoever, Archibald.
Yeah, that's
Berridge, sorry,
yeah.
he's not strained
whatsoever.
Strained at all. He's bowling the line. Hence, run scoring is a bit difficult when TNT bowled. A lot of easy boundaries came behind square and through mid-wicket with the poor line that mostly came from Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, well, if you're
Anderson Phillip as well.
Yeah, if you're not disciplined enough and you're going to bowl, if you're bowling to a 7-2 field, it's obvious you've got to bowl outside that line of the off stump.
Well, you look pretty confident about what they're doing. I think Rakeem Cornwall, as the captain, would be a very experienced man, very knowledgeable at this time. He's played quite a lot of first-class cricket in the region. He's played at the highest level as well for the West Indies senior team. Test cricketer at it. He is at first slip. Can't miss him, really, Jimbo.
So Powell is at second, it appears, yeah. Powell is at second.
Well, Cornwall would have had to be one of the biggest cricketers playing in the region, Colin. Can you recall anyone as probably bigger than him or as big as he is?
Can't really recall.
I think he handles himself extremely well for a very big guy.
Yeah. I mean,
he should be an inspiration for big people, you know.
We played with Ranji Nanan, but Ranji certainly wasn't that size.
No, Ranji wasn't close to Cornwall.
And I'm not being unkind to the late round. I'm just trying to look at cricketers who were effective but had some weight.
I don't think I've seen anyone as big as Raheem Cornwall.
No, I can't recall.
Region.
I remember
I'm impressed
coming up.
with Cornwall, really.
Yeah, coming up, Richard D'Souza. He was also was a very big character with but again certainly not as big as Cornwall.
Cornwall has a good height as well. I'm sure he's way over 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah, he's a big man, eh?
Yeah,
he's a big man. And this is now Berridge is a little bit upset because it's obvious that he wants to keep Darren Bravo on strike, but he wants to ensure that he plays at his deliveries. But in so doing, he's got to be so mindful that there's no one outside of a mid-on, and I would say maybe a wideish mid-on. There's no mid-wicket. There's no square leg. So he's trying to keep that ball away from that middle and leg stump. So he's going wide of the off stump.
That's a bit too wide.
Yeah, because Bravo is not playing at it. And you could see him annoyed about it. But then you've got a choice to make. Either take away a man from the cover region and put him towards square leg, which will give you the opportunity to get a little closer to the stumps. I mean, we keep talking about this all the time, but yet we keep seeing bowlers bowling to this field at a 7-2 field. So there is some parents of the Red Force guys, Michael De Silva, the father of Joshua De Silva, and Mr. Solozano. So he hasn't had a good morning because he's just saw his son being dismissed. And obviously, Mr. De Silva would hope that when his son goes into bat, he doesn't suffer that kind of fate.
Well, I can't understand who calling Berridge why he went over the wicket. He was doing pretty good from around the wicket and angling the ball into the left-hander. He had to play at it. But when he went over the wicket to Bravo, he was going across him, and Darren really didn't have to play at it. I thought he should have stayed around the wicket for a couple to Bravo.
Just to quickly update you in the oval, it's 283 for 5 Guyana. Chanda Paul not out 94 from 302 deliveries. I do hope he gets his 100.
After spending all that time out there, Colin, he deserves of having that 100.
Yes, I do hope he does. He gets it. But here it's Trinidad and Tobago Red Force really under the gun at 4 for 2. We're into the 6th over. So not only have they lost a couple of wickets, they're not scoring runs at any sort of with any sort of regularity. Ball them! Well, what is Jeremiah Louis doing with this ball? Jason Mohammed was pushing forward. He was beaten all ends up. And the third Red Force player to not trouble the scorer, because Jason Mohammed goes ball Louis without scoring. And it's now the Red Force, it's 4 for 3. Let's have a look.
Did that pass between, or did it pass outside?
It came back at him. Seemed to have come back at him, Anil, and went through the bat and pad.
I'm not too sure whether it came back or it passed the outer side of the bat.
Well, it came through bat and pad. Could we have a look at that again?
It's for
get my glasses trained.
It's for Twerks. Actually, he wasn't there.
But you were thinking he played down the wrong line, Anil?
I want to believe that it passed on the outside of the edge of the bat.
Outside of the mat?
Not too sure.
It looked to have come back through the gate.
Well, 3 batsmen not troubling the scorers.
I'm not...
can't tell from that.
Yeah, can't tell from that angle. But Jeremiah Louis, certainly excellent. Let's have a look at it. The wicketkeeper, stay down, Mr. Wicketkeeper. That came through bat and pad, I know.
Well,
Anil, that came through bat and pad.
Okay,
There's no doubt in my mind now, having looked at it. And it seemed to have... So Jeremiah Louis, well, 3 for 3 from 2.3 overs.
well, Jace Mohammed was stuck on the crease there, Colin. The front foot was not coming out. He was stuck on the crease, and he was beaten with that one, swinging back in late and trying to get in line with it, and was bowled all ends up. And that's the third batsman to have been dismissed without scoring. Yannick Caraya, the left-hander, has now come out there to join Darren Bravo, and this is a Leeward Islands Hurricane team with their tails in the air, Colin.
Oh, it's more than that. They are really... And Jeremiah Louis, what a game he is having so far. 42 not out. And he carted the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers to all parts of the field. And now he's come with the ball, and he's sending back batsman after batsman. That's a good delivery as well.
He looks to be bowling with some good pace as well, Colin.
Yeah.
I'm not really sighting the ball through the journey. Are you?
Sorry?
Are you sighting the ball actually from here, from this looking
Not
front
from,
on?
no, not from this.
Probably
angle.
from behind we would have a better view of it.
Of course, from behind we would have that's the only problem here at the Go Martin Sports Complex. We are not directly behind the bowlers, unlike, say, at the Queen's Park Oval, where you are directly in the media center there.
Well, luckily we have the screens.
Oh, yeah. It's another good delivery, and Carrier. This is a good opportunity for Yannick Carrier. It's the end of the over from Louis. He's now completed his third over, 3 for 3. Well. And I was listening to an interview on the news, Anil, with Yannick Carrier, and he was talking about his desire to play for the West Indies and that type of thing. He was also talking about his bowling and his hat tricks. But very interesting interview, because he says he still has that hunger and that desire. But it's a great opportunity for him here now to get 100, because that's how you got to address the selectors. You may have a desire, you may have a want, you may have a wish, but you've got to get runs. And as a bowler, you've got to get wickets. Make it difficult for the selectors.
Well,
Jeremiah Louis, for example, he's now put up his name. For whatever position there may be an opening, he's put his name forward.
Well, Barrett stays over the wicket. I don't know if he's satisfied with allowing Bravo to watch the ball go by. Needs to bowl a closer line to Bravo, force him to play a bit. An easy angle to pick up for the batsman with the right umpire's bowler coming over the wicket. Once you started angling towards the offside, it's probably easy to read the swing and movement. I prefer to see him go around the wicket and force Darren Bravo to play a bit more at his deliveries, angle it into him. Good bowlers get it to go away or straighten up late. That's a wicket-taking delivery.
Just the latest down at the Brian Lara Academy, Jamaica, they are 169 for 7. So the lead is only 32. So that game could be very interesting if...
if Winwood can limit the lead.
Yeah, limit the lead, say to maybe 45, 50.
And they have a tendency, Colin, of playing better cricket in the second half of the game. The Leeward Islands, they are notorious for that. They win a lot of matches, having lost on first innings, and coming and winning the game outright.
Yeah, they've won so many games like that over the years in the West Indies championships that they're a very, how should I put it, underrated team. But they've produced some really good cricketers over the years. That's a delivery that outside the line of the off stump from Berridge.
I like what I've seen from the Leeward Islands over the last 2 days, Colin. I thought that the cricket, if you can recall in the recent past, they always were at the bottom of the standings, set a place team, second to last. But
since the halcyon days of Richards and Richardson and Roberts and Ambrose, they've suddenly struggled to produce.
Over the last year or two, we've seen a different Leeward Island team, and from yesterday to today, you would be very satisfied with the team, the way that they have played, how they batted, and now here they've put the TNT Red Force under so much pressure.
Well, I keep mentioning, I saw them at the Oval against Guyana, and I thought they were absolutely brilliant. They had Alzari Joseph as well in the team then, and he bowled quick. He got Hetmeyer in the second innings with a real snorter, and Hetmeyer sort of just guided it into Gully's hand. But he was a big influence on this team. And I was wondering how they will perform without Alzari Joseph. But Louis and Berridge and company, they're certainly holding their own. It's the end of the over from Berridge. The Red Force continue to struggle here. It's 4 for 3 from 7 overs.
Yeah, the Leeward Islands certainly hold all the trump cards now. They've got a pretty good first inning score. And now that they have reduced the TNT Red Force, 3 of their wickets going on without any of those 3 batsmen contributing to the score. Jeremy Solozano caught at the wicket by Louis, and Tion Webster caught at cover point of Louis. Jason Mohammed bowled with a beauty that came back and went through the gate of Jason Mohammed. He also was out without scoring. So Darren Bravo and Yannick Karaya, 2 left-handers, a lot of work to do here at the Brian Lara at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, sorry.
Jeremiah Louis is continuing in his 4th over now. He would probably...
No fine leg, Colin?
No fine leg at the moment. Yeah, there is a fine leg.
Okay, all right. He was hidden. He was receiving some attention.
And Jeremiah Louis now getting aggressive with bowling a bouncer to Yannick Carrier. He's had to get under it.
Yeah, you got a new batsman at the wicket. The ball is still fairly new. You've just taken 3 wickets on the trot. Your tail is up in the air. Why not bowl some short pitch deliveries to the new batsman? See how he hooks early in the innings. 3 slips, a gully, fairly deep, a backward point, a short cover, and a mid-off. That's the offside field.
And notice the difference with Louis as opposed to Berridge. Louis is bowling over the wicket and looking to take that ball out, sort of take it across the body of Carrier.
No problem in that.
And absolutely none. And the fine leg has come very square. So even if he drifts, he may very well feel that if he drifts on the onside, the most the batsman will be able to do is to play it down towards square leg, that type of thing. And the man there, I would even say he's more of a deep backward square leg than a fine leg. And as soon as I say that, Louis comes round the wicket and bowls a delivery middle and leg and carries off the mark because he's just pushing it out on the onside and towards where mid-wicket would have been. There's no mid-wicket, so...
Well, at least he got the batsman to play at the delivery, and this is what you want. Coming from over the wicket and angling across the left-hander, he was leaving the ball. He didn't really have to play at it. Now he has come back over the wicket to Bravo. So definite ploy here, to slant it across, probably not looking for the LBW over long.
I think Bravo he's faced 22 deliveries, and of those 22 deliveries, I would think he is left alone about 16.
Yeah, they're not forcing him to play at the deliveries. He's picking the line well, Bravo. Picking whatever swing or drift there is with the angler, not playing a lot. Brilliant weather we have had here over the past 2 days. Wonderful yesterday and so today as well. Oh.
It's going to get a leg by. It seemed to have struck him somewhere on the thigh pad. A little bit more bonks for Louis. Yes, a leg by signal. End of the over from Jeremiah Louis. It's now 6 for 3.
Well. Boundaries are a rarity here at the Tico Martin Sporting Complex yesterday.
Boundaries, I would say runs are a rarity.
Yeah, even singles are hard to come by. A very disciplined attack here from the Leeward Island quick bowlers.
Some of the TNT Red Force players seems to be Akil Hussein there. He's padded up. I think he probably didn't think he would have been padded up before lunch, but he's padded up. I don't think he's going to come next. There's Joshua De Silva. I don't know if he will come before Joshua De Silva. Akil Hussein has been in tremendous form of late, hasn't he? I didn't see any of the knocks, but people were raving about it in the T20 and the 50 over tournament.
I was fortunate to have seen two of them, Colin, the 50 over final and the T20 final, and I was so impressed with how much he has improved and how he was hitting the ball that at one point in the game, I think I was doing some commentary in the game, and Vinod Mamchan was asking me, what advice would you give at this stage? There were about 4 or 5 overs left, and Darren Bravo was on 80, and Akil Hussain was on about 40 odd, but he was striking that ball so cleanly, so powerfully, and with such regularity that I thought, well, Bravo has to give him the strike. Yes, he had.
Can you imagine that? Darren Bravo having to give Akil Hussain the strike.
And Bravo was on 80, but he was not hitting the ball like Akil Hussain, and proper cricket shots as well. I was really impressed by the power hitting, the distances of the shots, and he was playing some real good shots. He was improvising as well. I was extremely impressed. I made a suggestion that whenever he plays on that West Indies team, be it 50 overs or T20,
go high up the order.
He needs to be batting him higher up the order, and I see him playing Test cricket as well.
Well, while we've been talking about Akil Hussain and Darren Bravo, 2 left-handers, a man who bowls left-arm medium pace, or just about fast medium, has been brought into the attack. That's Colin Archibald Jr. So he's replaced Shino Berridge, and Archibald left-arm medium pace. Let's say left-arm fast medium, but he's going to present a different proposition now to the batsman, because his left arm is coming over the wicket. Got a similar feel. 7-2, and Bravo is leaving it alone. He's not going to play all day long to those deliveries if they're wide of the off stump. When you think about it, we've what about 20 minutes or so to lunch?
I think most of the bowlers bowling to Bravo are suffering the same problem that the TNT bowlers suffered with just the 2 men on the onside, Colin, not bringing the ball on the stumps enough. I mean, Bravo has probably left alone 90% of the deliveries that he's faced. They need to shift the line a little bit, bowl it a little closer to him and get him to play the deliveries. If it means bringing a man from the offside on the onside to give him a cover, you have to do that. You haven't seen him drive through cover and beat anybody?
No, he hasn't.
Well, take the chance. Yeah. Put a man on the onside and shift the line.
Well, they're obviously
bring in Bold and bring in LBW as well.
They're obviously trying to frustrate the batsmen, and that they're not scoring, and maybe get a little bit rash and chase a delivery wide of that off stump. But so far, Darren Bravo has been very patient. He's not been tempted outside that line of the off stump.
Well, he's really being put under the test here, Bravo.
It's again another delivery outside the line. It's the end of the over. 6 for 3, the Red Force at the end of 8 overs here. But let's you will enjoy this stat, Anil. Ghana now 301 for 5 at the Oval. Chandapal is on 95 from 312 deliveries. Pomal is on 30 from 48 deliveries. About 10 minutes ago, Pomal was on 15 and Chandapal was on 95. Pomal has now moved to 30 and Chandapal is still at 95. As you say, give Pomal the strike.
Well, I'm pretty happy that our producer sent me at the Diego Martin Sport and Complex game, Colin.
Yes, the next rounds of games, of course, Trinidad and Tobago take on Barbados. That's going to be a big one.
Yeah.
And then the final game is against Guyana.
Yeah, that would be at the Queen's Park Oval. Chanty's next game against Barbados would be at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah.
So that'll be a big one, because what is happening in this round of matches, the off-spinner has come on Rakeem Cornwall. I said it before that I think he's going to be a handful on this pitch.
Interesting move, though, because you've got two left-handers at the crease. And well, Cornwall, he's replaced Louis, who's had, 3 for 3 from his 4 overs.
Yeah, especially on the 3 and the 4, I think that this pitch is going to be a really, really testing time for batsmen, especially against the spin. But having said that, the Leeward Islands, they have done exceedingly well with their fast bowlers. They have really reduced TNT in their efforts here, losing 3 quick wickets to Jeremiah Louis. But here is Rakeem Cornwall.
I've just got a message to give you, Anil. There's a half-inch deep rough areas outside the left-handers off stump. Could that be the reason that Cornwall has been brought into the attack, that he's brought himself into the attack?
Well, especially from that end. I don't know if the rough area is on the southern end where the batsman is batting at the moment. Yes, it is. Well, in any case, I thought that Cornwall would have had to bowl, regardless if there are footmarks or not. But as you were saying, a half-inch deep.
That's what I understand.
Is that in the danger area? Oh. It's not? Well, I don't think it.
Yeah, that's not going to worry. That's not going to worry the batsmen.
But Cornwall would be a handful here. I'm sure about that, because he's got some accuracy as well. He has a pretty good arm ball, and he spins the off break. He imparts spin on the ball. He's a strong guy. He's got big hands, big palms, big fingers, and he imparts spin on the off spinner as well.
But so far, the Red Force just really in survival mode.
Yes, exactly.
They're
really under the gun here.
Yeah.
I thought since last night, Colin, they were chasing the game.
Yeah, well, at 272 for 4, and then they reduced the Leeward Islands to 308, for 7. I thought they came back into the game. This morning, in my view, was so very important to come out here, get these 3 wickets for maybe 15 runs. Instead of them getting to the 357 they got, I was thinking if they could have got them for 317, 320, they would have been back in the game. But they let things slip again this morning, and the Leewards got to 357.
Well,
and then losing these 3 early wickets hasn't helped the situation.
Well, you would have to give a lot of credit this morning to Jeremiah Louis, Archibald, and Hayden Walsh. I mean, they really swung the game decisively in their favour, scoring 49 runs in quick time this morning. You know, they didn't spend a lot of time. They didn't take up a lot of time. So, you know, time would be of importance if they were to score an outright victory. Bravo. Really under the gun here. And it's about time that the captain gets the bowler to have the batsman playing a little more. You don't really want to waste the new ball, because you realize on an easy pace wicket like this, you've got to make full use of whatever shine and hardness there is on the ball. And they have not had Bravo playing as regularly as they should.
Well, I think you made the point, and it's so very true. He's left alone at least 80% of the deliveries. I think you even went to 90%.
Yeah.
That's better. Make him play. Darren Bravo looks comfortable and very confident. He's doesn't seem to be too perturbed about what's happening around him.
Yeah, he's not fishing at the balls outside off.
No, and he's got the old adage, if he stays there, runs will come. And but he looks comfortable. He looks he's playing, and once they pitch it on the stumps, he's getting onto that front foot. The ball is coming off the middle of the bat. The only thing he hasn't done yet is to find the gaps in the field when it does hit the middle of the bat. Well, did I just talk too soon? Because this is a lovely shot from him. It was a bad delivery from Archibald. It was short, but Bravo immediately got onto that back foot and just guided it to the left of Hayden Walsh. Even he couldn't stop it at point and down to the boundary for 4. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force finally get into double figures. It's 10 for 3. Bravo goes on to 7 with a very well played shot.
Yeah, that will bring a bit of relief for Darren Bravo, because he has not been able to get the ball off the square. He got a lot of deliveries that he didn't have to play at. But it's nice to see him getting a shortish delivery just outside off stump, and he quickly more or less punched it square on the offside. He beat the man who is at point.
Oh, he's got the edge. That's a good comeback delivery from Archibald. Oh, Darren Bravo, a delivery that pitched, had a little bit more bounce, it seemed. He's got the outside edge, and Bravo very, very upset with himself. I don't think he was reaching out it. He just stood there, he pushed at it, and it picked up the outside edge. And Darren Bravo makes his way back to the pavilion, and the Red Force, they are in further trouble now at 10 for 4.
Well, no footwork there really. He was caught on the crease, allowed the ball to move just a bit away from him and took the outside edge.
No movement of the feet.
No.
Well, let's have a look at that again, because Darren Bravo, he stood. I thought it had a little bit more bounce as well, Anil, from Archibald. Thought he got a little bit more bounce, but Bravo is very upset with himself because he just stood there and he pushed at it. It was and he looked so comfortable. That is his really and truly his first fall shot. But he makes his way back to the pavilion, caught by Ward. Yeah, let's have a look at it. Well, that's the boundary. That was the ball before, and that was a very good shot because he looked comfortable. He looked that he was now looking to take the attack to the Leeward Islands, and then Archibald came with that delivery that there was no movement of his feet, and he just stood there, prodded at it, and a good low catch at third slip. Very good catch by Ward, low down at third slip. Let's have a look at it. Is he just stood there, and you know, he didn't seem to also get the bounce of the ball. That's my thing. Bounce of the ball seemed to beat him.
Thought he came upright probably a split second too early. He probably should have been just slightly on the front foot with the head especially calling. He probably would have pushed at that ball and before it had moved as much as it did. Standing upright and giving the ball just a little more distance allowed it to move away and take the outside edge. So he was let down by his footwork there, Darren Bravo. It was a beautiful delivery from Archibald. But here is the big man, Raheem Cornwall.
Good news, Anil.
104 Chandler Paul.
Aye, 103 not out. 312 for 5. Guyana continue to battle at the Oval.
How about a double, Colin?
But yeah, well, we've still got the third and fourth day to play, so I would think Ghana would be looking for somewhere in the vicinity of 400 and put Barbados under pressure.
Well, the West Indies Test wicket keeper is out there. Joshua da Silva.
Yep, he's at the non-striker's end. Single for Carrier. De Silva would know a lot about Cornwall. Of course, he's been keeping to Cornwall when Cornwall plays in the test team. And De Silva, matter of fact, they've enjoyed one or two partnerships in terms of when they batted. But De Silva would have seen a lot of Cornwall in the last 2 years. So he should know exactly what Cornwall will offer up. De Silva, who's made the most of his opportunity at test level, came in as really an unknown. Got his opportunity when Shane Dorrich pulled out of the New Zealand tour, and Josh De Silva hasn't looked back. Scored a good 100 against England, and seems to have cemented his spot as the wicketkeeper batsman in the West Indies team.
Yeah, well, that was a very good 100 because not a lot of people expected him to get 100, especially the position the West Indies team was in. There were not a lot of wickets with him, and he did exceedingly well to really reach three figures and getting his debut test 100.
He battled on with the tail.
That was a real battle. I mean, you know, I mean, no one gave him any chance to get 100 when he walked into the wicket. Thought it was probably a foregone conclusion by that time, but Josh De Silva had other ideas.
Well, I tell you, it won them the test match, that innings, because it gave the bowlers the opportunity to go and dismiss England and give them a good lead. And that was very instrumental in West Indies winning the series against the English. Created all sorts of havoc with the England team. Joe Root resigning as captain.
And that came just after they were whitewashed by the Aussies.
That's right. I think they came to the Caribbean really expecting to win. And no Broad, no Anderson. Dropping just in front of the man there at third slip, Ward, who took the catch off of Bravo. This time it's dropping just in front of him.
That ball made some good height off a good length.
Yeah.
I thought Karaya did well to take the bottom hand quickly off the bat to ensure that it didn't carry to the slip cord, and if it took the edge, and that's exactly what happened. Ball hitting a limp bat and not carrying, dropping just in front of third slip. It's
just
a good line.
going back to that England tour, somebody mentioned to me it was totally disrespectful of England not to bring Broad and Anderson. But yeah, I would have thought England felt they would have come to the West Indies and win the series. But you know, cricket is not played like that. It's played on the field. As we all
They had
know.
to be demoralized in some way with that Australian tour, Colin. I don't think they would have been in the right frame of mind. I mean, that was real pressure. But cricket is a pressure game.
And not only that, that Australian team is I mean, that's a wonderful team. You look through that lineup of that team, and in particular the bowlers. You know, when you have people like Mitchell Stark, Josh Hazelwood, Pat Cummins, and he must be an inspired man now because he was just given the captaincy by the Australians. So, you know, he not only does he want to do good for himself in terms of his bowling, but of course being captain, it's the added incentive to win the Ashes series.
No let up with the pressure here from the Hurricanes, as they have maintained a pretty attacking field. 3 slips, or possibly 4 slips. That looks like a 4th slip and not a gully.
Just some news. We talk about England, and they just announced their test squad for the New Zealand series. Of course, they're coming up against New Zealand, and surprise, surprise, Anderson and Broad is back in the team, and Ben Stokes is the skipper. And Johnny Bairstow is a guy. Harry Brook, I'll have to do some research on him. Carrier wanted the single. The Silva was not interested. The end of a very good over from Archibald. And the Red Force struggling here. It's 11 for 4 at the end of the over. And they've so got some new faces. Well, Ben Fowkes, the wicketkeeper. There's Zach Crawley. Jack Leash, the left-arm spinner. And this is Matthew Potts. He's another name out of Durham. So Joe Root is in the team, but Harry Brook and Matthew Potts, they're called up for the first time. And Brook has been the standout batsman in Division 1. So it's that's going to be a very interesting series. How can the English bounce back with the new captain Ben Stokes? He's very aggressive. So I expect to see a very aggressive England team. But back here at the Diego Martin Complex, Josh De Silva is leading the fight back here for the Red Force. And I suppose if there's one man you want to lead a fight back, it's Josh De Silva. He's a fighter. He's a real fighter. He's going to get a single because they've got a long on. And I don't think De Silva is going to even consider going over the top. So he gets his single. So he's off the mark. It's now 12 for 4. Of course, his dad is here. Follows him all over the world wherever he plays cricket.
Well, the pressure is so intense here, Colin, that there is the possibility of the TNT Red Force not avoiding the follow-on.
Well, I think they need to lunch needs to come as soon as possible. Let them get back into the pavilion without the loss of any further wickets. Regroup and decide how you're going to plan for the session after lunch. But I really think they would want to come off as soon as possible, these two batsmen. That's a good shot. That's an excellent shot from Yannick Carrier. He was given the width outside the line of the off stump, and he played a beautiful cover drive, just getting it to the right of the man at extra cover and down to the boundary for 4. That's a really good shot. And he was reaching for the ball, and there he is hitting it sweetly through the cover region for 4. So some of the pressure being relieved by Yannick Carrier with that 4. He is on to 5. And the Red Force advanced to 16 for 4.
He got the length he wanted. He just got the front foot out to the pitch of the ball and drove it beautifully through cover.
Pick up another run. That's a good run because he was on the front foot and he worked it just to the left of mid-on. Immediately he called for the single and they got home.
May probably have just the final over before lunch. I'm sure that it's going to be lunch after this over because the fast bowler would be operating. Cornwall got through that last over pretty quickly as well. It was a good shot there from Yannick Carrier. He would be feeling a lot more confident. He hasn't been able to score any boundaries so far. So he played a lovely shot there, getting that front foot right out to the pitch. He didn't have to leave the crease and keeping it on the ground as well. Still 4 slip, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off. The attack is just about off stump. There's a man at short mid-on and a fine leg on the onside, deep. Well, haven't they discussed that, what we've been discussing all the time, Colin, whether they should put another man on the onside? And I mean, it's become monotonous, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been. But, you know, they will tell you, though, it's worked for them. I mean, he picked up the wicket of Darren Bravo. After Darren Bravo must have left alone a dozen deliveries.
He got the wicket because the delivery was closer to the
That's correct. You're right. I'm not denying or arguing that. They again too wide of the off stump and Carrier doing the correct thing and allowing it to go through.
So right, take a gamble, remove one of the fieldsmen. If they hit a 4 where the fieldsman was, fine, no problem, good shot.
I haven't seen anything go through the cover region on the offside.
Exactly.
From the bowlers bowling at the northern end. What
wonderful weather we have had yesterday and today.
We've had 2 really good days.
Really lovely.
I was getting a little worried because the weather forecast over the last couple of days, and they were talking about the wet season. And that's another good shot from Yannick Carrier. Is it go down to the boundary just about now? Nope. It's cut off and the batsman crossed for two. So again, Jofra Archer, Anil, he's been ruled out of the 2022 English summer after being diagnosed with a stress fracture to the lower back.
Wow.
So much fast bowlers we've seen with that. Ian Bishop suffered with that.
Well, that's a serious injury.
I think
really,
Dennis Lilly at a time had suffered with that.
Well, that more or less put an end to Bishop's career, didn't it?
Well, no, it didn't put an end, but he wasn't the same bowler when he came
was
back.
Handicapped. He was really handicapped by that.
But he still went on to continue playing Test cricket. He missed about a year or so.
Yeah, but he wasn't the same.
Yeah, he wasn't the same. I think he had to remodel his action a little bit, and I would expect Jofra Archer may very well have to do the same. Because as a fast bowler, you would know as a fast bowler, the lower back, you put a lot of pressure on it. You opened the bowling, didn't you, at the time?
For Queen's Park, yes, I did.
No, but you put a lot of pressure at being a fast bowler. There's a lot of pressure on that lower back, and you tend to have to, once you have the operation or whatever, you then have to sort of remodel your action to not put that stress on that lower back.
Colin, that may have been probably the most fearsome fast bowling attack in local club cricket here in Trinidad.
Yeah,
Colin Murray and Anil Raja.
I think it created a lot of fear into the opposing batsmen.
I can recall when I bowled a delivery and it was collected by wicketkeeper Under Lee, and they used to pass the ball back to me along the ground. In the very second over. I used to be wondering, what's happening here? You guys not shining the ball?
That was disrespectful, I must say. Very disrespectful.
You were mentioning something about the weather just a while ago. It has been announced officially that the
wet season is with us.
The wet season has started, Colin. We have got 3 consecutive weekends of matches here in this regional 4-day to complete the fix there.
Well, let's hope that the weather holds. But it's lunchtime here at the Diego Martin Sports Complex, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are fighting here. Not only fighting to get first innings, they are fighting for survival, because the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they continued this morning from 308 for 7. Louis was on 16 not out. Walsh was on 8 not out. Walsh didn't add to the total. He went early, caught Solozano, bowled Seals for 8, and that was 319 for 8. It progressed to 357 for 9. A wonderful 38-run partnership between Louis and Colin Archibald. Louis was smacking the ball all around the ground, and Colin Archibald, he came in as well, and he started to hit the ball to all parts of the field. He got to 21 from 13 deliveries before he went bowled by Seals, and then just 3 balls later, Berridge, he went caught the Silva off of Seals without scoring. 357 all out. The Leeward Islands and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the pick of the bowlers was Jaden Seals. He had 5 for 49 was Seals. Excellent bowling on his part. Mohammed Carrier and Hussain, they also picked up 1 wicket. But when Trinidad and Tobago took to the crease, they found themselves in immediate trouble. They were 19. They've ended the session before lunch on 19 for 4. Carrier is 9 not out. With him is Joshua De Silva. He is on 1. The 4 batsmen are already dismissed. Solozano without scoring, Webster without scoring, Bravo for 7, and Jason Mohammed without scoring. So TNT, the trail at the moment by a whopping 338 runs. They need another 138 to avoid the follow-on. The pick of the bowlers for the Leeward Islands, Jeremiah Louis. He did it with the bat, 42 not out. He's come with the ball. He's picked up 3 for 4. Colin Archibald as well. He's bowling very well. He's picked up the wicket of the very crucial wicket of Darren Bravo. So it's lunchtime here at the Diego Martin Sports Complex. Leeward Islands 357, Trinidad and Tobago 19 for 4. We're going to have a very interesting session between lunch and tea. Until then, we're going to be back here at the Diego Martin Sports Complex right after lunch. Welcome back here to the Diego Martin Sports Complex. The first delivery after lunch. Shino Berridge is the man bowling. Or he was about to deliver that delivery and just may have lost his run up at the most important time as he was about to deliver. So he's got to make his way back to the top of his mark. 19 for 4 at this point in time. That's a good shot from De Silva, just short out of length outside the off stump, and he punched it nicely. All timing from De Silva, and picks up a boundary with the first ball after the lunch, and immediately there's going to be a change in the field. That was a good shot from De Silva. Just stood there and punched it through the offside. No movement of the feet because there was no need for that. The ball was just outside the line of the off stump. Just more or less got across and punched it nicely through the offside. 23 now for 4. De Silva goes on to 5. It's a good comeback ball from Berridge. Good line, good length. So a 7-2 field, 7 on the offside, 2 on the on at mid wicket, and then that man at fine leg, sorry. But the Red Force chasing 357, and at lunch they were 19 for 4. It's a good delivery. Well, there's 3 men on the onside now. They've put that man at mid-wicket. 3 slips and a gully, so they're still attacking, looking for wickets. 3 slips. Actually, 2 slips and a gully. Hayden Walsh is more of a backward point rather than a 3 slips on the gully. So there are 2 slips on a very straight gully. Backward point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and that fine leg. So good afternoon if you're now joining us here at the Diego Martin Sports Complex. I'm Colin Murray alongside Anil Raja. That's a good delivery, yes. Beat him there. He was pushing at it. Seemed to may have just come back at him, struck him in the pad. No real appeal going up. But very important partnership here, Anil, between De Silva and Carrier. They have to really, one would have to think that they've got to bat out until this entire session without losing a wicket.
Well, they would really have to produce a very good partnership here to try and pull themselves out of this deep hole that they've found themselves in. It was a very telling morning session for the Leeward Islands. They decisively... Wow,
that's a good delivery.
Yeah, they decisively have taken control in this game in this morning session, Colin. They added 49 runs in very, very quick time in the remaining 3 batsmen that they had overnight, and they have reduced the TNT Red Force to 19 for 4 at the lunch interval. So they're facing a very, very uphill task here. As a matter of fact, I think that they would have to do extremely well to avoid the follow-on in this game. And there's so much time left as well. I like that the fact that he has brought back Berridge from the other end. He bowled his first spell at the northern end, and to see him bringing him back at the southern end, it means that there's variety in the attack here, just by changing the ends, switching the ends.
Yes. So the end of the first over. Useful first over. He got struck for 4 with the second delivery, but he's come back well. He's settled down nicely and has kept bowling that ball just outside the line of De Silva's off stump, making him play. And I think Skipper Cornwall would be pretty happy with that over from Berridge. Operating from the southern end. He started at the northern end, but he's come back at the southern end. I would think Archibald is going to continue. Archibald had 4 overs, 1 for 6 before the luncheon interval, picked up that crucial wicket of Darren Bravo.
A very telling spell by Jeremiah Louis as well. His 4 overs costing just 4 runs, and more importantly, picking up 3 crucial wickets.
Are you surprised he didn't start after lunch? Because he picked up all those 3 wickets from the southern end, rather than Berridge?
Well, I don't know if he probably is thinking about if he needed a rest or what, but I thought Berridge had a longer rest than he did, because remember Berridge was replaced by Archibald,
yeah.
And he probably is a bit more rested than Louis. But I thought that Louis, if he had to come back, he definitely should have been coming out from the end where he has been successful. But they still got a lot of options. Cornwall, as a matter of fact, has just bowled 3 overs of off spin, conceding 7 runs. So there is still as well Hayden Walsh, the right arm leg break googly bowler. But the Pacers for the Hurricanes are doing a fantastic job at the moment. Yannick Correa, he has the temperament really to play under very much pressure situation. Correa, he's got the ability to stay very long at the crease. As a matter of fact, he has a highest regional score of 194, I think it was. Not a lot of batsmen have reached that score for TNT in the regional tournament.
Just seems to be a single for Carrier, so he's come off the mark since his first run since lunch. It's gone to 10. It was 9 not out at the luncheon interval. So the follow on is 150 in a 4-day game. So it means that having scored 357, the Red Force have to at least get to 207 or 208 to ensure they save the follow on.
A tall order, even trying to save the follow on.
And so much depends on this pair, as we've indicated.
Well, we've got 2 batsmen there who have got the temperament to really stay and play long innings. So if they can get themselves set in here, and probably by that time the ball would have lost a lot of its shine and wouldn't be creating as much movement and pace as when it was newer. So they should look to capitalize on trying to stay out there and get some big scores behind their names. Archibald has different ideas.
He's got him some bonks, isn't he, Archibald? As the Silva had to get up on his toes there to push that one outside the line of the off stump. Archibald is a pretty tall man. Seems to be very strong as well. We saw him hit a couple 6s when he was batting.
Yeah, that last delivery was an effort delivery, really. He put a lot into it. You could see him really was bending his back there, no doubt getting that higher bounce that the Silva had to get up on his toes to keep it down.
Yannick Carrier is going to take strike. First time after lunch from Berridge. This is Berridge. Just The follow-on is 150, which means that TNT have got to get to 208 to ensure that that Leeward Islands bat a second time. Still good conditions here prevailing at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. A few more people have come in to the ground to try and see if this TNT Red Force team can take the fight to the Leeward Islands. As a couple runs for Carrier. It's a good shot. He was on the front foot and just worked the ball to the right, or to the left, sorry, of Carty at wideish mid-on. Went to his left. He gave chase and limited the scoring just to a couple runs.
I was just about to
26 for 4.
I was just about to say, Colin, that even though he has just the two fieldsmen on the onside, he's very disciplined in his line and bowling to the field. We haven't seen the batsmen score a lot of runs through the onside, even though they're just two fieldsmen. And just as I was thinking that, he's straight on legs and he was taken for 2 runs. Now the field has been strengthened. Yeah, he has strengthened that onside field. So he's hopefully now he'd be able to shift the line a little more on the off stump. But coming from over the wicket, going across the left-hander, a bit difficult to get the ball to come back in from that angle, Colin.
Certainly is very, very difficult.
Likewise, if you should go around the wicket, angling it into the right-hander, you would get some problems to get it to go away from the batsman.
Runs here, just a single. More of a push from Yannick Carrier. He was trying just to, wasn't looking for a forceful shot. I think he was just looking to get the single and keeping it away from the fieldsman. And he's achieved his objective. He's on 13. Total goes up to 27 for 4. Which means that these two have added 17 so far and trying to pull the Red Force out of trouble. The end of a good over from Berridge. He's been on target. Bowling with a lot of heart is Shino Berridge, because this pitch is not offering much assistance. You've got to bend your back, try and move the ball.
Well, the rest of the batting for the TNT Red Force shows Akil Hossain. And you have the bowlers in Anderson Phillip, Seals and Shannon Gabriel.
Brian Charles.
Brian Charles as well.
Yeah, not much left, is it?
Well,
you would think these two and Akil Hussain
yes, they
are the major contributors.
Yeah, they would be the last of the recognised batsmen. This player needs to stay out there for a while.
Single for Carrier again, as he looks very comfortable, very composed. He's not a swashbuckling type of player, is Yannick Carrier. He tends to work the ball around. If you give him the bad ball, he will put it away. But in general, he looks to find the gaps in the field, looks to get it away from the fieldsmen, pick up the single, or sometimes pick up a couple runs, as if he can just get it, find the gaps. It's a good shot from De Silva. That's a wonderful shot. It was short from Archibald. It stood up there, and De Silva got into position early, and he just helped it towards a deep square leg and down to the boundary for 4. That was not a good delivery, but it was an excellent shot from De Silva, because he got into position quickly, and in so doing, it enabled him to play that pull shot down to the deep square leg position for 4. He is on to 9 now, Total 32 for 4.
That was skillfully played because at one point he looked as though he was cramped for room and time, but he didn't have a high backlift. He used a lot of wrist and good bat speed to whip it behind square. Good shot.
Still Leeward Islands persisting with 3 slips. With 2 slips and a gully. I always thought that when I look at it, it looks like 3 slips because the gully is very straight. He's almost like a 4th slip.
Probably 3.5.
Well, I've put him at 4th. But you've got the 2 slips and you've got that very, very straight gully, one has to say. But as I said, he looks like more of a 4th slip. And then you've got the point cover mid-off. And just 3 men on the onside. Archibald continues. He picked up that wicket of Bravo. He's in his 6th over now. 1 for 12. As he makes his way back to the top of his mark. Colin Archibald Jr. This is his official title. Again, too wide of that off stump. The Silva is, as we expected, is going to play a very disciplined innings. He's not the kind of batsman that will give, neither of these two, Da Silva and Carrier, neither the batsmen will gift their wicket to the opposition. They will tend to fight, and the bowlers will have to earn their wickets. Da Silva again shouldering arms. So after that short delivery from Archibald, he went right back in a disciplined line, going just outside the line of the off stump. Probably he would want to get a little closer to that off stump because Da Silva is easily allowing those deliveries to go through.
Yeah, just to recap what happened this morning in the first session. Leeward Islands, they had resumed on 308 for 7 with Jeremiah Louis and Hayden Walsh at the wicket. Well, Louis went on to come not out Colin with a brilliant 42, a blistering 42 really. Hayden Walsh, he was out for 8, but we saw another good late order batting from Archibald, who scored 21 in very quick time as well, and they quickly put on 41 in that less than an hour's play this morning, and lost the last 3 wickets, but they posted a very good total of 357 and immediately had TNT reeling at 19 for 4 at the luncheon interval. So a very decisive session that swung the way to Leeward Islands, following by that good day that they had yesterday.
So Berridge coming round the wicket to the left-handed carrier.
Jamaica now lead by 99 runs against the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Actually, Jamaica against the Windward.
Against the Windward, Windward Islands.
And I tell you, that's been a good recovery from Jamaica because at one stage there were 7 wickets down, and the lead was just 32. So they are actually now, if they're leading by 99, it means that they're putting this Windward Islands team under tremendous pressure.
And they still got 4 wickets in hand, Colin.
Well, in the meantime, Guyana are 351 for 6. Chandapol is 108 not out from 337 deliveries. And Gudakesh Moti, he's gone in and he's already scored 33. I would like to know what that partnership is like. .351 for 6. Ghana would be pleased with that effort. against the league leaders. Barbados would be keeping a close watch on this game, because if they can't win outright at the Oval, they would not want the Red Force here to score an outright victory against the Leeward Islands. That's a good shot. He's going to pick up just a single. The Silva had to hurry in the end. But that's a good straight shot from Yannick Carrier. He's not hitting the delivery with any force, more of a push than anything else. But that's the kind of player he is. Unless you bowl him a ranked bad ball, he's not going to take too much advantage in terms of boundary hitting.
Doesn't play with a very high backlift, Yannick Carrier. As you said, he more or less likely pushes at the ball, depending on timing and placement.
It's a bad delivery from Berridge going down the leg side, and the Silva allows it to go through. So the end of the over, at the end of it, it's 33 for 4. The Silva is on 9, and Yannick Carrier is on 15. Shortish delivery, and Yannick Carrier thought he could have done much better with that. Can only find Hayden Walsh Jr. The longer these two bat on, easier things will become for them out in the middle. And Rakim Cornwall must be thinking very shortly to introduce spin himself and maybe Hayden Walsh Jr. That's runs again for Yannick Carrier. It's just going to pick up 2 because Hayden Walsh is very quick over the outfield. And again, we see more of a square push from Carrier, not a full-blooded square drive. He was just getting on top of the ball and guiding it to the right of Hayden Walsh. And because this outfield is pretty quick, he was able to pick up 2 runs.
2 pretty wide-ish deliveries. We haven't seen them serve up too many bad deliveries. The bowling has been very disciplined, but those last 2 deliveries gave Carrier the opportunity to score some runs on the offside. He missed out on the first occasion, picked up 2 the second time around. Now here he is defending against Archibald. Very disciplined attack, Colin. They really bowled to their field, even though we were complaining about the field placing. They've really held the line. They've not given a lot away. They have taken 4 wickets already.
Yeah, Carrier is just said he's a fighter, just like the Silva. So if they're going to get these 2 out, as I said earlier, they've got to work for these wickets. And one that may have had a little bit more bounce and coming into Yannick Carrier, and he's just pushing it out on the onside.
Don't know if he got any bat on it. Appeared as though it hit him on the thigh
pad.
Yeah. But no forward short leg, so he shouldn't be too worried about an inside head onto the pad going to the man at forward short leg. Now that mid-on has come up very short, almost in a short mid-wicket position.
Looking for the single, just pushing the ball in front of him, and immediately was looking for the single, but the Silva was not interested.
sure that Cornwall would be thinking in terms of rotating his bowlers after the pacers have finished to more or less have one pacer fresh all the time. Can always slip in one of the two spinners, himself and Hayden Walsh, to give the pacers a bit of rest, because they would have to do the bulk of the bowling more or less on the first day or two. But on the third day, Colin, I guess that the spinners would really come into play here.
Yeah, I would think so. It's based on what we're seeing with that pitch. Very dry, very dusty. And it's going to get even worse over the next day and a half.
And the footmarks, the bowlers' footmarks as well, would begin to kick in. And there's so many left-handers as well on the TNT, Red Force team. Can create some problems just outside the off stump.
Well, Berridge has come out of the attack, and Jeremiah Louis is back in. He's 3 for 4. What sensational figures so far for him. 3 wickets for 4 runs. He destroyed the top half of the Trinidad and Tobago batting when he picked up Solozano. Well, he got Webster first without scoring, then he got Solozano also without scoring, and then he bowled Jason Mohammed also without scoring. So Hodge has come off the field.
3 of the top 4 failing to get off the mark: Solozano, Webster and Jason Mohammed. Bravo went for 7 of 35 deliveries, so he really struggled out there.
Runs here for De Silva. He played that very late, as it was short outside the line of the off stump, and he actually just waited on it and then just played it very late, opening the face of the bat, getting it to the left of Hayden Walsh Jr. And De Silva picks up 2 more runs. He's into double figures now on 11, and it's 37 for 4.
Well played. He was looking to come on the front foot, and then realizing that it was just a bit too short, he just rocked back and played it later, and beat the man at backward point for 2.
What has impressed me with the pacers of the Leeward Islands, they've been a little bit disciplined. I think if you have to maybe fault them, that they just bowl a little too wide of the off stump at times. But outside of that, when they did attack the stumps, the line has been very good. The length has been very good as well. They haven't really bowled very many loose balls.
Oh my goodness. What a delivery. That was well played by Da Silva.
I don't think it carried though, did it?
No, was that because he took his bottom hand off the handle of the bat.
That's a good delivery from Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah, that allowed the ball to hit a very limp bat and fall short of the man at third slip. Now they slip code and their ball taken a step and a half forward.
Yes, he
and rightly so, because the ball would have lost a lot of shine and hardness. It wouldn't have that sort of bounce, so they have quite rightly...
It died before it got to second
quite
slip.
rightly they have taken a step and a half forward. Joshua's looked very assured of himself since he came out, Colin. He's looked very confident. Technically wise, he's been up to the task. Really watching the ball all the way onto the bat and looking to really get himself well set.
Hodge is off the field, and Ross Powell has come on for him. Not too sure if there's an injury or... Runs for the Silva again. So short, lifting outside that leg stump, and he just worked it towards that backward square leg position. And they pick up 2 more runs.
Again, good bat speed here by Joshua De Silva. That ball wasn't all that short, and he had to play it with a very quick hands to whip it behind square and pick up another 2 runs. So he looks like he's set to really score off any bad delivery. Joshua De Silva, he's batting just about 1.5 feet outside the crease. What a shot.
That's a good shot. That's a beauty. Oh, what a shot. Pitched up to the Silva. He went into the straight drive. He hit it just to the left of the man at mid-on. He had absolutely no chance. And that's the Silva growing in confidence now. Let's have a look at that. A beauty. He was on the front foot and he hit it with a straight bat. And it went just to the left of mid-on. The bowler himself had no chance to get across to his right to stop it. And all of a sudden, the Silva goes he joins Yannick Caraya on 17. It's 43 now for 4. And Jeremiah Louis had bowled 4 overs, 3 for 4, has now bowled 5 overs, 3 for 12.
Well, that certainly is the shot of the innings for the TNT Red Force. What a delightful cover drive. He kept his shape all through the shot, the Silva, and he was in a good balance, powerfully striking that ball through straight mid-on.
Well, spin is into the attack. Skipper Cornwall has decided to replace Archibald, and he's going to take up the attack from the northern end, and it's going to be bowling to the left-handed Yannick Caraya. It's a delivery that was quick, wasn't given any air outside that line of the off stump. It rushed through to wicketkeeper Jangu.
You would think that with the position that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are in, that he probably would have employed a gully as well. Because he's taken the ball away from the left-handed Caraya. And anyone that might turn just a bit more and get the outside edge could probably go to the gully. You're in a position that you can afford to have a gully. You have the opposition really under tremendous pressure. You've got a good first inning score. You've got them struggling with 4 wickets down. So you should be applying the pressure and looking to pick up some more wickets here.
Yes, this is a mini recovery from the Red Force. They were 10 for 4 with the fall of Darren Bravo's wicket. They've now progressed to 43 for 4. So these two have put on 33 so far.
Well, that alone explains the dire strait that the Red Force are in. If you're calling 44 for 4 a recovery, Colin. Well, it was 19 for 4, you're right.
It was 10 for 4.
Oh, 10 for 4.
It was 10 for 4, and he'll get it right.
Well,
10 for 4.
Well, that's all over, 10-4.
I'll tell you something. It could have been 43 all out. So, and I did say a mini recovery. I haven't said a full recovery yet. There's still surgery going on.
Well, I wouldn't be too surprised if this pair can take it to the tea interval, Colin, and then they have the ability to bat out the rest of the day. So don't rule it out. Joshua De Silva has proven before that even at the highest level he's got that sort of temperament to stay for very long periods at the wicket, and as we mentioned before, Yannick Caraya, that's really his cup of tea, staying at the wicket. He's very good at that.
So Louis back for his second spell, his second over in his second spell.
Well, he should still be fairly fresh. He only had 4 overs in his first spell, picking up the 3 wickets.
It's well played. It's a good delivery from Louis.
Yes, he's been very consistent with his line. Maintaining the pressure but by not allowing the TNT batsmen to really score too freely. And he's been very disciplined as well. He's bowled to the field that the captain has given him. Haven't seen him straying down the leg side on too many occasions.
the Silva very, very much disciplined, as we keep mentioning. He's not going to be tempted to play at those deliveries wide of the off stump. He's going to leave them alone all day long and wait till Louis comes back onto his stumps.
Well, he's put the mid on very straight now after he was on driven very straight and powerfully by the Silva.
Got some bat onto it, but not enough as he would have liked, because he was looking to whip that ball through the square leg position.
Yeah, the shot was on because he drifted a bit into his pad, but he missed out there, the Silva.
Got a little bit of an inside edge onto the pad, and then it just went out towards mid-wicket.
But he was making good contact every time he got the loose delivery down the leg side. Didn't on this occasion. Still 3 slips, a backward point, a cover mid-off. The Silva drives pleasantly down to mid-off, but can't beat the man at mid-off.
Was reaching for that ball, though. It gave me the impression that might have been a delivery from Louis, but that was just held back slightly, because you could see the Silva was reaching for it, and luckily he kept it down.
Yeah, he made the adjustment. Still was able to hit it with the middle of the bat, and he timed it quite well as well. So Rakeem Cornwall would be resuming at the northern end. He had a first spell of 3 overs from the southern end, conceding just 7 runs. He's now switched to the top end, and he'd be bowling to Yannick Carrier. Comes forward and turns the bat on contact, plays it out on the onside. There's a short mid-wicket and a mid-on and a backward square leg on the boundary with a forward short leg. Those are the men on the onside. On the offside there's a mid-off, a very short extra cover, a normal cover, backward point and a slip.
And Nick thought of the single, but it was not on. Ball was just rolling past the man at forward short leg. Peel goes up. To have a word with Yannick Carrier, because he's maybe just trying to push at those deliveries from Cornwall rather than wait for it to come onto the bat. He is hitting it in the air, but luckily away from the fieldsman, and they go through for a very quick single. That's good running. So Carrier goes to 18. 44 for 4 at the moment.
Coming on the back foot, looking for that ball coming back into him. It went on straight and missed the outside edge. It's a good delivery by Cornwall. This time, similar shot, but he's able to play it with the middle of the bat out to short cover. No run. End of that over, and at the end of it, TNT Red Force. All the fours, 44 for 4. you're not missing any cricket because a bit of groundwork is going on there with the groundsman. A repair job at the bowler's footmark on the southern end, while Yannick Caraya and Joshua De Silva have some refreshments. A lot depends on the spear to see whether they can avoid the follow-on or not. It's still a very tall order, the follow-on being 208. That would be their first target, to reach that figure, to ensure that they avoid being asked to follow on. An extremely strong position that the Leeward Island Hurricanes are in here at the spanking new Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And the home team, the TNT Red Force, in a very, very ticklish position. 44 on the board. They've lost 4 of their top order batsmen, 3 of whom fail to trouble the scorers.
So Louis is going to continue bowling to Yannick Caraya, and this is a delivery you could see him looking to. He doesn't seem at the moment, Anil, to be really timing that ball well. Yes, he's getting the singles when he guides it away from the fieldsman, but in terms of his timing of the ball and really getting it past the fieldsman to the boundaries, seems to be struggling a little bit with his timing.
They're not getting a lot of deliveries that they can really play a lot of shots to as well, Colin. The bowling has been pretty good. So we're not seeing a lot of attacking shots too. This could be close. This could be close.
Oh, he's given him.
That was a very late decision.
Well. I thought for a while that it was going to be not out because umpire Blaze took an eternity to send Yannick Caraya there. We see Joshua De Silva having a word with the umpire, but I thought for a while it was going to be not out, and Yannick Caraya cannot believe his luck, because for one moment there, Anil, I thought he got away with it. He seemed to be playing across the line. It was a very confident appeal. Let's have a look at it.
Let's look.
It's coming around the wicket. But that ball seemed to have hit the bottom of the bat. Is my eyesight deceiving me?
Well, we could have had a closer view of that.
Yeah,
it
seemed to have hit the bottom of the bat. Maybe let me just fix my glasses a minute, because that ball really seemed to have come off the bottom of the bat. And if it did, what is the decision? LBW?
Well, he's already back in the pavilion.
That's
so
right.
The decision has already been made.
And he can't review it, can he?
Well, if you had noticed, Colin, for the first time I've seen Louis go around the wicket. Is this it here?
All right, that's it. The one before was not it, because that couldn't have been it. So this is the correct replay now that we're looking at.
Well, his front foot was going across the stumps.
Yeah.
And I don't know why the umpire took so long, really. I mean, that would create doubts in everyone's mind.
Correct.
Because the appeal itself was a very long chorus.
And Jeremiah Louis was running off towards mid-wicket even before the umpire had given the decision. So he was confident.
Well, I don't know if the long, loud chorus with the appeal may have put pressure on the umpire as well. And Louis was rolling all over the pitch celebrating.
Yeah. He took an eternity. I thought he was going to say not out. And then all of a sudden, that dreaded finger went up. But it means that the Red Force are now 44 for 5. And Caraya has made his way back to the pavilion.
Well, the umpire
For
gave the
18.
impression, Colin, that he was under a lot of pressure and he folded up a sign of weakness.
Well-
but when we look back at it on the replay, Karaya was going across the stump with the front foot and he was struck on the front pad. Didn't see it close enough to determine whether it would have struck the wicket. But from...
Well, Akil Hussain has come in, and immediately, the first delivery this young man has faced, he's just really pushed it to the left of mid-off, and it races across the outfield for 4. Well, what a start.
Well, I
Did
know
you say this guy has some sort of form, Anil Raja?
he's got class and he's got form as well. That's a tremendous combination. And in the very first delivery, just one delivery it took for him to announce his class. That was a delightful drive past mid-off.
So he's away and running, and Akil Hussain, he's on 4. It's 48 for 5. This is going to be interesting. He's been batting so well, this young man. Remember when he got 44 off of 15 balls in a T20 game against England? He's going to get a single here. This is good cricket on his part. Just came on the front foot in defense and just pushed it into that gap. There's a huge gap between point and cover. So let's have a look at that LBW decision again, Anil.
What way the front pad is going? It's going in front the stump, is it? It appears so from here.
I thought
I don't know if it was outside off.
I was about to say it could have been just outside off. But
Well, if you had noticed, Louis had gone around the wicket to the left-hander for the first time, and he has picked up the LBW decision.
no, he had actually come back over.
Now,
Yep, he had come back over to.
no, he went around to Yannick Karaya.
Yeah, but that dismissal off of Karai, he was over the wicket.
Nope.
Okay, well, let's have a look at it again.
All right.
We need to have it again. We will debate that
Yeah.
all afternoon until
Yeah,
and he
let's
had
see
come
that.
back over the wicket. I am absolutely.
For the
Let me
LBW
not say
decision?
absolutely.
Okay.
It appeared to
All
me that he came back over the wicket for that LBW decision.
All right, we put a wager on that. Colin.
Well, I've got $1 in my pocket.
This is it?
No, this is
not
he's
it.
bowling to the Silva here. That's a
Shot.
good shot, but he's not going to get any runs because it's too close to Berridge at mid-off.
Yeah, when you're ready, let us know.
Right, they're ready. I have my $1 ready if you want me to take it out.
Okay, well, I would concede before the ball is even bowled.
Whoa, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear you conceding. Maybe he goes between the umpire and the stumps. No, but that's it. And my only concern was the impact.
Well, that makes it even clearer that the possibility of LBW is very much on from over the wicket.
Correct.
I
And
thought
yeah,
from around the wicket
Yeah.
probably might have been drifting down or he
Yeah.
could have been struck just outside off.
yeah, that's my only bone of contention, that he may have been struck outside off.
And the ball was not pitched outside line of leg stump.
No.
So the LBW was on and
That's
you could
right.
see Karaya was trying to pull the front leg back out. So while he was struck trying to do that, it probably was hit in line with the stump.
Yeah. And that's the only consideration the umpire would have had. My thing is as well, it took a little long. You know, it's always, I remember the Jamaican umpire, the West Indian Jamaican umpire, Bucknell.
Yeah.
Oh, he used to take an eternity, to give someone out. But that was his style. This is Cornwall. Akil Hussain driving. He's coming and he's faced 3 balls and is already just playing shots.
Well, Steve Bucknell at one time he was rated the number 1
In the world.
umpire in the world,
Yeah.
and he held that number 1 spot for a pretty long time.
But his style was for
Yeah, it
some
took a long
unknown,
time.
yes, but
He wanted to make sure, I believe.
so maybe umpire Blaze here wanted to make sure as well,
But
because
that
he took
was-
a long time.
That was an eternity, really. I thought the decision was not out after he took so long.
I thought so. I was kind of surprised when he put his finger up.
But the chorus was still carrying on with the appeal.
Well, Louis, in fact, without even waiting for the decision, was off to mid-wicket. He was taken off like a 737.
Well, the man I took the cue from and thought that would have been LBW.
There is Hussain
Louis.
driving, but they've done some homework because they've taken the mid off and has put him down to a long off, sorry, that's Ward, Terence Ward, and they pick up a single because Hussain beat the man at that short extra cover. But Ward had to run around to his right from long off, limited the scoring to a single, which means that the 50 is now up for the Red Force, 50 for 5, as the Silva is back in strike. Cornwall doesn't seem to be getting much turn at the moment. It's just steady line, steady length. Maybe imparting some spin, but not really very much. That one drifting away from the right-handed De Silva. The end of the over from Cornwall. At the end of it, it's 50 for 5.
So dealing in all the fives, the TNT Red Force, 5 wickets down, 50 runs on the board. A very long way to go. TNT Red Force, they are in pursuit of 357 scored by the Leeward Island Hurricanes.
But more than that, they're in pursuit of at least 158 more runs to ensure that the Leeward Islands bat again. A big conference is going on there.
It's a very tall order, Colin. I really feel it for the players in the TNT Red Force. But the bright.
Are you losing hope? You've lost hope already.
No,
not you losing.
Lost hope. I'm just trying to assess the enormity of the mountain that they have to climb.
Yes, I tell you, it's all in the hands now of the Leeward Islands. Well, St. Louis seemed to have been replaced.
Strange. He just got the wicket.
Berridge is back in the attack.
I was just looking at his figures. He's now bowled 7 overs, conceding only 17 runs, and he's picked up 4 wickets.
St. Louis. Sorry, Jeremiah Louis?
Yes, yeah. Louis. First spell he had 4 overs, only 4 runs came off those 4 overs, and he got 3 of the top order batsmen, including the 2 openers. Shot. My goodness.
That's 4 runs for Akil Hussain. That's a good shot, isn't it?
Yes, a lot of timing and that. The umpire had to take evasive action with a lot of speed as well.
Let's have a look. Just whipped it off the pads. And as you rightly said, Dayton Butler, he was taking evasive action. It just must be strange for him because he was a left-handed fast bowler, fast medium, and he used to put batsmen under the sword for them to take evasive action. So suppose he's thought he would be thought, oh, this is he's going to pick up a run because he's hitting it to the left of mid-off. I was about to say Dayton Butler would have thought he was safe there at square leg. But 1 more run for Akil Hussain. He's now he's an 11 from 8 deliveries faced. He's a busy little player, isn't he?
Well, that just underlines the type of form this guy is in and the tremendous improvements that he has made in his batting. He's making it look so simple out there, and he's hitting the ball with a lot of power as well. It'd really be interesting to see Akil Hussain come and play an innings here similar to what he had done in the last couple of weeks in those 50 over and T20 matches here in TNT, where we had the top club limited overs playoffs. He really lit up the local cricket scene past couple of weeks with some blinding stroke play. He had everyone in awe really in those 2 matches.
Berridge is continuing. Surprisingly, Jeremiah Louis has been taken out of the attack after picking up that wicket of Yannick.
A little surprising that he came off the ball when he did there, Colin.
Unless he must be feeling some sort of muscular problem, discomfort. That's the only reason could be the only reason I'm thinking.
Can't see him now getting a wicket, and he had only just come back on. He was in his third over in his second spell.
He's at mid-on, so he is not to say that he's off the field. So he's at mid-off because it's the right-hander in the Silva facing.
He appears to now be coming off the field, really.
Well, he's making his way. Yes, I think no. Actually, he was coming off the field and he signaled to Ross Powell to hold on. So I'm not too sure what's going on with Louis. He's now making his way off towards a mid-wicket for the left-handed Akil Hussain.
It's a bad time, really, for him to come down with any sort of injury.
Yeah, but if he's got some sort of injury, he should come off the field. Well, we see him running this way now. He's gone towards a short extra cover. So I'm really not sure what's happening with Louis. It's an interesting field. There's a short mid-off, and then there's this short extra cover. Two players in catching positions, thinking that if Hussain is not to the pitch and lifts that ball, they would have the opportunity for a catch.
Well, apparently they have done some homework on Akil Hussain. We are seeing a definite field placing here, trying to tempt Akil Hussain. The line of attack is just about off stump, outside off. There's a long off, fairly wide. As you said, there are two short men there. There's a short mid-off and a short extra cover. Just about 5 meters between them, and then there's a normal cover, a backward point, and a slip. So let's see, Akil would attempt to go over short extra cover. He's got a lot of areas over the infield here at extra cover wide. He's got to be aware of the man down at wideish long off if he attempts to go on the offside in the air.
It's been a good over from Cornwall. I think he's varied his space and he's varied his line a little bit to Akil Hussain. He's more or less just keeping him on the front foot. Yeah, again, good delivery, and Hussain is reaching to it and meeting it with the full face of the bat. Can't score from it because it's a good line, good length.
I would have gone for the jugular here, Colin, and even take off the backward square leg and put him in a gully, because he's not really bowling on the pad or even down the leg side, and put a little more pressure on Akil Hussain, force him to do something with a gully there, and Cornwall bowling that line just outside off stump. The gully would have come into play, and the batsman would have been conscious of it as well.
Well, it's the first water break after the luncheon interval, and it's the Red Force really struggling here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Hussain is not out on 11. De Silva is with him. He is not out on 17, and it's 55 for 5 at the first water break. The man doing most of the damage, Jeremiah Louis, he's picked up 4 for 17, and Colin Archibald Jr., he's picked up the other wicket, 1 for 36. So the players are just going to get themselves refreshed. We're going to take a break. Okay, first ball after the water break. Berridge is still in the attack and he's going to be bowling to the Silva. .55 for 5 at the moment. Anil, where have you been all day? I missed you. Come and do a little stint here. The Silva is pushing this one out on the offside. And we're going to have 2 new voices coming up. And I'm going to take a little bit of a breather.
Thank you, Mr. Colin Murray. And that gives Mr. Anil Lakan and myself, Visham Lalman, some time to go through what has happened here and what is to come in between the Leeward Islands and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The latter in some trouble at the moment. As I welcome Mr. Anil Lakan. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you, Visham.
Well, it's good to have you back in the commentary box today. We didn't see you for the entire morning. What we've seen, though, is some great bowling from Jeremiah Louis.
Excellent bowling from Jeremiah Louis. What has impressed me most about Jeremiah Louis is the areas at which he has been able to hit consistently, Visham.
Yeah, and Shino Berridge has supported him well. He's bowled 8.3 overs. No wickets, 14 runs. This is a loud appeal for leg before. And not out, says the umpire. So Joshua De Silva just looking to play that one across the line there.
Yeah, this ball angled into the pads. Joshua De Silva is just trying to work it into that square leg region.
And here's the replay of that.
Yes,
And definitely tailing down the leg side. So no chance for him getting dismissed there by Shino Berridge.
More optimistic than anything else. The bowler. But Trinidad and Tobago in a Trinidad Red Force at this stage is in a spot of bother at 59. 56 for 5, my apology.
Yeah, 56 for 5. What's the word in the Red Force camp? I know you have been in and around the setup. Well, we'll discuss that after this delivery. Akil Hussain is driving pleasantly. And no run. Yeah, what's the talk in the Red Force camp as it relates to what is going on at the moment?
Well, I'm sure there is no panic at all with Joshua De Silva and Akil Hussain out in the middle. All that is required is the building of a partnership. And both of these guys have taken on that responsibility, Visham, to try and resurrect this innings.
Yeah, these 2 guys, the final 2 really recognized batsmen, you would say, for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Of course, there's Brian Charles to come, Jaden Seals, Shannon Gabriel, and these guys, Anderson Phillip. But Brian Charles, I think the best of the lot to come. But these 2 guys, you would think, are the 2 really most recognized batsmen before these guys. So at the end of 30 overs, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 56 for 5. And what do you make of this chase, so to speak, towards that total set by the Leeward Islands, by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force?
Well, it's indeed a formidable total by the Leeward Islands, to say the least. But one would want to really look back at what has transpired this morning in terms of that opening spell from Louis.
In comes Raheem Jimbo Cornwall. Once more, back into the attack. Jimbo, you know, we have not seen much spin being extracted by Raheem, but he's maintained a nice tight line and length. That is what he would want to do. He's a tall man. He'd want to get that ball. He's already starting that ball, delivering that ball high. So that's already a difficult task for the batsman in picking up that line, that length of that ball. And there he is drawing De Silva forward.
Yeah, Raheem Cornwall is a bowler who has great skill sets, Visham. He's got that arm ball, he has that off spinner that he could challenge the inside or edge of the bat, and then he's got that one that just holds the line and continues to go on. So both of us had a look at the surface this morning, Visham, and it's evident at some stage that it's going to turn a lot. But on this occasion, Joshua De Silva rocks back short and wide from Raheem Cornwall, and he crashed that through that backward point region for 4 runs. So Joshua De Silva starting to blossom here, Visham.
Yes, certainly, and I thought that Raheem Cornwall was a bit too short on that occasion, and a bit too wide as well, offering De Silva that width, that comfort to go through the offside, piercing that wide gap. And that one, though, a bit too close for him to do that, and that completes another Cornwall's over. At the end of 31, the score 60 for 5.
So a lot of work to get done by these two, Akil Hussain and skipper Joshua Da Silva. How they go about the rebuilding process of Visham. I believe that the plan would be to bat as long as possible and also set small targets in trying to achieve a bigger total going forward.
I've been really surprised at the bowling of the Leeward Island Hurricanes, I must say. Coming into this game, we've seen one bowler from this Leeward Island Hurricanes team in the top 10 bowling in this tournament thus far after the first 2 rounds. That one left alone by Akil Hussain, and that man was Colin Archibald. He had 8 wickets, and his best bowling figures in an innings was 3 for 29, and the best bowling figures in a match was 5 for 60 at an average of 19.75. And although Jeremiah Louis picked up those 4 wickets, that really masked Archibald's performance. But Archibald picked up a very important wicket of Darren Bravo. Archibald being the left-arm seamer.
Yeah, Darren Bravo not getting off today, but still a lot in this game in terms of time. But what is in front of us now, Visham, is the fact that Leeward Islands are definitely in the driver's seat, Visham, as we speak. So Trinidad and Tobago, the first order would be to avoid that follow-on.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And as Mr. Colin Murray mentioned, that follow-on is 208. But look at that shot from Akil Hussain. Short and wide and crashed away through the offside. On top of that, nicely there was the young left-hander. Have a look again.
Comes in, Berridge, short and wide, and Akil Hussain gets onto the back foot and punches that ball through that backward, through that cover region actually, and it raced across this vast Diego Martin Recreation Complex. So the score goes up by 4. The score is now 64 for 5. That takes Akil Hussain on to 15. And what Akil Hussain has been able to do during his short stay at the crease, he has taken the pressure of Joshua De Silva in terms of scoring, because he has taken on a more aggressive role, and he is showing the kind of intent that you need to have when building a partnership, matching expert defense with some form of attack when required.
Well, I won't say it's aggression really. I would say it's more of playing the ball on its merit. Because when the ball is there to be hit, he's been able to hit it. The ball, some balls, or a bowler that presents balls, that were really asked to be hit. And Akil Hussain, was able to put it away.
So Akil Hussain showing some intent out in the middle.
Yeah.
And it's important that at this stage, at this juncture, Visham, that they continue to build their partnership in tranches, possibly in tranches of 10, as the case may be, take it session by session, or maybe hour by hour, as the case may be. But what we have seen from the surface, Visham, this surface is indeed new ball surface, meaning that the new ball, if you don't make the breakthrough with the new ball, because of the nature of the surface, which is very flat and unresponsive, the bowlers tend to struggle over an extended period of time. So it's important that and the Leeward Islands really showed us how to bowl on the surface in terms of keeping that line and length consistent.
Yeah.
And that created, with any movement or seam movement, as the case may be, as we would have seen, Jason Mohammed got a peach of a delivery in swinger, right, that he had no answer to. So the fact is, on a surface like this, it's important that you use the new ball properly.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And it's a wicket that has a thick covering of grass. Some not being live grass, but still a very thick covering of grass, and even covering as well. But I know you were out there this morning looking at the surface. You were echoing to me that the pitch is a bit dry. After this ball, you maybe can expand on that for our listeners and viewers.
Well, just to let you know, it's live grass, but because of the lack of watering, okay, the grass is, it's basically very brown, okay, in color, which means to say that it doesn't have as much water in it during the preparation stage. And you got to get kudos to the groundsman, even though it's a flat deck, Visham. We haven't had the best of weather for the last couple of weeks, and that would have contributed in terms of the amount of water going into the surface, because you don't want to put water into the pitch and then the rain comes down, and then you could really find yourself in some trouble.
Yeah, that's facts there you are telling us. But yeah, the wicket really looked dry this morning, and you could have seen those foot marks. That one played there just maybe into the hands of Monson Hodge, is it, at short leg?
So the pitch is still very good for batting, Visham. What we've noticed this morning is that from the northern end of the pitch, there's a large area scuffed up by the fast bowlers. But what is interesting to see is the fact that it's not threatening the stumps. It's just a tad outside the line of the off stump. That's the reason why Raheem Cornwall is bowling from the northern end and not the southern end. When he's bowling from the southern end, he's able to tap into that dry area that the fast bowlers, that the footmarks now is slowly coming into the game.
Yeah, we were looking at those footmarks this morning, and I was telling Mr. Colin Murray that the footmark there on the offside of the left-hander, that Raheem Cornwall, when he was bowling from the other end, in a position to this, it would have been pivotal, because those footmarks were almost half-inch deep.
But what is important to recognize as well, Visham, is that area that has been scuffed up by the fast bowlers from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowling unit is not threatening the stumps.
Yeah.
So even if the ball pitches in that area, it'll just tend to go away rather than attack the stumps.
Well, the only way it would really threaten the batsman would be if a leg spinner is bowling from that end.
Well, talking about leg spinners, a left-arm orthodox spinner pitching on that area is going to be a handful as well. And they do have in their bowling lineup Hayden Walsh Jr., who is a leg spinner who's got the classical leg spinner's delivery, and he also has in his armory that googly. So we'll just wait to see when he's introduced into the attack.
Yeah, I'm very surprised he has not been introduced quite yet. This one's into the air. He could be out here, Aki Hussein, and he is. So he's pointing to the wicket now as though to him the ball may be stopping in the wicket, so to speak. That's the 6th wicket down for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Unfortunately for them, they are now 64 for 6, and that's brilliant bowling from the Leeward Island Hurricanes. Colin Archibald coming back into the attack and picking up another breakthrough here, Mr. Anil Laka.
So it's evident that the wicket is starting to play up a bit here. That ball definitely stopped on this occasion. Aki Hussein was through that flick shot even before the ball arrived. But the Leeward Islands bowling unit continues to chip away at the wickets at the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting lineup. And I tell you what, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force now backs is really against the wall, and it's going to take a Herculean effort from Brian Charles and skipper Joshua da Silva to really bring Trinidad and Tobago Red Force back into this contest.
Yeah, good bowling from the Leeward Island Hurricanes, bearing fruits for them here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Remember, it's the West Indies Championship 2022. It's round 3. The Leeward Island Hurricanes taking on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are still trailing by 293 runs. Of course, in the first innings, Leeward Island Hurricanes won the toss. They elected to bat first on a track that seemed very good for batting. They amassed 357 all out on the back of brilliant knocks from Kieran Powell of 139, Amir Jangu 58, and Jeremiah Louis 42 not out. And now the Red Force, the coach on him 64 for 6.
Well, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting unit is really struggling at this time, and Joshua da Silva will need all the support that he needs to get to that, first of all, Visham, to avoid that follow-on. So that's going to be the first order of business, to try and avoid having to follow in this game.
Yeah, and Brian Charles, new man coming to the wicket. And just to give you an update of what's going on between Guyana and Barbados Prime. Guyana, they are 399 for 6. Tej Narayan Chandapal on 122 and Moti Khan High on 67 of 73 balls. So Guyana, they are going along nicely at the Queen's Park Oval.
They are going along nicely at the Queen's Park Oval, but Guyana has missed the trick, Visham. They were supposed to score 300 in 105 overs, and they were unable to get the runs within the stipulated amount of overs. So what has happened in retrospect, they have not gotten any batting points.
The man, as you would say, a rock. He's solid as a rock out there at the Queen's Park Oval. Tej Narayan Chandapal. I don't think the Barbados Prime bowlers has any answer for the rock. Solid Tej Narayan Chandapal.
But Tej Narayan Chandapal continues to demonstrate his appetite for batting long widgets, and you must commend him for that, because once he's able to hold an end and shut off that end, what happens, the rest of the batting now can bat around him, and the guys who can play aggressively will also benefit from that as well.
And well, Jamaica, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, they are 306 for 8 at the moment. Brandon King, he is on 91, and Jamie Merchant, he is on 47. Jamaica now lead the Windies Island Volcanoes by 169 runs.
So the Jamaica Scorpions building a formidable lead in that encounter against the Windies Islands Volcanoes at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And as is evident, the Jamaican Scorpions are well pleased at this time, Visham.
Yeah, and Archibald running in here to Brian Charles. Charles is looking good, those first couple of deliveries that he has faced. He's looking really good.
So you were saying, Visham, the follow-on, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force needs to score what? How much?
Well, to avoid the follow-on,
yeah.
I think Mr. Colin Murray was saying that they need to get up to 208. Follow-on being 150 in a 3-day and a 4-day contest.
So at this stage, it seems a very, very far away.
Yeah, it's far away, but if these two guys can bat, anything is possible in a cricket game. It's not over until it's over. And Brian Charles is a pretty capable batsman, and Joshua da Silva, the senior statesman, West Indies wicketkeeper batsman, and just coming off fresh of a century against England, and brilliant batting from him. So he'd want to take that into consideration as he goes forward in this inning.
Well, he will want to make a statement, and that statement that he would want to make is by using his bat to do the scoring of Hisham and get a really good score for himself and that will help the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force propel themselves closer to avoiding that follow-on. But as we speak, Hayden Walls Jr. is going to be introduced into the attack from the northern end.
Well, let's look at it like this. You are Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. You have not yet seen Hayden Walls Jr. for the entire innings, and you've already lost 6 wickets. That is something very interesting. So Hayden Walls Jr. coming into the attack now with the Red Force at 64 for 6. And Hayden Walls Jr. has only recently came back from India. He was with the Rajasthan Royals team, I think as a net bowler. So he's only just recently came back. Here he is. And immediately, that one, quick delivery from him. And the Silva, interestingly, just that one taking an inside edge of his bat. And he was able to pick up a single.
Yeah, Hayden Walls Jr. showing how quick he is through the air. And Joshua De Silva was late on this delivery, just at the last moment was able to jam on it and squirt it out to that short square leg region. He gets a single. But it's going to be interesting to see how Brian Charles, comes up against Hayden Walls Jr.
Well, I'm seeing Raheem Cornwall making a field change. The deep backward square leg who was on the boundary, he's now coming into a short mid-wicket position, and we are seeing the deep mid-wicket. He's moved into a backward square leg on the boundary as well.
So Hayden Walsh bowling with a forward short leg, a slip, a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a man deep on the backward square boundary. So pretty attacking field for Hayden Walsh Jr.
I tell you what, this is going to be a test here for Brian Charles. And Brian Charles just playing at that one there. He played it positively, but the ball just taking the inside edge of the bat.
And just rewinding a bit, Visham, what we had seen yesterday from Yannick Correa is the fact that the ball was spinning sharply out of the rough area. But on this occasion, Brian Charles getting close to that delivery and smoking that through that extra cover region for 4 runs. So positive play from Brian Charles and perfect execution of the cover drive on this occasion, Visham.
Well, speaking about counter-attack, and how about that to get off the mark from Brian Charles? It was there to be hit as well. And now the extra cover fielder being sent back on the fence. So Walsh just a bit too wide on those last 2 deliveries.
But I'm surprised that the sweeper has gone out, Visham. With the formidable score of 358 on the scoreboard, one would think that the skipper of the Leeward Islands team will want to maintain for as long as possible attacking fields. A loud appeal from Hayden Walls Jr., but umpire Butler is having none of it. He nods. And here we see it again.
Here's that appeal again from the Leeward Island Hurricanes. That one held its line and it may just be tailing down the leg side and hitting him high up the pad as well. So that completes 35 overs. The first bowl by Hayden Walsh though. 69 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force looking to get 357. A long way from their grasp. It's going to be Colin Archibald to continue for the Hurricanes.
So just going back a bit, Visham, with the introduction of Hayden Walsh Jr., we've seen a deep backward square on the boundary and a cover, a sweeper as well. So one wonders if it is that the skipper is just allowing Hayden Walsh Jr. to settle and giving some protection while he continues to develop his rhythm.
Well, that's smart from Raheem Cornwall. You always want your spin bowler to develop that confidence in maybe his first 2 overs, and that would put him in good stead as he continues his spell. So maybe that's the case. And De Silva driving nicely. He's driving someone who's had his license for quite a while, someone like you.
So Joshua De Silva continues to battle for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. And he doesn't seem at this stage to be troubled by any of the bowlers, Visham.
No, he doesn't seem so, and he's that kind of a player. He takes time, but this one flicked away nicely, whipped, so to speak, from Joshua De Silva, and that's 4. I was just saying that he normally takes time, but when he starts scoring runs, you can't stop him. And look at that shot. Beautiful indeed.
Yeah, just getting a bit straight on this occasion. And Joshua De Silva, what silk timing from this young man, Visham. He just worked that ball through that mid-wicket region and it raced across this lovely, lush Diego Martin Recreation Ground field.
Pull away, but there's protection. And the misfield down there could have allowed them to get 2, but Silva was just trotting down quite comfortably for 1. A bit too short there from Archibald, maybe.
Yeah, just pulling this one, overcompensating on this time. The previous delivery, Archibald was too straight to Joshua De Silva, and on this occasion, he was just trying to make that subtle adjustment by pulling the length back a bit, but unfortunately, it was badly lined.
Yeah, badly lined. Let's see how he fancy himself against Brian Charles. Charles solid. He shapes up. He has a nice way in which he plays deliveries, Brian Charles. He shapes up pretty well.
Brian Charles, Visham, has been doing a lot of batting in the nets at the National Cricket Centre, and I'm telling you now that he's one who has made every effort in the recent past to improve his batting, and I must admit that the work that he's putting out, we are seeing evidence of it out there, even during this short stay at the crease.
Yeah, he has some work to do here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and maybe what he's done in the background can help him. And playing that one there very bravely as he picks up 1.
But Brian Charles will understand his role in this partnership, Visham. He knows his role is to try and stay as long as possible with Joshua De Silva, but more importantly, to assist with the rotation of the strike as well.
Yeah, that's his role, because of course Joshua De Silva, the senior man, being there for quite a while, De Silva has now faced 61 deliveries for his 28. He's set. You know, amid the situation that the Red Force is in at the moment, Joshua De Silva is set. So the key here is for Brian Charles and De Silva to really set out their roles and responsibilities. And look at that, Joshua De Silva pulling that one nicely for 4 more. He moves on to 32. The score moves on to 79 for 6 at the end of 36 overs.
So Archibald on this occasion, poor delivery, short, and sitting up and asking to be dealt with. Joshua De Silva pivoted and just deposited that ball all along the ground through that backward square region, and it raced across his outfield. And he gets a boundary. So Joshua De Silva, with every delivery, Visham, he just seems to be oozing with confidence.
Yeah, well, he would ooze with confidence when he's playing like that. You know when Joshua De Silva is playing well. And he's really playing well here today. And as I said, the situation wouldn't really tell you that. But if you sit and look at how Joshua De Silva is playing, you can tell that he's on top of his game.
One of the hallmarks of looking at a quality player, Visham, is the manner in which he executes when it comes to stroking the ball mid-on and mid-off. And that gives you a clear indicator, more often than not, of the quality of the batsman that you're bowling to.
Yeah, and what De Silva does is he plays the ball on his eye line. He waits. He seems to have extra time when he plays that ball being delivered by the bowlers.
So one of the hallmarks of being a good batsman with having the ability to play the ball just on their eyes at the latest moment.
Yeah, Hayden Walsh continuing to ply his trade. And 79 for 6. Brian Charles facing up to Hayden Walsh. He's just faced 2 deliveries in this over. There's been a watchful start for Brian Charles.
Brian Charles no more good at bat, but he would really need to show a lot of mental fortitude here, Visham, in order to curtail his natural aggressive style.
The sun is quite hot as well. That adds to the pressure out there in the middle for the batsmen and for the fielders, for everyone. We are in the comfort of air conditioning, so we won't be threatened by that sun heat. I know you were out there this morning, and it's quite hot.
Yeah, the weather is very humid, and it will take a toll on all the players over an extended period of time. And it's important to remain hydrated during this period, Visham.
Yeah, it is. Water is important, with the good old water, the Gatorade, everything that may be on offer for these players to keep hydrated. You know, the energy drinks in general. This one played back to short leg, and a very quick over comes to an end. 37 bowled. It's 79 for 6. I want to speak about something with you before you leave us and go downstairs, where you enjoy yourself the most, Coach Anil Lakan. You know, I was reading before the start of this game that Mr. David Furlong, the head coach of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, he said, and I quote, "We've been meeting regularly to discuss the performances of the previous rounds, which were round 1 and 2. We had a camp where we worked with individuals. We are looking to score 300 to 350 range because we have the bowlers to defend the scores, so that will be one of our objectives in the remaining 3 rounds." Something key there, 300 to 350. Unfortunately, they are 79 for 6. You know, but apart from that, how has been the training of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force? What have they been doing in order to prepare for these remaining 3 rounds?
As for starters, Vishal, I could tell you there has been a lot of extensive work done with each individual to help arrest the situation of improving one's game. And a lot of video evidence has gone into that as well, to see exactly what work needs to be done and how to approach it. So the analyst has been doing some work as well with providing that analytical information that's required for the improvement of the players.
You have to appreciate preparation. Of course, prior preparation prevents poor performance. But too much preparation is never good as well.
Well, in my estimation, you could never be too much prepared, Visham. What happens sometimes, even though you might prepare to the best of your ability, sometimes the conditions can defeat you. Mm-hmm. And one spell of bowling, okay, could be the difference that results in a game, that could contribute to the result in a game.
And normally we see teams losing games because of this. And when I say this, I mean, you know, you have a plan A and you have a plan B. You come to a game, plan A and plan B doesn't work. But as you said, conditions says something else, and you lack the ability to readjust, to adjust to the conditions at hand. And then you have this mental thing that, hey, I cannot move forward. And what's causing that? And that at that point, teams tend to lose games. I'm sure you've seen that as well.
I have seen that, but these guys are professionals, and one would think that whatever conditions are provided in terms of playing, they would be able to adapt to that condition. Mm-hmm. Okay? It may not be the easiest application in terms of execution, but you would give them the benefit of the doubt that they can adjust their skill sets to suit the conditions that are provided.
Yeah, certainly many of these guys play cricket at the highest level. Guys like the man on your screen, Joshua De Silva. He would know to adapt and adjust. He's done that in his sleep.
And it's important, Visham, from a mental point of view as well, right? A wicket falls and a batter goes in.
Mm-hmm.
And normally it really creates a stiff examination for the new batsman.
Yeah.
So the mental preparation as well as the physical and the technical, it all goes hand in hand as well. But more importantly, at the starting of your innings, that confidence to survive and do well has to kick in immediately.
Yeah, it does. And that, on that note, the 38 over comes to an end. It is 81 for 6. And from here on in now, your thoughts on the approach of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, what it would be heading forward?
Well, they will want to, at this stage, to battle this entire day, if they can.
Yeah.
And if they are able to bat this entire the remaining of this session and all of the last session, which is just about maybe 30, let's say 40 overs, Visham. You look at 40 by 3, 120, then that score would be looking a lot more respectable.
It's a big task for both these batsmen on your screen. Looking at the bowling for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, Shino Berridge, none for 19 in 10 overs. But the pick of the bowlers, Jeremiah Louis, 4 for 17 in 7. That's the man who has done all the damage for the Hurricanes. It has been a hurricane effort from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yeah, they have blown away the top order of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting lineup, and they have done it very, very impressively by using the conditions. When I say the conditions, bowling consistent line and lengths and keep asking questions of the batters. And at this level of the game, we saw at the regional and international level, what defines someone is their ability, right, to consistently do the basics correct.
Yeah, doing the basics right. That's what coaches normally ask their players to do. Once you have the basics right, that's the foundation to do anything more. And look at that. Brian Charles cutting that one away for 4 nicely. Too short, too wide from Hayden Walsh Jr. And capitalizing on that was Brian Charles.
Yeah, Brian Charles waited on that delivery from Hayden Walsh Jr. until the last moment and just placed that ball through that third man region and adds a valuable 4 runs to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force score.
Big Jimbo seems not to be pleased with that ball from Hayden Walsh Jr. And I don't think you want to get your captain, especially Jimbo, unhappy. Raheem Jimbo Cornwall, the man at slip.
But being the skipper of the Leeward Islands unit, Visham, Jimbo will want to keep the scoreboard in check. And what he will be echoing into the air of someone like Hayden Walsh Jr. is to consistently line the deliveries just in front of the batters. And once you start getting dot balls over an extended period of time, then it's scoreboard pressure, and more importantly, it starts playing on your mind in terms of the batters. It starts testing their mental, how mentally capable they are.
Yeah, the Red Force already on the back foot. You want to keep them on that back foot, not literally though. Hayden Walsh Jr. on that occasion flighting that one. The Silva having to reach, but well played. He gets 2. His tally moves up by 2 to 36.
So Hayden Walsh Jr. pitching this one wide outside the off stump. Joshua De Silva lent on that and square drove that through that backward point region, and he gets 2 runs. The score moves up by 2.
Yeah, so they are ticking along the scoreboard at the moment. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force doing the right thing, and De Silva nudging that one into the gap. For a moment there, Brian Charles may have thought that there wasn't a single on offer, but I think it was clearly on offer. So at the end of 39 overs, 88 for 6, the Red Force.
So just going back to the present score of Isham, which is 88 for 6, and having to avoid the follow-on, I think even at this stage, if the Leeward Islands were to bowl out the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force anywhere between 150, 170, I would think that they would want to go back and have a second bat on this wicket. What they would not want to do is to be batting last on this surface. So if they go back and bat, they'll also, as Colin is saying, they would give their bowlers, adequate time to recover to have a blast at the TNT Red Force batting lineup. So I say a pleasant good afternoon to Mr. Colin Murray. How are you, Colin?
I'm okay. I was just saying, I was just trying to get my bearings. I'm okay though. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
You enjoying the cricket so far?
Well, it has been an enthralling first session this morning with the Leeward Islands totally being on top, Colin. Their opening bowlers executed to perfection, and what they have done is really blast the top order out of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting unit.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I thought the bowling was very disciplined. It's a good delivery. Brian Charles, not known for his batting, but probably quite capable of getting 15, 20. More importantly, he's got to lend support to Joshua De Silva.
Well, I think he's got that in him, Colin, Brian Charles. He's got that stickability where he could, bend his back and, really mentally focus on the job that's required by him.
Yeah, but again, we see the Leeward Islands bowlers very, very on target and on the spot. His runs for Charles, probably just a single, because Walsh is quick in the outfield.
And we know all about his fielding ability is Hayden Walsh Jr. He's been a dynamo when it comes to fielding, Colin.
Well, Casey Carty is the man on the ball, and not known for his bowling prowess, but it's good that he can actually turn his hand over, because he's just got called up to the West Indies team. And it's another option for skipper Nicholas Puran, if he does make the final 11, that he's got somebody to at least turn the hand over and bowl a couple overs, hopefully, that wouldn't go for too much runs.
Well, in this situation, Colin, when you look at the situation of the game, what skipper Rakin Cornwall has done is bring him on really to give the main strikers a rest, and if he can do that skillfully for an extended period of time, it means to say that these guys can have another burst sooner or later.
Yes, he's just about military medium, Casey Carty. But he's not tearaway pace. He's just about line and length. And interestingly enough, he's got 3 slips and a gully, but the slips are not too far back, and even the wicket keeper. So he's, as I said, he's just about military medium, and he's going to bowl line, he's going to bowl length. And he's hoping maybe to get a little bit of away movement that can get the edge of the bat and carry to the slip region. That's a good shot. He's going to just pick up a single, Brian Charles, but coming on that front foot. And we expect most of the time you're going to be able to come on the front foot to Carty. But it's the end of the over. It's 92 now for 6. Joshua De Silva is on 39. Brian Charles has moved to 11. So he hasn't just come in to push and prod. He doesn't want, obviously, to be tied down. He doesn't want to get the bowlers too much on top. So when he gets the opportunity to score, he's scoring, which is good cricket.
Well, it's excellent cricket, if you ask me, Colin, because he has been an able support for Joshua De Silva. And what it has done in the recent past, he has been able to relieve Joshua De Silva of having to do the bulk of the scoring, Colin.
Yeah, which is also very important, because you don't want to just have one man trying to get all the runs. So what I like about Brian Charles so far is that when he gets the opportunity to score, he's scoring. If he can get the boundary, that's fine. But if he's not getting the boundary, he's pushing it into the gaps and picking up a single. So that's good cricket on his part. Hayden Walsh Jr. is continuing, and he is in his, he is in his 4th over. None for 13 so far. The wickets all fall into Louis and Archibald. But Hayden Walsh Jr. doesn't seem to be extracting too much turn from this pitch. Had a phenomenal season a couple of years ago when it seemed that anything he did, he was picking up wickets, even with bad deliveries.
Full toss on this occasion from Hayden Walsh Jr., but Brian Charles unable on this occasion to really punish him. But again, showing intent, which is important in a partnership.
Runs for Charles, probably just a couple, because Berridge is going to do the fielding and they pick up 2 runs. So Hayden Walsh Jr. just straying down the leg side, and Brian Charles just helping it along, not playing a full-blooded pull. Good cricket again on his part. 91 now for 6.
Well, it seems on this occasion Hayden Walsh had executed the googly, but it was badly lined. Brian Charles on this occasion was able to use his wrist and work that ball fine into that short, fine leg position, and he was able to successfully get 2 runs.
Playing with a very straight bat, but very interesting. I heard you making the point about if the Red Force were not to get to 208, which is the score they need to save the follow-on, that you would let, if you were the captain of the Leeward Islands, you would go back into bat. Well, let's see if there's another over. I see the umpire, Deaton Butler, is looking at his watch, and umpire Blaze is making his way across to the presiding position. So it seems that we're going to have another over. Yeah, you were making that point. If you were the captain of the Leewards, you would have opted to bat.
I would definitely opt to bat, Colin, and it's based on what we've seen over the 5 sessions that we've witnessed thus far. What you don't want to be doing is batting on a 4th-day wicket. If Trinidad and Tobago were to be sent back in and overhaul that total that's required and get a lead of excess, maybe of 100, 150, then I'm telling you, that could really spell trouble for this Leeward Islands unit. So I'm sure they will want to take that into consideration. And the surface being as it is, it's wearing.
Yeah, I hear you, and that's an interesting point. The only thing with that is that, and they've got to take into consideration that if they have to go back into bat, they're going to use up time, and it all depends how quickly they can dismiss the next 4 Red Force batsmen. But if these 2 were to hold on, maybe until the end of play, and not these 2, the Red Force team in general, if they were to hold on till the end of play, carry it into maybe half an hour of the 3rd day, means that if they were to do that, they should get in the vicinity of, say, 170 or thereabouts. So it means the lead would be somewhere in the vicinity of 180. The lead would be in the vicinity of 180. So what would they now think is a winning target? So they may very well say, okay, we need to get another 150. Say, set a target of 300. How quickly now can they get that 150 to give themselves enough time to bowl out Trinidad and Tobago? That is the question they will have to take into consideration.
Yes, you're so right about that, Colin.
But it's sometimes you got to gamble. Sometimes you got to decide. You got to just go with your instincts and decide. Look, this is what we want to do. This is how we're gonna approach it. The thing is, they've got that was a risky 2. That's good fielding. Yeah, they've just sometimes got to go with your instincts and say, you know what. And you also have to believe in your bowlers and say to them, look, how fit are you guys? Can we go again? And depending on what sort of lead you're looking at, you can certainly watch at the timing of the game and the amount of overs you have to bowl to ensure that you do not, even if Trinidad and Tobago were to go in front, that the lead would not be big enough, as you say, to get to 100, 150 on the last day. So it's all a cat and mouse game. You know, it's all a matter of how you look at it, the amount of time left, how many overs you can bowl. Because don't forget, they've got 3 fast bowlers. They can slow down the game. You know, so it's a very interesting point that you bring up. You know, what I would do, you know, again, depending on the lead, I would have a go again at Trinidad and Tobago. I say to my bowlers, listen, let's go at them again, put them under pressure, let's see what can happen. You know, because a team following on, psychologically, they are not all there. In other words, they especially with some of the players who failed in the first innings. Remember, out of the first 4 batsmen, 3 made naught. So, you know, they will be psychologically going out there and saying, look, I've got to get runs, and they'll be under pressure. So it's all sometimes a mind game, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, that's a good shot. That's a brilliant shot from Brian Charles. Again, we say Carty, not just about military medium, pitched this one up, and Brian Charles was into the shot early, hit it square and hit it nicely, came off the middle of the bat. 4 good-looking runs to Charles. That's a good shot. There he is. Just lengthen it, half volley outside the line of the off stump. He had the room in which to play the shot, and he timed it superbly. 98 for 6 now, and Brian Charles, he moves along to 18.
And it has been a valuable 18, indeed.
So Hayden Walsh is going to come and bowl his 5th over. Hasn't yet been able to pick up a wicket. 4 overs, none for 15. It's bowling to the Red Force skipper, Joshua De Silva, who's on 38. It's been the backbone so far of this innings. He's held it together, even though wickets have been falling all around. That's another good shot. That's going to run away. He's timed that so well that the man at backward square leg couldn't get around to Rudd's a deep mid-wicket and do the fielding. Berridge was the man trying to get across, and from the time that ball left the bat of Joshua De Silva, it was timed so superbly that I would think it was 10 yards or so from Berridge, who has now moved from that backward square leg position down to a deep mid-wicket. But more importantly, for the Red Force, the 100 is up.
Yeah, and that would have definitely ticked 1 box there, Colin, in terms of getting to that 100.
Landmark, yeah.
So the landmark of 100 now, that would have ticked 1 box. But now, how do we approach it going forward?
Well, your next landmark, you need to now think, okay, we've got 100, we need to get to 150. And that's how you got to and I tell you, Joshua De Silva is that type of individual. He's a very, in my view, he's a thinking cricketer, you know, and you know, they've given him the burdency of the captaincy and his wicket keeping. Now he's got to pull his team out of trouble here. So it's taken a lot. That's Hayden Walsh was begging. He can't understand how umpire Butler didn't send him. But Joshua De Silva was coming down the track. He seemed to play across the line, but in my opinion, he was far down the track. It would have taken a brave umpire to give him out.
And one must also remember, Colin, that this track is still excellent for batting. It's only the second session in terms of the second day. So today being the second day of this contest, Colin, you would imagine that the best day for batting would still be day 2.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I would think even going into day 3, if this pitch is going to turn, it's going to turn late on day 3.
And we'll go back to our conversation yesterday, Colin. Remember, there's absolutely no history in terms of this facility where first-class cricket is concerned. So there's going to be a lot of oohs and ahs in terms of how to approach it. And you're very right in saying that no one knows what's going to happen on the third day.
Oh, he's gone. Well, the umpire Butler says not out. Now, the only thing I could think, Django is very upset on some of the players. Now, that's the final delivery to T, and the players are walking off. Umpire Butler said not out as the Silva was looking to play a cut shot. The only thing I could think of, and umpire Butler would have thought that the bat had hit the ground rather than anything else. Let's have a look at the replay. Well, if umpire Butler would move, we'd be able to see it. But, it could have hit the top of the pad. I'm not too sure. But we're really not getting a complete view of what happened. Could it be that when the Silva cut the bat hit the top of the pad? Could it be when he cut the bat hit the ground? There are many scenarios.
But what is important, Colin, is umpire Butler, the person who had to make that decision,
was very adamant.
He was very adamant that it was not out. And he's the person that matters.
Yeah, very much so. So the Leeward Islands players come off. They've still had a good session because if 102 for 6, the Red Force, and certainly at one time they were 19 for 4. They were actually 10 for 4. They went to lunch at 19 for 4. They've since progressed to 102 for 6. Solozano no score, Webster no score, Bravo 7, Mohammed no score, Karaya, he had 18. Hossein, he got 15. Joshua De Silva is there on 41 not out. Brian Charles is with him. He is on 18 not out. It's 102 for 6. And the bowling figures, Louis, the 2 wicket takers, Jeremiah Louis, he's got 4 for 17. And Colin Archibald Jr., he's got 2 for 24. Those were the wicket takers for the Leeward Islands. So it's tea time here at the Diego Martin Recreational Ground. It's Trinidad and Tobago Red Force struggling and fighting for survival here at 102 for 6 in response to the Leeward Islands 357. So we'll take a break and be back right after the tea interval.
So we are back here, just about to start after tea.
Yes, and getting ready for the first delivery after the tea interval. Brian Charles is taking strike, and the man who's destroyed this Red Force innings is back in the attack, and Charles is going to get a single. I don't think they're going to chance looking for two. Is that ball going out to Devon Thomas? So just a single for Charles, so score goes up by 1 to 103 for 6, and Charles goes to 19.
So immediately after the tea interval, Brian Charles has done what he is required to do, which is to rotate the strike and bring the evergreen Joshua De Silva back on strike.
I like that word, evergreen. Okay. So the evergreen Joshua De Silva is going to take strike with his first delivery after the tea interval. De Silva, who survived that confident appeal for caught behind with the last ball of the session off of Hayden Walsh Jr., went to cut. And of course, not directly behind the bowler's arm, so we couldn't give a proper judgment on it. But the man who gave the judgment was umpire Dayton Butler, and he said not out. He was adamant that somehow the ball didn't touch the bat of Joshua De Silva. Thing is, these umpires sometimes they go under so much pressure, and we'll talk about that after this delivery. The way the appeal went up, Anil, I could have sworn that he was out, because I mean, every single player from the Leeward Islands was up in the air. The wicketkeeper ran half the pitch to congratulate Walsh. And it was total euphoria. And I at that point in time, I said, well, that was the end of Joshua De Silva. And umpire Butler just stood there, motionless, unmoved. And the Leeward Islands players were very, very upset, turned, and they walked off the field. And let me just make that clear. They walked off the field because of tea, not that they walked off the field in annoyance. But these things happen. You win some, you lose some. I'm not suggesting that De Silva hit the ball, but if he had, fine. I'm sure there are times when De Silva was given out caught behind that he didn't hit the ball. And so it weighs up. People talk about in the old days, the good old days, when guys used to walk when they hit the ball and get out caught behind and they walk. That's the good old days. That don't happen again. And people talk about a gentleman's game. So what cricketers nowadays say, they take the good with the bad. When they hit it and the umpire says not out, they're there to let. The thing is, if you edge a ball to first slip, you walk because it goes to first slip. But when you edge a ball to the wicketkeeper, you don't walk. It's really interesting. I mean, the greatest cricketer that I have ever seen in my life, and that I will probably ever see in my lifetime, Sir Garfield Sobers, he used to walk. And he would tell you straight off, if you ever speak to him, he said, I hit the ball, I walk. But you don't get players like that again. And that's a very good delivery. The appeal goes up. Charles had to come down on a Yorker. That was a good delivery. Did he get bat on it? Let's see. No, he didn't. So it must have struck him somewhere on the boot. He's not limping or anything like that. They get a leg by, so the total goes up by 1 to 105 for 6 at the end of another good over from Jeremiah Louis. He's completed 8 overs now, 4 for 20. That's excellent figures.
Excellent indeed from Jeremiah Louis. But just going back to your conversation, Colin, there's also the flip side to that as well. Sometimes, as coaches, right, we tend to support our fielders when we are out there to really, behave in a manner to give the impression that the player is out, when more often than not it's way miles past the edge of the bat. So you've got to look at it from both sides of the fence, Colin.
Adil, I really can't support that one. I mean, that's cheating. If a ball passes miles from a man's bat and the entire field goes up to put the umpire under pressure, is a single for Charles. It's a delivery just short of a length, and he was looking to play it more, I thought, squarer. Got it past the man at forward short leg. So they pick up 1. Yeah, That's to me is just not on. I mean, you know, but you know, the thing is, umpires are put under so much pressure, and they don't have the great thing now with international cricket and franchise cricket. You've got the opportunity to review. So no matter how much pressure you put under an umpire, you can go upstairs, get the third umpire to review it, and hopefully you will come up with the right decision.
But unfortunately, Colin, at the regional level, we don't
don't
have
have
the
that.
luxury
Yeah,
of
I
that
know, I
technology.
agree. Yep, I
no,
agree.
and what does not make it any easier as well, when these guys go up as loud as they do, it doesn't help the umpire, the presiding umpire in this case, or the umpire in charge of that end, you know, to distinguish the noise.
Yeah. The thing is, you as an umpire, you've got you only got a split second. Eh? You have to remember that you've just got a split second, and you've got to make your decision. And the strong umpires, and I give Dayton Butler credit here today, because he was put under tremendous pressure. Whether Da Silva hit the ball, didn't hit the ball, that to me that's irrelevant. Dayton Butler was put under so much pressure by the the players on the field, that he had to stay strong in his belief that Da Silva didn't hit the ball. And this is a good shot. That's going to run away. It was short. It was outside the line of that off stump. And all Da Silva, he waited on it and played it very late indeed. And because of that, there's a man at backward point, but because he waited and played it so late, he got it very fine towards the third man position, and he picks up 4 runs. That's a good shot. There it is, heading down towards third man, but Da Silva playing that shot very late indeed. So he picks up 4 more runs. He's go to 46, and it's 110 now for 6, as Hayden Walsh Jr. is going to continue. He's in his 6th over. And this time Da Silva cuts, but was sort of backing away, trying to give himself room to play that cut shot, because it was too close to his body. Didn't have the room in which to play that a full-blooded cut shot. And then it was just rolling out towards the man at point. See Hayden Walsh Jr. looking to make a change in the field. Now he's switching around the man down at that deep cover point position, right out on the boundary, and he's asking him to move to his left, maybe about 15-20 meters, and he's asked backward point to go to more of a cover point. So an interesting change in the field. That's well played by Da Silva. So yeah, I was just going back to that point at the end of the over, 110 for 6, the red force. Yeah, it takes an umpire strong enough and in his belief, no matter what the opposing fieldsmen do, no matter how badly they get on, no matter how loud the appeal is, for him to say not out, because he genuinely believes it is not out. And that is so important, that you don't buckle under the pressure of the opposition.
And what's exciting about that as well, when you stay as firm as umpire Butler did, you gain the respect of all the players.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm not sure if he's gained the respect of the Leeward Islands players. But no, and I see your point. I understand your point, because they at the end of the day, players will know that Dayton Butler cannot be intimidated no matter what. And I see that point. But in terms of, I tell you, if I was a player from the Leeward Islands right now, I would be saying, I wouldn't be having choice words to talk about the Dayton Butler. I certainly would not be having complimentary words about him. And no, but you know, yes, if he stays strong, players in the region will know and understand that no matter what you do, Dayton Butler is going to make a decision, and he's going to stick with his decision.
And he's not going to tolerate no nonsense
That's
as well.
right. I mean, players know. I remember when I was playing, for example, they had certain umpires. You knew that if you appealed just a little bit loudly and a little bit continuously, he would eventually buckle under the pressure. And there was also some that used to be very stern-faced. The late Clyde Cumberbatch, for example, former West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago umpire. He was this tall, you know, he was very tall, elegant figure. That's well played by Charles. And he was one that, you know, he was very good after the, you know, off the field. You know, you would go to him and said, you really didn't hear that edge? Obviously you didn't see it, but surely you would have heard it. And he would give you some kind of sarcastic remark. But you know, the next game, he would be the same way. And that's excellent. Former Test umpire too, Ralph Gosain was another one. We've had some really good umpires. Steve Buckner. We were talking today. Here his runs for Charles in the dark. He's going to pick up a couple of runs in the dark because he was playing this delivery to one square leg, and it took the leading edge. Luckily for him, it went all along the ground, and it also went to the right of Hayden Walsh, so they were able to pick up 2 runs. Charles goes to 23.
So Charles guilty on this occasion of trying to go through that mid-wicket region and playing a bit too early on this occasion, Colin.
Yeah.
And it squirt off the edge and it raced past the field at that backward point region. But luckily for Charles that it didn't go in the air, because it would have presented an easy catch to Hayden Walsh Jr. at that backward point position.
Just going back to umpires, today, for example, this is a no ball from Louis, so one more to the total, 113. Umpire Blaze took an eternity to give Yannick Carrier out, LBW. And, you know, it reminded me of Anil and myself were talking about Steve Buckner. Steve Buckner used to seem to take an eternity to give someone out. But that was his style. You know, here it looked as if umpire Blaze didn't, you know, because we don't know him in terms of how he deals with giving decisions, we just felt, well, maybe he had some doubt. Umpire Buckner, on the other hand, that was his style. No matter whether the guy was, you could have seen it out from as the bowler bowled the ball, you know, no matter what. It could have been the biggest edge in the world. Umpire Buckner would still take his normal 30 seconds before he raised his finger. So, you know, there are umpires and they have their styles. The end of the over from Louis, 113 for 6.
So it has been a mini recovery from Brian Charles and Joshua De Silva.
It was 10 for 4, wasn't it?
Yeah. 10 for 4. And at that point in time, you know, one wondered what the score would have been. But it has taken skill, it has taken determination from both these batters during this vigil that they continue to fight at the Diego Martin Recreation Ground facility. What a wonderful facility, this Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Give me your thoughts on that.
It's really a good facility. I would have just liked to have seen the press box, the media center, somewhere behind the bowler's arm. And I was making that point this morning. You were not here. And I was saying, well, the only way they can do that is somewhere in the bush. If they remove some of the bush there and put it above the side screen. But it's a really nice facility. Lots of, the stands are excellent in here. It's really a wonderful facility. There's no doubt about it. Sun has come back out with us here at the Diego Martin complex. It's back with us. It was overcast a little while ago. 113 for 6. And De Silva pulling a delivery down to Devon Thomas at deep mid-wicket. Struggles a little bit to pick up the ball. Eventually gets it in, but not before De Silva picks up a single. So he goes to what? He is on to 47 now. Brian Charles back in strike on 23. The sun has just left us. Long forward goes Charles. Hayden Walsh Jr. hasn't bowled badly. seem to be turning the ball a lot, just depending a lot on his variation. Not giving it much air either. Charles missed out there. He should have, was looking just to paddle that delivery down to the vacant fine leg position, and should have done it. Missed out. The Leeward Islands certainly large and in charge here, looking to pick up another wicket, especially that of Joshua Da Silva, the Red Force captain. He's on 47 from 93 deliveries, struck 8 fours. Still 94 runs away from avoiding the follow-on, the Red Force. The end of the over from Hayden Walsh. He's now completed his 7 overs, none for 25. And is Louis going to continue? Jeremiah Louis. So have to wait and see. Appears that he will be continuing. It's going to be bowling to the right-handed Joshua Da Silva, the Red Force captain, wicket keeper, also the current West Indies keeper. So Da Silva settles again. Just and not quite ready. We see Cornwall just making a change to the field. Yes, it is Louis. Score reading 114 for 6. So Louis in his 11th over, is it? Let's see. Yes, no, in his 10th over, 4 for 23. He's bowled very, very well. He's bowled a good line. He's bowled a good length. Every now and again, he's bowled a short ball to the batsmen, making them think. 3 slips in position. There's a first slip, and then there's a little gap going to the third slip, you would say. He's more like 2.5. And then there's another gap going to the man at the third slip position. That's a good delivery from Louis. Seemed to hit the seam and leave Joshua Da Silva. He was pushing at it. And that ball seemed to beat the outside edge, luckily for him. So Jeremiah Louis really bowling well here. Batted well, and now he's bowling well. Done well for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They're looking to effect another breakthrough, and they would love to get this man that is facing. Da Silva took a couple steps down the track, and giving the impression that he was looking to work that ball through the onside. Eventually was had to show it the respect it deserved. And you could see him just getting his feet and body into the correct position. So he remains on 47, just 3 runs away from a half century. Well, that's a good shot. Runs in it here for him. Can this go all the way? It will go all the way. And that's Joshua Da Silva's half century. He's on to 51. And getting a good round of applause from the spectators here. So on to 51 now. He's faced 98 balls, And that was his 9th 4. 118 now for 6. Louis will continue. And that's short, and the Silva says, thank you very much. It was short, it had absolutely no pace on it, and the Silva was quickly into position and just pulled it towards the vacant deep mid-wicket position for 4 more runs. So he's starting to get more confidence now. He's on 55, starting to play shots. 10 fours in that 55, and it's 122 for 6. Good half century from Josh De Silva.
Excellent leadership from Joshua De Silva, taking the responsibility here, Colin, to shepherd his team and build a partnership with Brian Charles. It has been very impressive, this 50 from skipper Joshua De Silva.
That's a quicker delivery from Louis outside the line of the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. The end of the over from Louis, he is now bowled 10 overs, 4 for 31. 8 runs coming from that over. 2 boundaries from De Silva. Took him to his 50, 47 to 51, and then went from 51 to 55. Hayden Walsh Jr. is going to continue. His partnership now 59 from 90 deliveries.
Brian Charles continued to give very able support to skipper Joshua De Silva. So what a wonderful partnership it has been, Colin. 59 from 90 deliveries. And one will hope, for the sake of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, that this continues for a very long time.
Well, they came together with a total on 63. So it means that they've just scored 4 runs less than in the partnership than the entire first 6 dismissals. So Hayden Walsh Jr.
Still searching for his first wicket, Colin?
Yep, still searching. Hasn't bowled badly. Suppose he's been just guilty of 1 or 2 short balls, but other than that, he's bowled a decent spell.
So pitched up delivery from Hayden Walsh Jr. Brian Charles just leant on it and caressed it to that mid-off return, but there's no run. So Brian Charles brimming with confidence, Colin.
Yeah, well, the longer he bats, it's the more confident he's going to feel. And then, obviously, batting with Josh De Silva will give him some confidence as well.
And I'm sure Joshua De Silva will be echoing into his ear the importance of this partnership in regards to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force really putting up some continued resistance.
It's a good delivery from Hayden Walsh Jr. Quicker one outside the line of the off stump, and had Charles just reaching for it. Wonder if Rakim Cornwall is now thinking of himself to come back into the attack. He's bowled 9 overs so far, none for 13, but we haven't seen him with the ball for a little while. Hayden Walsh Jr. has bowled from the northern end for quite a number of overs. I think he's bowled unchanged his 8 overs. He's bowled 8 overs, none for 25.
And I'll tell you what, Colin, to me, in my estimation, the reason why Rakim has continued with Hayden Walsh Jr. from the northern end is because, having looked at the surface this morning, there is evidence of a lot of rough outside the line of the right-handers off stump, and with Hayden Walsh taking the ball away from the right-handers, it's possible that he felt that that's the best option.
Yeah, well, I don't argue too much with that. just sometimes you need to mix up your bowlers a little bit. You know, to me, they're starting to get a little bit accustomed to Hayden Walsh Jr. Maybe you might want to swing him around, let him come from the southern end. But talking about swinging around your bowlers, Berridge is back into the attack. Shino Berridge.
And how well he has bowled this morning, Colin.
Yeah, he's been very economical. His 10 overs have only cost him 18 runs. He hasn't been able to pick up a wicket. But he's been very economical, and his line, his length has been pretty on track.
But what he has been able to do impressively is to bowl in partnership. To have that partnership, bowling in partnership, which really helps when you want to pick wickets and also control a scoring rate as well.
I agree. You sometimes need to have one bowler really tying up an end and being economical, stifling the batting team for runs. And if you can pick up wickets at the other end, then that's great. And I think Berridge has done that. As I said, his 10 overs have only cost him 18 runs. So he's basically gone at 1.8 runs and over. Silva is going to pick up an easy single, as that ball was just outside the line of the off stump. Not much pace, and De Silva was just working it down nicely towards that square point position. 122 for 6.
But I'm a little bit surprised by the tactical decision from skipper Raheem Cornwall, with still over 200 runs in the tank. Colin, one would think that he would want to maintain attacking fields for as long as possible. I don't see, at this stage, the reason to have a deep backward point on the boundary. It really, to me, is very, very surprising.
So you would just leave him at the orthodox point position?
Yeah.
I think the worry is that De Silva is such a good player, and he's got the quality that he's probably just giving the bowlers the protection of the man who deep in that position, and not giving away easy boundaries just in case the bowlers are short or they stray a little bit. I think he's just wary of the fact of giving up easy four-run balls to De Silva.
Well,
and I hear you, and I'm not saying anything is wrong with it.
But in the context of what is taking place outside there, are you saying to me, Colin, that skipper Raheem Cornwall has thrown out the window of trying to still dismiss Joshua De Silva?
Not at all. What he's trying to do is ensure that the runs do not come, as the boundaries do not come as easy for Joshua De Silva as it has been doing in the past couple of overs. But don't forget, when Louis was bowling, he had his field well set, and De Silva picked up a couple of boundaries. So it must be in the back of his mind, look, I need to stop these easy boundaries that is being scored by De Silva. And I'm not for 1 minute saying to you that the tactic of him closing in there at a point position and stopping that easy single can also work. But I think he's mindful that he does not want to give De Silva the easy route to get boundaries.
Well, I would hope that, whatever plans he's putting into place would also be factoring, dismissing Joshua De Silva.
It must be. I mean, he's the man to get out. If you get Joshua De Silva out, you're basically totally into 9-10 Jack for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Well, I'm sure 9-10 Jack would not be too pleased with that comment, Colin.
Well, they are 9-10 Jack. Let's face facts. Wherever you are, you can not be pleased with it. Once you bat in 9-10 Jack, that's your position. Young Jaden Seals, I've seen him, he can hold an end. I've seen him, really sit down and not score many runs, but just stay there and support the next batsman. Here's runs for De Silva. Just it's going to be a single in it. That's good fielding on the boundary there. Who's that? Is it Berridge out there or Louis? Anyway, yeah. Yeah, so there's not much to come after this. You're talking Anderson Phillip, Jaden Seals, and Shannon Gabriel, three fast bowlers. So this is so important of a partnership. And what Rakeem Cornwall must be saying, he just doesn't want the score to get away from him. It's a good shot from Charles, because don't forget, a couple boundaries and it will go from 120 to 140, and things look, at that point in time, things look a little better.
It definitely will look a lot better if we were to capitalize on a few boundaries. But I must admit that I really appreciate the manner in which Brian Charles has approached his innings, Colin.
Agreed. He's really batted well. I think he's played for Joshua De Silva. He's not been able to really to get the ball away, unless it's a rank bad delivery. But other than that, he's batted well. He's defended well. He's picked up the singles. I think he's been a very good innings.
And what is equally important, Colin, is the fact that he's understood his role in this partnership and has adapted really well in ushering Joshua De Silva at the other end as well.
Yep, and there's another opportunity for him to score, but he just can't get the ball away. That was a short delivery, and had that been Joshua De Silva, it surely would have been heading down towards that deep cover point position. But Charles just doesn't have that type of ability. He's got ability to stay there. He's got the ability to play straight. He's got the ability to work the ball around, and if you give him a bad ball, he can put it away. But to me, he's batting within himself and batting for the team and for Joshua De Silva. It's been a good knock. And let's not forget the Leeward Islands bowlers. I think they've bowled really well. You talk of Louis, he's bowled exceedingly well. Then there's been the spin of Hayden Walsh, Berridge, who's on the ball now, the left arm seamer Colin Archibald. They've all bowled well. And there's De Silva. He's going to pick up a single. Was on the back foot and was looking to hammer this through mid-wicket, but seemed to have come off high off on the bat. He was able to get it to the right of the man at mid-on. That's why he was able to pick up a single. And I'm sure he didn't hit it as cleanly as he would have liked. 125 for 6.
What the Leeward Islands bowling unit has been able to do over the course of the entire bowling session, they've been able to stay consistent, Colin. They've been very, very disciplined during their bowling stint. And what they've also been able to do, they'd be able to keep that scoring rate at a minimum. At no point in time has the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting unit has really been able to accelerate and take control. They have arrested the scoring where this game is concerned thus far.
That's runs for him. Don't think he got it where he wanted. Walsh is quick. He's going to get that. Thought they should have been looking for a third, even though Walsh is quick. I was about maybe 5 meters or so inside the boundary, and batsmen should have been looking for 3.
So Brian Charles on this occasion pitched up delivery, and he was trying to square drove that delivery, Colin, but it only scooped off the outside edge of the bat. But more importantly, the score goes up by 2.
Yeah, he was lucky. It could so easily have ended up in gullies, or the backward point position could have been into their hands. But again, I thought that ball was retrieved by Hayden Walsh. Now he's quick over the outfield, but still he must have picked up that ball about 5 meters or so from the boundary ropes, and still they were only able to run 2.
So the Leeward Islands continuing to maintain that level of discipline and really strangling the batters during the entire course of this innings, Colin.
Oh, he's gone. Looking to cut, getting very ambitious was Brian Charles, looking to cut at a delivery, and it went straight into the chest of that big man at first slip. Rakeem Cornwall and Brian Charles getting a little too ambitious, looking to play that cut shot. It peeled off the outside edge, and Cornwall took a catch, was straight to him. It is outside the off someone who was looking to cut, and he cut it straight into the hands of first slip, and Charles goes, caught Cornwall off the bowling of Berridge for 25. It's now 127 for 7.
So a timely breakthrough here, Colin, from the Leeward Islands unit. And what they've been able to do impressively is to chip away at the wickets at vital times during this innings. So a blossoming partnership has come to an end, Colin. How vital has that breakthrough been?
Extremely vital, because I tell you, these two were looking really as if not to take the game away from the Leewards, because they are large and in charge, but it's just a matter of whittling down the lead. You don't want a lead of, say, of 200. You want you need to get as close as possible to the total. Maybe if they could have got to 200 would have helped, but it's going to be a huge deficit here, because Anderson Phillip has come into the crease, and he's not known for his batting prowess, and his job is really to stay and support Joshua De Silva. So the Leeward Islands, the bowling is the bowling for the standout bowler, of course, Jeremiah Louis with 4 for 32. Berridge picking up his first wicket, 1 for 21, and Colin Archibald, 2 for 24. They were the leading wicket takers so far for the Leeward Islands. Anderson Phillip faces his first delivery. Immediately coming long forward to a delivery right up to him by Berridge, who's bowled well. He continues to bowl well. He's picked up just the 1 wicket, that of Brian Charles, but his 11 overs have only cost him 21 runs. Is Walsh going to continue, or is he going to... Seems to be looking at... Is it Terence Ward? Yeah, he seems to be looking at Terence Ward to come into the attack. Yes, it seems to be Terence Ward. He's just about... Let me see, he's... Terence Ward, the off-spinner. So Cornwall has not opted to use himself bowling off spin. He's turned to Terence Ward, the off spinner, to bowl from the northern end. And a little change in the field, because Hayden Walsh was at deep mid wicket. He's gone to an orthodox mid wicket position. 4 men in the onside. There's a long on, a deep backward square, a mid-wicket, a forward short leg, and then 5 on the offside. Terence Ward bowling with his cap on. It's a good delivery to start. Anil Raja, where have you been? To see the Queen?
Well, I've been listening to you guys while not seeing you.
Okay, that's good to hear.
I'm going to look at the cricket
From Theta's point of view.
get a different perspective and hear what the people are saying out there.
Well, they're not too pleased
and
with
what-
the way the home team has performed.
Well,
there are a lot of negative comments
Yeah.
out in the crowd out there.
yes. I would have expected that.
Pretty poor performance today. I thought it was worse today than it was yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I thought that Leeward Islands actually batted very well yesterday. I wouldn't blame the bowlers too much. I thought just the Leeward Islands batted well. And Powell, excellent knock from him. Django batted well for his half century. But you can't say that of the batsmen today, the Red Force batsmen.
This is why you've got to give a lot of credit to Jeremiah Louis. I mean, whilst the ball was new and it had the shine and pace and he was getting it to move around, he made full use of that, and in his first 4 overs he had removed 3 of the AT&T top order batsmen. And then they continued picking up wickets quite regularly. The last pair was the biggest partnership we have had so far in the innings. And if you take a look at the partnerships, the first wicket was 0. The second wicket partnership was 4. The third was another 0. That would be a single down to backward point. The fourth wicket partnership was 6. And then we had a fairly decent partnership with Akil Hussain and Joshua De Silva, 34. And then Brian Charles and Joshua De Silva gave us the biggest partnership. I'll give you that shortly. So, pretty sad looking column there as far as the partnerships are concerned.
Yeah, well,
0, 4,
we've
0, 6,
yeah,
34.
we've not had any. We had a mini one between De Silva and Yannick Carrier, and then we had one between De Silva and Charles. But outside of that, it's been very, very, how should I put it? In terms of the partnership, it's been non-existent.
Yeah, that's right. You've got to give credit to Joshua De Silva. He's really held the middle and lower order together. He's looked extremely good. I don't think he was in any sort of trouble. There was a close call just before the tea interval for a caught at the wicket, and the entire Leeward Islands team appears as though that they were certain that he had edged that ball. He was playing a cut shot outside off, but difficult to tell on the monitor here whether he had edged that ball or not. The thing is that bat and ball was outside off, so if there was any touch, it probably would have been bat alone. But we don't have the benefit of the reviews. I think that should have been in place, Colin, for this a tournament of this nature.
Well, I think Anil, it's just a question of finance.
Well,
Even the CPL, I have maintained for years that why doesn't the CPL have a review? You know, no, I'm not saying have 3 and 4 reviews, but each team should be allowed at least 1 review in the CPL, and there's none even at that level. The Indian Premier League, they have reviews, and of course Test cricket and ODIs, etc. But I would love to see reviews introduced in regional cricket and in CPL. But at the end of the day, I suppose it's just a matter of finance.
Well, yes, it probably is a costly thing. But the fact is, you have already got cameras in place because we are covering the game here, just to get the technical aspect of it, where you can have reviews quickly, readily available to you. Like the Indian Premier League, I don't think they take a lot of time with reviews, Colin, and they're improving on it daily.
Yeah, that's a show.
Just a little recap here, Colin. At the tea interval, TNT went in at 102 for 6. At lunch, they were 19 for 4. So they added 81 in that session and lost just the 2 wickets. So it wasn't such a bad session. I mean, taking 81 and he was trailing the game by so far, it wasn't bad as far as the run rate was concerned. De Silva, 41, not out at tea. He has moved on to, what is it there?
59.
59. He got his half century. Charles got out for 25. He gave good support to De Silva.
Yes, Anderson Phillip, long forward, knows he's got to stick around with his captain and bat for as long as possible. And if he can stick around, say, with De Silva for maybe about half an hour to 45 minutes, De Silva can certainly get as close as possible to a century and would also take the Red Force score close to 175 or thereabouts. Anderson Phillip looking to drive, but found that ball was too close for that shot, and in the end he was just pushing it out towards cover. There's no run.
Well, just the two fast bowlers, Jaden Seals and Shannon Gabriel, in the dugout for the Red Force. They have lost 7 wickets and still a long distance away from trying to avoid being asked to follow on. They need 208, so that might be the first order of business here. I think they should have realized by now, Colin, that there's no way that they can win the game, the TNT Red Force, and at least the best they can do is try to save the game, because I don't think there's going to be an outright for any of the teams between Barbados and
Trinidad,
no, Barbados and Guyana at present.
Yep.
And there wouldn't be a huge difference in the points if both games should draw. And well, Guyana as well, they would be under a lot of pressure to try and save that game. But I believe that they have assessed the situation perfectly, Barbados and Guyana. Guyana especially, then they probably know that is going to be a game that will be decided on first innings.
Yeah.
This is why they probably batted as slowly as they did. And even though we have been pounding Chichinarine Chandapol for his slow batting, I mean, they had
it was
a plan.
necessary, wasn't it?
They had a plan.
Yeah, and it was necessary. You know, if they can make 400 and whatever they end up with, and Chandapol was the backbone of that innings.
Yes, that's going to be a lot of scoreboard pressure.
Yeah, they tell me Moti, Gudakesh Moti, was on 90 odd, 92 or something like that. Not sure if he went on to get 100 as well. But he came in late in the proceedings. Well, Walsh is back into the attack. Now, Ward, I think, just had the one over. Terence Ward.
I'm not seeing Cornwall bowling the amount of overs he should have bowled.
Well, he's just come off the field as well. Runs for De Silva. That's going to be 4 of them. Badly lined by Hayden Walsh. And all De Silva had to do was to turn that ball fine. And the total moves on now to 133 for 7. De Silva goes into the 60s. He's on 63.
Well, seeing that he did bowl Terence Ward an over, it indicates that probably something is wrong with the captain Cornwall. He has left the field, as you said. But I was surprised that he did not bowl a lot more overs, because he needed to give his pacers a proper rest. And if you notice, Jeremiah Louis, when he bowled the last couple overs, he looked extremely tired. I thought that he should not have bowled those last 2 overs, and he was roughly treated as well. So they probably are missing the big off spinner Cornwall. Nice cloud cover here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. I'm sure that the players are going to relish the conditions now. It's very cool. Very slight breeze blowing across. Nice cooling conditions here as Hayden Walsh looking for his first wicket still. Coming forward here, Brian Charles. Looked like it came off the bat, did it?
Yeah, you mean Anderson Phillip. Yeah, he's the man on strike. He's got a single.
Well, it was in the air for a while, but it passed where a wideish leg slip would have been. There's a man at forward, short leg, but he would have had no chance at that. So good delivery by Hayden Walsh. Looked like the googly coming back into the right-handed Charles and taking the inside edge. Went in the air for a short distance. A leg slip would have had a chance.
Another single for De Silva. Seems to be totally in control now of things out there. Philip actually understands his role. He's got to stay there and play for De Silva. So he's on 2, Anderson Phillip, from 12 deliveries. And it's 136 for 7.
Well, in a bit of a precarious position here, the Leeward Islands Hurricane, because they seem to be short-staffed as far as the bowling attack is concerned, because the Pacers would be pretty tired by now. They have had a pretty good workload. Raheem Cornwall, for whatever reason, has not bowled sufficiently, and they have just the one specialist spin out there in Hayden Walsh, who is not really doing a lot. He's struggling still to get his first wicket. We saw Terence Ward bowl 1 over. So they're under some pressure now. The attack doesn't look penetrative as it did in the earlier part of the innings.
And Cornwall as well is off the field. So it's Berridge has come off the ball, and Colin Archibald Jr.
Well, he hasn't done badly. He conceded just 24 runs off 10 overs, and he picked up two crucial wickets as well. He's bowled a pretty steady line.
Yeah, before the tournament had started, Anil Colin Archibald was the only wicket taker from the Leeward Islands in the top 10 with 8 wickets. He's now got 10 wickets with the 2 he's picked up today.
I like his approach up to the wicket.
And then his left arm over as well. It's a little bit different, isn't it?
Yeah. Somehow, when he approaches the wicket, you do not know until the very last moment whether he's a right-handed bowler or a left. You know, some of them tend to get a bit side on when they approach the bowling crease. Colin, you have to actually watch him deliver the ball to recognize if he's left-handed or right-handed. Have a look at the next delivery and tell me if I'm seeing things.
Once you don't say he's ambidextrous and go left hand 1 minute and right hand the other. He's also a very hard-working type of bowler. I see what you mean, but I suppose.
Did you pick it up?
Oh, De Silva has hit the ball straight into the hands of Carty at cover. Well, he's given it away. It was a delivery from Archibald, pitched up to De Silva. He went into the drive. He never got over it, and he hit it low to Carty at cover, and De Silva makes his way back to the pavilion. Not a good shot. You could see him very annoyed with himself. From the time he played the shot, he shook his head. Archibald has picked up his 3rd wicket. That's now 11 in the tournament. But Joshua De Silva, very, very disappointed coming back in. His head down. He's not even raising his bat. He now raises his bat to acknowledge the applause from the crowd. But you could see the disappointment with that shot. It was a delivery from Archibald, pitched up to him. Basically, he was asking him to go into the drive. And he did go into the drive, but he never got over the ball. He was sort of leaning back. Seemed to me that he couldn't make up his mind if he wanted to go over cover. And in the end, he really played a nothing shot. And it was a good catch by Carty, taken low down. We'll just wait on that replay for the dismissal of Joshua De Silva. So it's now 136 for 8. Let's see.
Well, he played a lot of drives in his innings, Colin,
Yeah,
even though most of them didn't go for boundaries, but he
No.
was driving quite fluently, and he was driving on the ground. I don't know if the ball was just a bit slower, or as you said, he was leaning back probably a bit too much and lofted the ball
Yeah, there
instead
it
of
is.
getting over.
No, that's not it. That's him just playing a ball out on the front foot.
Yeah,
But,
you have
just-
to check to see if he's leaning back too much and the
Yeah,
head thrown back.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Yeah, I thought he did lean back. And you're not sure if he was leaning back to try to get the ball
Get it on the
over,
half volley, yeah.
But in the end, it was you could see the disappointment when he played the shot. He was really upset because he knew he had given it away. But we're going to just have a look at Archibald, who's going to continue in the meantime to the new batsman, the left-handed Jaden Seals. Wide of the leg stump, and Seals just allowing it to go through to be taken by Django.
Well, just a couple of wickets here for the Leeward Islands to complete bowling out the TNT Red Force, and most likely they're going to be bowled out under the follow-on, so they would have the option of whether they want to enforce the follow-on or not, the Leeward Islands Hurricane, that is.
So Josh De Silva caught Carty off Archibald for 65, 136 for 8. I'm having a little bit of I wouldn't say a debate with Anil, a very lively discussion where we talked about, he was of the opinion that the Leeward Islands, if Trinidad and Tobago don't save the follow-on, that the Leeward Islands should go and bat, get some quick runs, and maybe try to get a lead of about 300 and then put the Red Force back into bat. All well and good, because he said there are two reasons. One is he would give the bowlers a rest for them to come back, and then he didn't want to bat last.
Yeah, batting
on
last
this
could be a
pitch.
problem.
Yeah, but I just countered it a little bit by saying, if the Red Force go back in and bat well in the second innings, and maybe get to 280, 300, and have a lead of about 125 before they're dismissed, could that be an interesting target on the last day, or even in the last two sessions, for the Leeward Islands?
Well, it would depend a lot on how the wicket behaves, how much it deteriorates, and how much spin and turn that the spinners would be getting on this pitch. So we would have to really wait and see what is the size of the lead.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
That is really going to decide whether they're going to enforce the follow-on or not. But at this point in time, Colin, let's suppose the last two wickets are at about 20 runs.
So we know
that would be a
loud
sizable
appeal.
lead.
He's gone. I'm not sure this last two will add 20 runs. That may be very ambitious. But Anderson Phillip goes LBW to Walsh. He gets his first wicket, and I think it's well deserved. He's bowled well. So Anderson Phillip goes for 2. LBW bowl Hayden Walsh Jr. And it's now 136 for 9.
Well. Another partnership that failed to produce. Yeah, it probably was the googly. The thing is, we can't bring it close enough to really decide whether he was struck in line with the stump or not. But it looked pretty adjacent from here, Colin.
Yeah, it did look pretty adjacent.
So Hayden Walsh has picked up his first wicket finally. How many overs did he?
Well, he's in his
send down?
11th over.
Wow, a very high
But,
strike rate.
1 for 33.
Okay.
And Shannon Gabriel is coming out. And Jaden Seals is coming to have a word with him. Now, I would love to be buzzing around to understand this conversation. What could Jaden Seals be telling Shannon Gabriel? Could it be, let's go after them? Could it be, hold an end for me? But he still is walking next to Gabriel, chatting away, probably saying, please, just don't get out. I need to face a few more deliveries. I've only faced three deliveries thus far. So hold on for me. So 136 for 9. The lead now, 221. That's a sizable lead.
Well, the thing is that they've got some tired fast bowlers out there now.
That's the thing. That's my point. And that was the point I was making to Anil. That, you know, it might be a good thing to go back and bat.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, bat for maybe, you know, get 100, 120 more, and give the Red Force 350 to make in the final innings.
Oh, it's a very quick delivery there from him.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel played it well in the end, but it's just a matter of time before he tries to hit Hayden Walsh Jr. out of the ground. Shannon Gabriel is not going to play down 2 or 3 balls. Here he goes. Well, along the ground. I thought he was actually aiming for over the side screen.
I thought that mid-off should have been right back.
I thought so too. Well, play that very well indeed, pushing it out. The thing is, will Hayden Walsh be brave enough to throw that ball, give it some air, throw it in the air?
Well, he has all the resources to do that. He's got a big lead. Not wrong if he's struck for a boundary or two, but the thing is, he always has a chance of getting the man out once he's going for the big shot.
And he's got a long on in place. And I would think, and they're right, to put the long on, because if Shannon Gabriel, he's not going to...
I would have put the long off as well.
Yeah, but Shannon Gabriel, I'm not, you know, with all due respect, I can't see him hitting that straight back over the top. He's gonna look to pull it.
A bit of a cow shot.
That's right. But we'll wait and see. Substitution going on. Who is coming off the field? Is it? Seems to be Carty. Who is gone on there as a substitute?
Well, with the exception of Joshua De Silva, who is the top scorer with 65, and Brian Charles with 25. The rest of the scorecard for the TNT Red Force batsmen look pretty dull. 18, the next best, Yannick Karaya, and then 15 by Aki Hussain. The rest of the batsmen failed to get past double figures.
Jaden Seals is going to come off the mark with that single. Brings Shannon Gabriel into strike. It's going to be interesting how he deals with Colin Archibald.
Well, he's done pretty well, Archibald. He's picked up 3 wickets now. He had a pretty good knock of 21 this morning. In very quick time, he had Shannon Gabriel hustling all over mid-wicket, all over long on.
Can Shannon Gabriel return the compliment?
Well, it's hardly likely, Colin. if even the number 1, 2, 3 and 4 couldn't do it, and number 11, it would be extremely difficult.
You're asking too much.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Let's see. Shannon Gabriel facing up to Colin Archibald. He's batting deep in his crease. And the crowd love that defensive prod from Gabriel. And you can hear the crowd. Very disappointing crowd. Well, very sorry. Not the crowd is disappointing, but the crowd that is here is disappointed in the performance so far of the Red Force team. They thought at 357 that total would have been, yes, it's challenging, but they thought the Red Force would have given it a better go than what we're seeing.
They didn't have a lot to cheer about. Pretty
No,
subdued.
They haven't. I think the only thing was Joshua's, the Silva's half century. Well, Gabriel is off the mark. Crowds appreciate that. So, brings Jaden Seals back into stride.
So it's going to be Archibald continuing. The left arm fast medium. He's got 3 wickets to his tally. And my, this is, whoa. Did he get bat onto that? As good a Yorker leg delivery, he tried to keep out of his wicket, but
No
it's
ball.
a no ball. Probably why we didn't hear any appeal going up. Or he probably got some bat onto that. So Leeward Islands looking to clean up the final pair at the wicket for the TNT Red Force. They are on 140.
140 for 9. Both the batsmen at the crease on 1. In the air and taken by Wall. She doesn't drop those. So there was Jaden Seals just flicking at a delivery from Archibald, who's picked up his 4th wicket. So just like Jeremiah Louis, he's picked up 4 wickets. And Jaden Seals goes. Court Walsh bowled Archibald for 1. Shannon Gabriel, remains on 1 not out. And the Red Force bowled out for 140 here. And which means that the Leeward Islands, they've got a lead of 117. They've got a lead of, sorry, did I say 117?
No,
Sorry?
that would be wrong.
That would be very wrong, Anil Raja. Extremely wrong.
Yeah, they made 257,
They-
so that
they've-
would be 217.
217.
Yeah.
And maybe I was hoping from Red Force perspective it was just 117, but it's a lead of 217, and we'll have to wait and see what is this decision of this Leeward Islands team, whether they will enforce the follow on or if they will go and bat, set the Red Force a target, maybe bat them out of the game, get another 150, 100 or close to 200, and get the Red Force a target, set the Red Force a target of say 417. Let's quickly run through the scorecard for you. The Leeward Islands there, the bowling, we'll just go back to the batting of the Red Force. There it is. Solozano, he went Court Django bowled Louis without scoring. Webster, Court Walsh bowled Louis also without scoring. Darren Bravo, Court Ward bowled Archibald 7. Jason Mohammed bowled Louis, no score. Yannick Karaya LBW Louis, 18. Joshua De Silva, the only one that really offered a lot of resistance. He went court Carty, bowl Archibald, 65. Akil Hussain, court Carty, bowl Archibald, 15. Brian Charles, he went court Cornwall, bowl Berridge for 25. Anderson Phillip went LBW Walsh for 2. Jaden Seals, he went court Walsh, bowl Archibald, 1. Gabriel was left not out on 1. There were 6 extras. The Red Force all out for 140. And the bowling for the Leeward Islands, Berridge, 12 overs, 1 for 22. Jeremiah Louis, he had 11 overs, 4 for 32. Colin Archibald turned out to having the best figures of 12 overs, 4 for 27. Cornwall, Rakim Cornwall had 9 overs, none for 13. Hayden Walsh, 11 overs, 1 for 33. Casey Carty, he just had 2 overs, none for 9. And Terence Ward had 1 over for 2 runs. So it's 357 Leeward Islands bowled out for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 140. Their trail here by 217 runs. We're going to take a break and then come back for this. When we come back, we'll know if the Red Force are batting again or if the Leeward Islands have decided to go and bat and then set the Red Force a target. We'll be back. Okay, back here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, the news is that the Leeward Islands, they have not enforced the follow on. They've gone back to build on this lead that they already have. So in effect, they are 217 for none as these two batsmen, the two openers, Powell and Hodge, have gone back out. And Hodge is going to take first strike. Shannon Gabriel is going to open the bowling. Two slips, a gully, point cover mid-off. And then on the onside, there's that whitish mid-on, a forward square leg and a man at fine leg. So the Red Force still looking to take a couple wickets. Still looking to take and that's how they can get back in this game. They've got to take wickets. They've got to take them quickly. Here's Gabriel with his first delivery. Well, let's abort that. And he's got to go back to the top of his mark. So we had a lot of speculation in the commentary booth, Anil, when you were not here, about should the Leeward Islands go and bat again. Anil was very adamant that they should go and bat. And I tried to say to him, well, yeah, you're right, but you know, what about if? Didn't want to hear about that. He just wanted Leeward Islands to go back and bat. And he's got his wish. Here's Gabriel now. But it makes all the sense in the world because, you know, you've just come off the field, the bowlers are, and the lead is quite sizable, which is the most important thing, I think. At 217, they probably need maybe another 180, 190, get to 400. And if they can do that by, say, mid-afternoon tomorrow or just after lunch, that is going to put a lot of pressure on the Red Force batting.
Well, I thought that they made the right decision to go back and bat instead of enforcing the follow-on, as we all assess that the wicket is not going to be the best one to bat on the third evening and the fourth day. So I thought that they did the right thing. Added to that, their bowlers would have been extremely tired, especially the pacers.
Yeah.
They had a pretty heavy workload today, and the fact that Raheem Cornwall didn't seem to be able to give you his full quota of overs. I don't know what went wrong with him. He came off the field. So the pacers definitely would have been too tired. So they would get a good rest tonight. And in the meantime, their batsmen, as you're saying, if they can get anywhere close to 200. I think if they bat badly, they should make about 180. That would make the target
still, yeah.
380. That's a
That's
sizable
still sizable,
score.
yeah.
So
To get on the last day, or even to get on I wouldn't say last day, but in the fourth innings of a game.
Yeah, they certainly are in the driver's seat here. I expect that there would be controlled aggression, although I am believing that this evening they would be a little more watchful. But nothing wrong if they go after the bowling and play a few shots as well. They are in a position to do that.
Yeah, you don't want to lose early wickets and find yourselves in trouble. So I understand the guys are telling me Anil Lakan has changed his name, his surname. He's now Anilist. Analyst. Get with the program, Anil. Analyst. That's his last name now.
A-list?
Yes. It says Hodge looking to whip this one badly lined by Gabriel, and it went through to be taken by De Silva. So not a good line from Gabriel. You know, the thing
he wasn't all that impressive in that first inning.
Yeah,
Colin.
you know,
he really looked match rusty.
That's right. I was about to make that point. I think his problem really is match fitness. He needs to, you know, he can be fit all he wants, and he probably is. I'm not saying he's not. But what he needs now is to play cricket. He needs some match fitness.
Yeah, he was all over the shop in that first innings. Conceded some 60-odd runs. Just the one wicket of 12 overs, I believe. So that was pretty not what we're accustomed seeing from Shannon Gabriel, especially at the regional level. He's accustomed picking up wickets at the test level, but he struggled here in the first innings. And now that his team is faced with such a huge deficit, it does not allow him the luxury of having too many attacking fieldsmen in catching position.
Well, I'm very happy that they're still the Red Force. They've gone for 2 slips on a gully rather than just 1 slip on a third man, because they must be mindful too that they don't want the Leeward Islands to get away with too many runs too early on, because the score can certainly get out of hand. No ball from Shannon Gabriel. I think that's one of his problems over the years. He's bowled far too many no balls. Yeah, they wouldn't want a lot of boundary scoring this afternoon. Balls going down to third man and unprotected areas where the lead can build quickly.
Yeah, you don't want quick scoring.
That's right.
I mean, time is of importance now for the Red Force, because I think the only option that they have is to try to save the game. Can't see them winning from here. They would probably have to bowl the Leeward Islands for a very paltry total. Probably just over 100.
I would say just under 100.
And that would still be a sizable
That's
target to
right.
go at.
300 would be
So
yeah.
they would have to concentrate on trying to save the match, and time would be of essence. So the run scoring has got to be slowed, and they also would have to, bat a lot better when they're doing the second inning, the TNT Red Force, that is.
Another no ball from Shannon Gabriel. So that's 2 in a row now. He's gone back. He's marking his run up again, making sure he's probably gone a yard back. He's going to try again. This is final delivery of the first over. Didn't seem to be very fluent with that run-up, did he?
Not fluent at all in his first over.
Yeah,
He seems to be struggling a bit with the run-up.
That's right. No, he's never. The thing with Shannon Gabriel, he's never had this smooth run-up, say like a Jaden Seals, but there you could see him sort of just not striding out.
No, he doesn't have a rhythmic run-up like
Yeah.
Michael Holden or even Malcolm Marshall.
Yeah, you've gone so far back.
He struggles. He struggles a bit. He looks a little uncoordinated as well, Colin. Earlier in his career, he used to have a lot of problems with his run.
That's right.
And getting enough rhythm to reach up to the stumps. But he has done some work on that. He reaches up the stump pretty quickly now, but he still stutters a bit.
Yeah.
Not fluent, as you said.
That's right. That first over, you could see him stuttering going up. Never was striding out. Now this young man is a different. He's totally different, Jaden Seals. For a lot of time for him, I think he's going to be a wonderful cricketer. He's got a great future and a career ahead of him.
And one of the things about Shannon Gabriel that probably hinders his approach to the wicket is that he runs flat-footed. He runs on the heel, unlike like a Michael Holden would be more or less leaning forward and running on the ball off the feet, really. Springy.
Jaden Seals has started his first over, bowling to the centurion of the first innings, who must be full of confidence, Powell. Stroke the first one out down to mid-on.
Well, Jaden Seals would have been very satisfied with his performance in that first inning, picking up a fiver for just 49 runs, but equally disappointed with the way his teammates batted.
It was a really poor display by the Red Force batsmen.
It's a man who had just scored 139, so he would be brimming with confidence, and he's batting with a purpose as well. Remember, he's trying to get back on the West Indies team. Kieran Powell is an opener. Well, he made a very good step in that direction.
Well, he's made a huge statement, didn't he?
Yeah, that was a very good innings in the first inning. 139.
Yeah, Solozano has failed. You're talking his main rivals, Solozano. John Campbell only got 48. Well, what about your friend, Chandapol? This is a good delivery. Got a little bit of bounce. Seemed to have struck him.
In the midriff?
Well, yes, in the midriff.
Yeah, he's hunched over.
What about Tejnarayan Chandapol?
Well, you can't rule him out.
No, I mean, listen.
He can stay in the wicket.
Well, the thing
and
about it,
you need that as an opener.
Yeah, the thing about it, the guy has scored 100. We see Is that the Red Force physio? I wonder if he's going to actually treat Powell or do more damage to him. Because the Red Force physio has gone out there. First time, well, maybe the Leeward Islands, they don't have a physio with them on tour. I'm not too sure. Is that the Leeward Islands physio going out now?
Yeah. A bit late on the draw.
Well, I tell you what, it's a good thing Powell didn't need immediate surgery because he could have been, we could have been all saying goodbye. Yes, he's now making his way. He's actually asking the Red Force physio, what's wrong with Powell? Well. I suppose that's, if you can't get him out, that's one way to get him off the crease and send him back to the pavilion.
Oh, he's a big tough guy.
Oh yeah, and I tell you, he's not going to come out. He's so now brimming with confidence. He's going to bat through whatever pain barrier there is.
But he should be aware as well that Jaden Seals is the most potent bowler on the TNT Red Force squad. So he would certainly be looking at him a lot closer. That was a good delivery. It made some height.
Yeah, it did.
It took him on the upper part of the stomach, it appeared. It's probably winded after that blow.
But he's right back in line with the next delivery. That's good batting on the part of Kieran Powell.
Yeah, he didn't flinch whatsoever.
I tell you what, we looked at Powell yesterday, and I'm looking at him again in a couple of deliveries he's faced. You wonder at international level why he's not producing, because he seems to have all the right attributes. He's got the talent, but somehow when these guys step up, they're just not producing as their ability should. And you're just wondering, is it a situation that the regional bowling is not as strong maybe as it should be? Because, you go back years, I hate to go back in time, but you go back when you had regional bowlers that the regional batsmen had to work hard for their runs. And you look at Powell batting so comfortably yesterday, getting a big century, and you put him into the international arena, and sometimes it just doesn't work.
Well, for a fact, is at the international level, Colin, that bowling would be far superior to what.
And while I agree with you, Annie, yeah. I'm not saying no, but all I'm saying to you is, why aren't a lot of these batsmen from the regional level is not stepping up to the plate?
I think they are reaching at the international level here in the West Indies. They're reaching on the West Indies team without being properly prepared. I don't think that they're getting the proper mental mindset. And I don't want to be too harsh on coaches in the region, but at the lower age group level, at under 15s, under 17s, under 19s, you need top-notch coaches there. I think that these players in the West Indies are reaching up to the first-class level and international level without having the right preparation and quality coaches. And I'm not seeing we in the West Indies here, we're not really bringing in any foreign coaches who have a lot more expertise in the sport to try to help the younger coaches. If you look, for instance, just here in Trinidad and Tobago, at the zonal level and even at the national level, at the age group 13, under 15, under 17, you have coaches really who probably are really unknown.
Yeah,
and I don't think that they're really preparing a talented player from the young age to really reach at that international level and be ready enough. I don't know if that explains what you're asking.
I mean, I hear you. I'm not disputing what you're saying. And what has been happening, and I know you are very much involved in under 17 cricket. Here is Shannon Gabriel. Good line, good length, and Hodge equal to it. Yeah, I'm looking at that level, the under 19, under 17 level. And even right here at a senior level, and I'm a little disappointed at the lack of the longer version of the game, the 3-day game, and even at the under 19 level and under 17 level, do they concentrate on the 3-day game, which will allow these younger batsmen to bat for long? There's so much concentration now on limited overs cricket, the T20. I see they're now starting at T10. It's a good delivery again, and Hodge equal to it. Just Hodge coming right across and getting in line. Yeah, and you know, I'm just wondering, you know, is there too much limited overs cricket being played that does not allow our younger batsmen to bat for long and make hundreds and think hundreds? You know, it's unfair to talk about Brian Lara, right? But Brian Lara, at 14 years old, was making hundreds at school cricket. And that's no, I mean, the records are there to see it.
And the thing is, he didn't play a lot of limited overs cricket as well.
Yeah, but he was making, he understood and knew as a youngster, another no ball from Shannon Gabriel, but he understood as a youngster what it was to make hundreds. How many of our senior players now understand that and would go out there and say, okay, yes, they say it in their mind, well, I'm going to make 100. But you look at the first-class cricketers who graduate to Test cricket, and a lot of them would have 100 behind the name, sometimes 2. Whereas you look at the Australians and the English, guys coming into Test level would have, I mean, a lot of hundreds behind their names. And you see, and that's another point, because let's just have a look at Gabriel. I am a little disappointed that the first class season is just being played over one round. You know, I've been adamant, this thing, you should be playing at least, we're playing 5 first class games a year. That can't be enough. You know, and why did this tournament take a break? Why? Because the English were here? Okay, so the English were here, play the Test team against the English, and have your regional games playing. Because what were the other, outside of the 15 or 18 or 20 players that you selected to play for the West Indies against England, what were the rest of the first class players doing?
Well,
luckily for Hodge, it didn't run back onto the stumps.
Quite agree with what you were saying there, Colin. But
and not only that, Anna, let me just make the final point. If you had any replacements to choose, that any of those playing in the Test team had failed, where were you going to get the players from? Because nobody else was playing cricket.
Okay. Well, you have to take into consideration as well that we used to have 2 rounds of matches over the last 6-7 years, and then there was the pandemic, and that curtailed everything. And now that they're just now starting to get back, to be fair to CWI and all the regional boards, they're now trying to get back some first-class cricket being played here in the Caribbean. So I would probably excuse them this year for just the 5 matches, and I hope that finance allows it, that they can get back to the format of 10 matches.
Let's hope so.
For the season. Because I remember when you played and when we played, Colin, we had just 5 games a year.
Yep.
And men used to be selected from that to go on to play for the West Indies, just 5 games.
Yeah.
And if you want to compare, let's look at the Australian, that Sheffield Shield. You have youngsters under 19 who have just passed 19, 20. They are playing in the Sheffield Shield competition for quite a number of years, 3, possibly 4, before they can get onto that Australian Test side.
You're right.
When they arrive there, they are not as short and wanting as the West Indian youngsters who have just made it to the international level. A far cry, it's far different.
Oh, yeah. Powell is back in stride because Hodge, that's the first run off the bat from Hodge, as he picked up a single. So it brings Powell to face Shannon Gabriel for the first time. So
And don't forget my main point as well. These other countries, they have a proper coaching system with quality coaches, and then you have lecturers in the various fields as well in all aspects of the game. You know, build you up mentally, physically. I mean, they put a lot of attention into all aspects of the game. I don't think we're doing it as we should here in the West Indies.
Well, I just want to see that, especially from the regional level and these 4-day games, need to see the standards step up, you know. We talk about the bowlers. Young Jaden Seals is pushing through. He's one who's come through the ranks, and suddenly we say, okay, we've got one world-class player. So he's into bowl to Hodge.
Well, to be fair as well, Colin, I think that the T20 format has taken away a lot of the top quality players here in the Caribbean. We are not too much interested in playing too much of the longer version of the game.
You know, Desmond Haynes made a very interesting point. I didn't see the entire release, but he talked about getting people like Nicholas Puran playing at this 4-day level to play Test cricket. And somehow, you see, again, Anil, you look at our players, our talented players. So you look at Jaden Seals. You look at around the world, how the Australians getting Warner and Smith and the likes to play for their Test team. How is New Zealand getting the Williamsons and those guys to play for their... In other words, I'm trying to make the point that worldwide, with all the Test playing countries, they somehow get their best players to play Test cricket. How is it not happening in the West Indies? Well, I mean, you look at Puran. I mean, Nicholas Puran, for example, I mean, he's got real ability, but yet he's not going to take part in these 4-day games. Right now, he's with the IPL. So how do you schedule your tournaments to allow these guys to take part? Because also, by them taking part in these tournaments will raise the standard of the other players.
Yeah, quite so. But you've got to look at the money aspect of it as well, Colin. I mean, a lot of players, you know, they're playing the sport, especially the T20, because it's big money we're talking about as well.
And I hear you. Yeah. But still.
Yeah, I know that, because...
Can't we find some sort of...
well, the Australians have done it. I mean, if you look at the amount of Australians who are playing in the IPL, it's not a big pool as say the players in the Caribbean, the West Indian players, and they have a commitment as well. They have this patriotism to represent their country when it comes to Test cricket. I mean, England, they don't allow their players to play the IPL once they are on probably the squad, if it is T20 in England or ODIs or Test cricket. I know they have different rules and regulations, and I think here in the West Indies we don't have any sort of rules. Everything is lackadaisical as regarding, you know, players and being allowed to go to play IPL when the West Indies have international matches. You know, you can't have it both ways.
Well, our players are in demand throughout the world, you know, and somehow we just don't get them to partake in our tournaments. Hodge is going to pick up another single, badly lined by Jaden Seals. You really see that from him, where he lines up a ball badly. But that one was just on the leg stump, heading further down the leg side, and they're able to pick up a single. So the end of the over from Seals, the end of his second over, it's 5 for none. I would think the Leeward Islands here, they would want to, even though they're not scoring quickly, I think the most important thing is that they want to ensure that they don't lose any wickets before the end of today's play. We've got, well, there was 19 overs left in the day's play when they went out. So we've got, 15 overs left? Not sure if we're going to get through 15 overs with the pacemen. Maybe we'll get through 10 if we're lucky, if the Silva keeps on his pace attack. 17 more overs and apparently is left in the day's play. Can't see us getting through those 17 overs with the quickies.
I think in this final part of this session here, Colin, and the position that they are in, that there should be some sort of aggression, even if it's controlled aggression. You need to be scoring. You can't really close off, and after 10, 15 overs in the final session, you have a lead of 217. You close on 20 odd for no loss. It doesn't make much sense to me. If you have lost a wicket or two, and your score is about 50, 60, that would put you in a much better position. So they have to assess it really well. I thought they would have done that and decided how much they would want to have at the end of the day's play.
Yeah.
I certainly don't think it would be what it would at this rate.
Yannick Karaya, he's moved a deep backward square leg position. I'm not sure if they're going to try to set up Hodge. And yes, they did, but he didn't take the bait. The ball coming off the boot of the Silva, and they run through far by. So that never got up, or I should say it did get up over the head of Hodge, but it bounced just in front of the Silva and seemed to have struck him on the boot. A painful blow.
Yeah, those hurt when it hit you on the top of the boot. The toes feel as though they are on fire inside the boot.
That's 5 now without loss because of that extra. So they lead now up to 222. 221 is it? Or 222? Yes, my maths.
Well,
My maths teacher would be annoyed with me. 217 and 5 is not 221. What, sorry?
Yeah, I think that the Red Force would be a little satisfied that the way how things have gone so far in this innings.
Yeah, they've kept it quiet.
Very quiet indeed. This is what they would want. They'd have to make run scoring very difficult for the Leeward Islands Hurricane if they are to try and save this game.
Well, a bit of a false shot from Powell. He was looking more to play that on the onside. Got a little bit of a leading edge. Thankfully for him, it didn't go in the air. Went out to Bravo at mid-off.
He looks slightly overweight to me, Kieran Powell. Thought he put on some size, really. And even though that might be the case, he didn't look at all tired yesterday when he scored at 139, so his fitness level is probably good.
I tell you, I don't mind being overweight if I can score 139.
In less than a day's play.
In less than a day's play. No, I was very impressed with him actually yesterday. It's the best I've seen him bat, and I've seen him on a few occasions, much more than a few occasions, I should say. But it was a really good knock from him.
Well, his mindset was in the right place because he really concentrated hard. He didn't give a lot of chances. He didn't play too many loose shots. I can't recall any catches or anything.
No, he wasn't dropped. He was beaten once or twice, but I think the early dismissal of Hodge as well helped him because he settled down more, realizing that we would have had to take on a lot more responsibility in terms of guiding the innings forward, and he did it marvelously.
Yeah,
Had a couple of good partnerships.
Yeah, with Carty especially.
And Django.
And Django.
Yeah.
And then this morning we had Archibald and Louis really belting the bowling around.
That's just a single in it, is it? Yes. So 1 to Powell. He's off the mark with that single.
TNT wouldn't be too much in a hustle here to get things going. They are going to be taking their time about it. Remember, time would be of essence if they are to save the game. Having said that, there are two complete days still to go, Colin.
Yeah.
The lead is 222 or so.
224 at the moment.
224.
So effectively 224 for none. That's a good position to be in any sort of cricket game.
While I step away.
Loud appeal goes up, and umpire Blaze, he takes a long time, but he's going to even take a longer time here because he says not out. Loud appeal going up as that ball struck Hodge. The thing is, did it hit him outside the line? But umpire Blaze decided that let's have a look. It's a little high, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, probably. So Powell is going to continue with the strike, that is, as Jaden Seals is going to be bowling to him.
Just step out for a while, Colin, as I make way for...
You're stepping out? You're making way for the analyst?
Yes, the analyst.
So Jaden Seals is in his third over. None for 13. None for none. He's had 2 maidens, yeah. I'm looking at 13, meaning the dot balls he's bowled. He's bowled 13 dot balls, so none for none. Whereas Shannon Gabriel, he's bowled 3 overs, none for 5. It's a short delivery bouncer. And taken by De Silva. So I understand you have a new surname, sir.
I'm hearing of your...
I don't, listen, don't shoot the messenger. I was just told you have a new surname. Your first name is Anil and your last name is Ist. So
Ist.
you're now analyst.
Okay.
That's what the guys have told me that in the booth.
I'll take that, Colin,
Yeah,
any day.
it didn't come from me. You know, sometimes the messenger always gets the blame. I'm just telling you what was told to me. But here is Seals, looking to pick up a wicket for the Red Force. So you're very happy that the Leeward Islands took your advice and decided to go on bat, but they really had, honestly, Anil, they didn't have much of a choice. The bowlers toiled today on a pitch. They did exceedingly well. And to ask them to come back late in the afternoon and bowl again would have been tough on them. And the lead at 217 is big enough for them to take the time here this afternoon and then early in the morning put some pressure on the Red Force bowling.
Well, I'm sure the decision to go back and back Colin would definitely be the right decision, and it's based on the fact that you want to bat this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force out of the game. So in terms of the Red Force winning this game, that definitely would, be thrown out of the question. So it's going to be setting them up for a huge total and asking the Red Force to bat in the fourth innings and try and save this game, if that's possible.
Anil Raja was saying, what about the possibility if the Red Force were to dismiss the Leeward Islands Hurricanes for, say, around 100?
Well, that'll be very interesting to say the least, Colin.
What's your take on that one?
Well,
Still, even if that happens, 317 runs to get here is still a tall order, isn't it?
it will always be a tall order. And again, I'll go back to the conversation that we had yesterday, in that none of us has any history as to what is going to transpire on the third and fourth day on this pitch. Now, it's a wait-and-see situation, Colin, where that is concerned. And I must admit, it has surprised me, to say the least, that it's still playing pretty well in terms of a batting perspective. It's still a good batting track. We haven't really seen much deliveries misbehave, other than the one that went into the rib of Powell from Jaden Seals. But other than that, we have not really seen the deliveries misbehave, kept low, or take off from a length on a consistent basis. So based on what we are seeing, it is still very evident that this surface is still good for batting, Colin.
You're quite right. I was going to make the point that we're nearly at the end of the second day, and this pitch continues to play well. continues to, be a pitch where if you put your head down, you're going to get runs. The Trinidad and Tobago batsmen really didn't bat very well at all on this pitch. Joshua De Silva got 65, and he more or less showed the batsmen the application. If you apply yourself, you play every ball on its merit, you're going to make runs. And unfortunately, the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen never really settled outside of De Silva.
Well, all credit to the Leeward Islands bowlers as well, Colin.
That's right.
They didn't give them the opportunity to settle from ball one. They were hitting their areas consistently.
Is it Shannon Gabriel? Still 2 slips. Anil was making the point as well that he's found that the openers, Hodge and Powell, they're a little bit too, how should I put it, conservative. Felt that they should have opened up a little more. And instead of being 9 for none, it might have been better for them to be 40 for 2.
Well, I'm looking at them go about the second innings, Colin, and I am convinced that it has been a very cagey start, to say the least. And one wonders, with 217 runs, you're starting off the second innings, one would have thought that there would be at least more intent.
A little more adventurous.
To say the least.
They're going to go through for a quick single. That's good running, because I think Darren Bravo was having a little bit of a snooze at mid-on. And by the time he realized what was happening, they were through for the run. Yeah, I think the main aim for them today is that they just don't want to lose any wickets. I don't think they're too concerned with how much runs they will score this afternoon. I think what they want to do is when they come back tomorrow, they want to ensure they have 10 wickets intact. And who knows, from tomorrow, from ball one, it might be a different scenario with how they approach the innings.
Well, you couldn't be more right, Colin. And I'll tell you what, this pitch has shown that the new ball has done enough to give us enough evidence, Colin, to be very, very watchful and mindful in terms of how potent this new ball can be. This is a new ball surface. If you don't pry wickets early with the new ball, you're really setting yourself up for a long vigil in the field. What's your thoughts?
Let's look at Gabriel. It's a good shot from Powell, just not really hitting it with too much power, just punching it with some timing. Yeah, it's the ball is doing something with the new ball. And you looked at Jaden Seals, for example, he picked up 5. You looked at Archibald. We keep talking about the spin. This pitch is going to spin. This pitch is going to turn. We've not seen evidence of that as yet. What we've seen is that the faster men, Seals, Louis, and Archibald, have picked up the wickets. With some good control bowling, putting the ball in front of the batsman and say to the batsman, well, you played. And they got some movement and they picked up the wickets. And I think all 3 have bowled very well.
And you couldn't be more accurate when what you have just said, Colin. It's not a surface that you're going to blast anybody out, because it's not a quick surface by any stretch of the imagination. To get the ball to climb over the batter's shoulder, you really got to bend your back, and on this surface, it has to be controlled aggression in terms of the bowling. You don't want to be running and just hitting the pitch and it's unresponsive. It's not responding to what you want out of it. So I'm hoping that we're going to see some intent before the close of play here today, Colin.
Well, not too sure if you'll get your wish, because the way the openers are playing, they're very content to, in my view, to bat out the afternoon, and if they get a bad ball, fine. And then you look at Gabriel. I think Gabriel is running in quickly and pounding the pitch, but the thing is, we've not seen the short deliveries really get the batsman out. The deliveries that have got the batsman out are those deliveries that's pitched up, doing a little bit. And we've seen one or two batsmen go down to slip, go to the wicket keeper. Django, I think, took a couple catches. The Silva took a couple catches. The slip region, they have picked up a couple catches. And then we've seen the poor shot, which has been spooned towards cover or mid-wicket. I think Carty picked up a couple catches, feeling at cover. Hayden Walsh, but again, those are you'd look at some of the tail enders that were spooning balls into the deep. The end of the over from Gabriel, he has completed 4 overs for 6 runs, and it's 10 for none after 7 overs. Been a very sedate start. Let's give you some news out of the Brian Lara. Jamaica, what was the score for the Jamaicans? I know in the second innings, the Windwards are 91 for 2. But not sure what the lead was. We'll just try and get that for you out of the Brian Lara Academy, where Jamaica, they got to 346. So the lead was 209. And the Leeward Islands in the second innings, they are 91 for 2. And we'll give you a score in the oval in a minute. That's a loud appeal goes up as Jaden Seals pitching that delivery up to the bat as we suggested, moving it away from Hodge. He had a little bit of a nibble at it, missed it, and was taken by the Silva in the Queen's Park Oval, Guyana. 490 for 7 declared. Well. And Barbados, at the moment, they've lost Craig Brathwaite. Well, that's a big blow. Chanda Paul, 114 not out from 434 balls. And Gudakesh Muti, he had 110 from 118 balls.
So very enterprising from Gudakesh Muti. But the cornerstone of that innings definitely would have been Ryan Chanda
no doubt.
Paul.
Absolutely no doubt.
And looking at what Jaden Seals is producing now, Colin, it's evident that he's recognized and he has done his assessment in the first inning and continuing in the second innings. He's bowling that 4 meter line and 4 meter length, and that is telling me that he wants to pitches the ball up as much as possible.
That's a bumper. That was a good delivery. That's what I like about Jaden Seals. He runs up, he bowls a couple of balls outside the line of the off stump, pitches it up, a little bit of movement, and all of a sudden he runs up, quick, short one. And you could see Hodge. Hodge started to come across the crease and realized that ball was short, lifting at him, and he had to back away and bend. That's the kind of bouncer you want to bowl to a batsman. Credit to Jaden Seals. It's a little too wide of the off stump. He would be very disappointed with that. He normally tends to get the batsman playing at those deliveries.
But his stock delivery, Colin, is the ball that shapes away from the right-hander. What we have not seen is that in swing or Jaden going wide of the crease and trying to angle that ball back into the right-hander. We haven't seen that. So I'm not sure if it is that he's just trying to be consistent with that outswinger.
Well, he's got 2 slips and a gully. And that Hodge had to come right down, and that seemed to have kept a little bit low. That's another consideration that we may have to take going into the 3rd and 4th day, especially the 4th day. Is this ball going to keep low? Yeah, well, Seals tends to use the crease, tends to bowl some wide, gets close. You know, that's what I tell you. The more I see of this young man, the more I like this young man. He's a thinker. You know, he's gives me the impression that he analyzes the batsman that he's coming up against. He doesn't need anybody to analyze it. He tends to do his own analysis and bowls to suit. It's another bumper. I've not seen him so hostile for a while. Another bumper from him. It's the end of the over. It's 10 for none after 8 overs. Jaden Seals, he's had 4 overs, none for 2. And Gabriel, 4 overs, none for 6. That's not your kind of swashbuckling kind of opening partnership, is it?
No, it isn't. And one would have thought
So I'm
that...
disappointed.
I am a bit disappointed. One would have thought that the Leeward Islands would have been proactive and tried to take the game forward going into the third day, Colin. But I'm sure the think tank of the Leeward Islands setup, they would definitely have a plan as to how they are going to approach the end of the second day going into the third day.
Well, they're certainly in the driver's seat. They're in a really great position. But just back at the Queen's Park Oval, 490 for 7 declared, and Barbados 29 for 1. And more importantly, the man that they have lost is Craig Brathwaite. You would have thought if they've got to get to 490, he's got to get plenty of those 490.
And I tell you what, Colin, the last time Craig Brathwaite batted at the Queen's Park Oval, he got a double 100.
Okay, that's interesting.
No, my apology. Kensington Oval, sorry.
Wrong oval.
Wrong oval.
So Anderson Phillip is into the attack, replacing Shannon Gabriel. Anderson Phillip didn't pick up a wicket in the first innings. Bowled 11 overs and conceded 58 runs. Was roughed up earlier this morning by Louis and Archibald and was withdrawn out of the attack.
But I was reliably told by Jaden Seals, when they took the second new ball, Colin, it was not swinging at all. It was just traveling gun barrel straight. So those guys were able to hit through the line of the deliveries.
Yeah, that's a little bit surprising that the ball wasn't swinging. But Archibald and Louis, they batted very well, I must admit. They went after the bowling. Colin Archibald came out. The first ball he hit for 6. And then I think 2 balls later he struck a 4. And that was off of Jaden Seals.
So the intentions were clear that they wanted to press on that advantage this morning, Colin.
They certainly did. And they not only they certainly did, and they did it. No doubt about it. They put the Trinidad and Tobago team on the back foot from very early. Louis batted well. Louis ended up with 42 not out. So far he's outside of the 100 that Powell has made. Jeremiah Louis has had a wonderful game and must be in contention for man of the match. But how can you ignore a man who made 139?
And that innings, in the context of the game, Colin, has really put the Leeward Islands in the driver's seat. He has shown immense maturity during that 139.
Anderson Phillip looking for his first wicket. He's not going to get it then because this is too wide of the off stump. Hodge is allowing it to go through. We've got, how many overs have we got left in the day's play? Think about 10, 13 overs left. Well, we're not going to get that in, that's for sure. Yes, Jaden Seals' mum is here supporting him. So at lunchtime she was having a word with him. And she's here again in the crowd. Lots of the parents or parent of those playing are here. Seeing Jeremy Solozano's father, Josh De Silva's father is here, Darren Bravo's father, Jaden Seals. Not too sure. Django, yes, Django. I think I saw his one of his parents here with big a shirt with Django on his back.
Jason Mohammed's dad is also here, just in front of us.
Okay. Yes, so they've come out here to lend some support. And it's always important as a player and even as a senior player to know that your parents are here giving you that kind of support, especially when things are not right.
Well, Jaden's Seal's mom must be a very proud parent, Colin.
She made a statement that she's very proud of him and that he's worked very hard and he deserves all that he gets. She said she further went on to say she doesn't know how to express how she feels seeing him play at the highest level. And support is the biggest thing. When a child knows that their parents are there for them, it pushes them an extra mile. And so very true.
Yeah, parental support is an important part of the development of any cricketer, and more importantly, the value of having family, Colin. You cannot discount that at no cost. That family and parental support is really a good block in terms of taking yourself forward.
No doubt. Brian Charles is going to continue. He's replaced the man we've been talking about, Jaden Seals, and he's going to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Kieran Powell. Powell long forward.
So this cherry is still practically new, Colin. What are your expectations from the spinners?
Not very much. But here's Powell down the track, and he's lifted it high over long on. It's not going to get very much turn. That's 6 runs. So Powell using his feet, and just as I said, not good with this ball as it is. I don't expect it to turn. So it's probably just going to run on, and Powell coming down the track, and he hit it beautifully. Used his feet. There he is using his feet and hitting it high over long on. That's a good shot. Excellent shot. And good use of the feet.
Excellent use of the feet, and that's a feature that has been lacking at all levels of the cricket, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, by extension, West Indies cricket as well. So it's great to see Powell, taking the opportunity to come on the track and really execute it to perfection. And if you look at the manner in which he did it, Colin, he was very composed and balanced when executing as well.
Yeah. Well, again, you talked about turn. I don't expect any turn out there with Charles, so that ball should be just running on, which makes life a little bit easier for Powell. He knows once he gets there, there's going to be very little turn.
Yeah, so the fact that he knows that it's going to be difficult for him to be defeated by any spin at all give him the confidence to go down the track.
Runs for Hodge. It's probably going to pick up 2. No, Powell says 1 is enough. As Darren Bravo was giving chase. Hodge just on 3. Powell is on 11. In the 10th over, 19 for none. So they lead now 236.
So pressing home the advantage is the Leeward Islands at this stage. And they would be very, very, very happy at this stage of the game, Colin.
They certainly would be. Powell on driving, but there is cover now in that long on position. Jaden Seals has gone all the way back there, so just a single for Powell.
So Brian Charles guilty a bit in this over pitching, Colin, just going a bit too close to the batters and allowing them the opportunity to hit through the line of the ball.
Hodge is going to pick up another single. He's turning this ball down to backward square leg to end the over. At the end of it, it's 21 for none. Hodge is on 4. Powell is on 12. And 10 runs coming off the over from Brian Charles, his first over. And no doubt Anderson Phillip is going to continue. He's just had 1 over for 1 run.
But not the kind of start that skipper Silva will want from his number 1 spinner.
Would you have gone with Charles, or would you have given the effort to Yannick Carrera?
Well, actually, my thought at this stage would have been to go with Akil Hussein.
Yep, that's another interesting thought. I would have gone with Yannick Carrera just because of his leg spin and see what happens. Because I think he generates a little bit more turn than Brian Charles. And you were talking about how would the spinners fare on this track, you know, and if there's any turn. And you know, I really can't see Charles getting as much turn as Yannick Carrera. And not only that, the mindset of these batsmen are really to stay. And, you know, who knows, giving Carrera the opportunity might put a little pressure on them, the leg spinner.
Well, if I were the skipper, the Silva, I would introduce Yannick Carrera from the end that Anderson Phillip is operating from at this from this end. And I'll tell you why. There was enough evidence when Yannick bowled in the first innings, and having looked at Hayden Walsh Jr. as well, the rotation that he was getting, and the googly, you know, was getting better and better and better. Actually, he got a wicket with the googly. So I would be tempted to bowling from the southern end. I mean the northern end, sorry.
So lots of, for those of you who support English football, there was a lot of action today in the English Football League. Everton winning by 3-2 against Crystal Palace. So that means that they are safe from relegation. You follow football, Anil? Not really?
Not much, Colin, no. Yeah. But I am a Manchester United fan. We haven't done well.
I'm so sorry for you. Do accept my sympathy. This is another good delivery from Phillip out to Hodge, and he's pushing it out to point. Yes, the IPL today as well. Lots of sport in action around the world. Yeah, but yeah. I was on about the football with the English leagues. It's being completed on Sunday, and the title is going to be interesting between Liverpool and Manchester City.
But Manchester City is possibly about 3 or 4 points ahead of Liverpool at this stage, Colin.
Yeah, that's right. It's just 1 point in it at this point in time. So who knows?
But what are the matchups for the last round in terms of?
Well, Manchester City, they're at home to Aston Villa, and Liverpool, they're at home to Wolves. But both teams expected to win their games. But interestingly enough, Steven Gerrard, who is the manager of Aston Villa, is a Liverpool legend. Played many, many years for them. And they're hoping, the Liverpool personnel, they're hoping that he goes and does a favour and gets his team to at least hold Manchester City to a draw. But as someone was saying, a former Liverpool legend was also saying, yeah, but he's not playing. And that's the big difference. The end of the over from Anderson Phillip. It's 21 for none after 10 overs.
So the title race in the EPL is going on.
It's going down to the last day, yeah.
Are you a betting man, Colin?
Not really. I'm not, when it comes to those type of things, I tend to don't like sometimes to bet on sport.
Horse racing, you might be
yeah,
tempted.
yeah, I will go and put a flutter, or is it yeah, flitter, it's flitter, whatever, on a horse. But I've got to talk to the horse. He's got to tell me he's going to win, because of course, you know, in these days, sometimes you train a horse and it just doesn't run on a particular day. There's Brian Charles is back into the attack, bowling his second over.
So a much better line from Brian Charles in this over, keeping Powell pretty quiet. If anything, Colin, I'd just love to see Brian slow it up a bit. He's just bowling a bit too quick for my liking.
Give it a little bit of a air as well.
Yeah, bring it above the eye line, especially when it almost the end of the day's play. You know, try and at least, you know, get it above the eye line of these batters.
Couple runs for Powell. He was thinking of the second. Shannon Gabriel was the one giving chase, and they decided against it. So just a single for Powell. 22 for none. Cooley, I understand Cooley got 73 today. And Hardik Pandey, he got 62. So lots of... You follow the IPL?
I'm not a fan of the IPL, Colin.
Why is that?
To me, it gets boring. Too many matches.
Tell somebody that who looked at it yesterday and who was it? The Giants beat KKR by 2 runs. You tell them how boring that game was. And then Evan Lewis apparently took a really... I got a phone call from a fan. That's the end of the over. From Charles, it's 23 for none. Got a phone call from a fan asking me about Evan Lewis. You know, how could he be declared unfit to go with the West Indies team, but yet he is playing for the Giants and took an absolutely superb catch yesterday. Apparently sprinted in, dived, and took it with his left hand for the Super Giants. So the fan was saying to me, well, when did they take this fitness test? A year ago? You know, I'm very disappointed that Evan Lewis is not on the team.
Well, it has not been the first occasion, Colin, that Evan, you know, has not meet the required fitness standard. But how could that be properly assessed, Colin? How could that be properly assessed when this young man is playing his trade in the best T20 domestic league in the world?
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the criteria is used by the West Indies board as to determine the fitness level of players. But it's Akil Hussain. He's into the attack now, the left arm spinner. And an appeal going up more in hope than anything else. Seemed to be going down the leg side.
But there is the yo-yo test that they normally use, and the standard is you must attain at least 40, a score of 40 to be considered fully fit. No, that's subject to correction. That's just my understanding of it, Colin.
I'm not sure, so I will not comment. Because whatever I say, they will say I said it. So I will not comment on that because I really don't know what the standard is. And that's, you would hope, here is Hussain again, and Hodge is just playing it out towards mid-on. Bravo is in the way. Yeah, you know, I'm not sure if I've ever really seen the... I think you can go in and Google it. The yo-yo test, but we'll just have the minimum score a player is required in the yo-yo test to be eligible for selection in the West Indies men's team is 40. So the minimum requirement in the yo-yo test is 40. So obviously Evan Lewis and the likes, whoever failed, didn't come up to the 40.
And it begs to ask the question, Colin, if someone gets a score of 38, how do you assess that they are not fully fit?
Because they didn't get a score of 40.
And you
know, I understand what you're trying to say. You know, what is the cutoff? Yes, you're supposed to get 40. Now, here's the end of the over from Hussein, and it's the end of the day's play. Is it that 40 is the cutoff? In other words, if you don't get 40, you get 38 or you get 39. Does that rule you out totally?
Well, it seems that way.
Yeah.
It seems that way. But I'll tell you something, Colin. Before we end our coverage, the yo-yo, to me, in my estimation, right, it's an intimidating thing. Because under normal conditions, these guys will pass all these tests. But when you put them and say, listen, you've got to attain a score of 40 in order to get a contract, I think this is where it all falls apart. Because that psychological effect that having to get that score of 40, to me, sometimes contribute to these guys and then falling short of the standard.
Well, I hear you, but we can certainly carry on that discussion another time. But it's the end of the day's play, and at the end of it, the Leeward Islands, in their second innings, they are 23 without loss. Let's have a quick summary of the days of the events so far over the first 2 days of this game between the Leeward Islands and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Leeward Islands, having won the toss and batted, got to 357. Kieran Powell got 139. Amir Jangu, he got a 58. The top bowler for the Red Force was Jaden Seals with 5 for 49. An excellent performance by him. And when the Trinidad and Tobago team batted, they were in all sorts of trouble. They were 10 for 4 at one stage. They ended up scoring 140. Joshua Da Silva, he got to 65. Brian Charles, he was the next best scorer on 25. They actually put together a partnership with some close to 49 or thereabouts. And then Archibald, let me just make sure on that, because I don't want to give wrong information. A partnership between Da Silva and Brian Charles actually added some 64 runs between the two of them, and that really pulled Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to a respectable 140. Not good enough though, because it meant that the lead was 217 by the Leeward Islands. They came out, batted the rest of the day, very comfortable. Karen Powell and Monson Hodge, he was on 5 not out. Powell is on 13 not out. It's 23 without loss. That means the overall lead now is 240. It's been another gripping day here at the Diego Martin Sports Complex. A day really totally dominated by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They played an excellent game of cricket, both with the bat firstly and then with the ball. They tore into the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting, and they certainly were well worth this lead of 217. And they're well worth what's happening so far. They lead by 240 runs going into day 3. We expect tomorrow, Anil, that day 3 is going to be another tough day for the Red Force.
Well, it's going to be another tough day for the Red Force. They would really have to come up with something really special to stay in the contest, Colin.
Yes, and we'll certainly be here to tell you or to cover this third day and to see just how well the Red Force can bounce back into this game, or can the Leeward Islands go further away and eventually walk away with a victory here in the very first game that is being played, the very first class game that is being played at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. It's been all Leeward Islands thus far over the first 2 days. On behalf of everybody here in the commentary and all our production and scoring, everybody from the Diego Martin Sports Complex, it's goodbye until tomorrow, the day 3 of this game, Leeward Islands versus the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.